Dad demanded I forgive brother for stealing $50,000. I agreed and let him keep it, 'cause he actually drained Dad's secret retirement fund. Since I read every comment, let me know if you've dealt with a golden child sibling that could do no wrong. You must comprehend the nightmare that transpired on a rainy Tuesday night in mid-April, to understand why I smiled with utter, chilling peace, instead of shouting. My name is Liam. I am 35 and a senior forensic accountant and tax specialist in Seattle. If you work in accounting, you know that April is a hellish marathon where sleep is a luxury you can't afford. I also manage private wealth for a few high net worth clientele. This makes my home office look like a NASA control room with 3 gigantic monitors, stacks of encrypted hard drives, and a paper shredder that outaces my microwave. It was 2:45 a.m. I was sitting at my desk with empty espresso cups, my eyes burning like someone had scraped sand beneath my lids. I was staring at a complicated depreciation schedule, about to save and go to bed when my cell phone suddenly vibrated against my desk glass, not a gentle buzz. That aggressive, rapid-fire sequence my bank utilizes for high-level security notifications. I blinked to clear my exhausted thoughts and picked up the phone. I received an automatic SMS from my primary bank. Alert. Wire transfer started. -$50,000. Kraken. Crypto. Exchange. Pending. Processing. I watched the shimmering screen. A 1-6-hour workday left my brain lethargic, so it took 15 seconds to process the data. 50 grand. Gone. Just like that. My office chair hit the wall behind me as I sat up quickly. I felt a cold, biting rush of adrenaline shoot through my chest and radiate down to my fingertips, replacing my heavy lethargy in a microsecond. Slamming my palms on my keyboard, I logged into my encrypted banking portal. My shaky fingers missed the keys on my first try, causing me to re-enter my difficult master passphrase. I whispered to the empty room. Come on. Finally, dashboard loaded. I scrolled to account 8,812, savings account with high yield. Today's balance was $1,200, down from $51,200 yesterday. Professional panic was my initial reaction. Identity theft. A sophisticated phishing attempt. A basement hacker in Eastern Europe cracked my firewall and bypassed my two-factor authentication. Tracking lost money is my job as a forensic accountant. I immediately went protocol. Access logs for my home Wi-Fi and encrypted server were retrieved. I wanted IP address. I expected a proxy server from Russia, China, or North Korea. I froze when the command terminal filled the access log. I lost blood on my face and my lungs stopped breathing. Unauthorized access wasn't from outside my network. A recognized gadget supplied it. The white letters on my screen read Julian's MacBook Pro. Stopped breathing. I looked at that name on the computer until the letters vibrated and blurred. Julian. My younger brother, 31. Julian lived with my parents for 4 months after his landlord booted him for non-payment. A 40-minute journey from my city flat to my folks' suburban home. The key was that I gave Julian my guest Wi-Fi password 8 months ago when he came over for a football game. His laptop auto-connected to my network, making it a trusted device in my lower-tier security settings. He wasn't in my apartment. He was far from home at his parents'. I delved deeper into security logs, typing furiously. Checked remote desktop protocols. My machine was remotely accessed by a remote access Trojan, RAT, disguised as a file-sharing tool. The static IP address of my parents' suburban house started the connection perfectly. The understanding hit me like a stomach punch. Not an anonymous cybercriminal. It was my brother. He accessed my computer remotely at night, knowing I'd be asleep, guessed my local machine password which, mistakenly, was a version of R.Street and manually sent the money to an untraceable crypto exchange. He stole a me, paid sat. Nula. I didn't explode with wrath. It was chilly, deliberate, and terrifyingly calm. It begins in my gut, and numbs my skin. No screaming. I didn't throw my coffee mug at the wall. I reached for my phone and called him. It rang. And rang. And rang. He said hello? With sleepy voice. Julian's expertise in artificial grogginess. Julian, I said. The sound of my voice seemed unfamiliar to me. Flat, disconnected, and mechanical. Did you enjoy the transfer? Silence. Complete quiet on the other end. It rustled like he was shifting under his blankets, sitting up in bed. What, Liam? What are you talking about, bro? It's almost 3 in the morning. The $50,000, Julian, I whispered. The wire transfer you just initiated from my computer via a remote desktop protocol. The one that just went to a Kraken crypto wallet. Don't play dumb with me. I don't know what you're talking about, man. You sound crazy. Maybe you got hacked by someone else? He stammered. Julian was always a bad liar. When caught stealing from my piggy bank as a child, his voice would rise. It was doing the same now. The IP address originates from Mom and Dad's house, Julian. The device signature is your specific MacBook Pro. I am looking at the MAC address right now. Don't lie to me. You stole $50,000. He immediately went from frightened denial to vigorous defense. Julian's signature move. When cornered, he feigned victim. I didn't steal it. I borrowed it. I'm going to double it by Friday. I have a sure thing, Liam. This new altcoin. It's about to be listed on a major exchange. It's going to the moon, man. I was going to put your money back before you even woke up and realized it was gone. You transferred $50,000 of liquid cash to a highly volatile crypto exchange? I jumped up and paced my home office, shivering with rage. Are you completely insane? Transfer it back. Right now. Cancel the wire. I can't, he muttered. Breaking. What do you mean you can't? I already leveraged it. It's locked in a smart contract staking pool for a minimum of 48 hours. But listen to me, Liam, trust me on this. By the weekend, it's going to be worth $100,000. I'll give you 60 back. You'll make 10 grand just for letting me use it. Seriously. Just wait. I hung up. I couldn't take his crazy, gambling-addicted mentality anymore. Finger hovered over keypad. I planned to call 911. Grand theft. This was wire fraud. A major federal felony. This was life-altering prison time. Before I could press the green call button, my phone lit up. It wasn't police. It was Dad. Julian, the perpetual coward, ran down the corridor to wake up Daddy for protection. Dad said Liam. His voice was gravelly from sleep, but he still had that commanding, booming voice that controlled the room. Do not call the police. He stole $50,000 from my bank account, Dad. He used malware to hack my computer. I know what he did. Dad interrupted. He told me he made a terrible mistake. He's panicked. He's crying in the living room right now. But you are not going to ruin your brother's entire life over a financial misunderstanding. I laughed bitterly. Ruin his life? He ruined his own life. That is a felony, Dad. That is my money. We will discuss this in the morning. Come over here right now. We need to handle this privately, as a family. I'm calling the cops, I said, shaking so much I almost dropped the phone. If you call the police, Dad said, his voice lowering dangerously, you will never step foot in this house again. I will cut you off completely. Do you hear me? He is your flesh and blood. Family helps family. Get in your car, drive over here, and we will fix this like men. As I stood in my dark office, my apartment's silence around me. The bright display showed the bank account's devastation. The phone in my hand was examined. I then had a bizarre, profound brain shift. Like a heavy, rusted gear spinning and a lock clicking precisely. Okay, I whispered. I'll be there in 40 minutes. I grabbed my wallet and keys. I didn't call police. I stopped in my tracks as I walked down the corridor to the elevator, because a brilliant and heartbreaking insight hit me. I knew which account Julian depleted. Julian had forgotten to examine the account owner's internal ledger name in his sweaty haste and blind avarice. He observed a huge figure next to a high-yield savings account. He thought he stole my money. Dad thought he stole my cash. That gave me a brilliant, devastating idea. Dazed, I drove to my folks' house. Streetlights flickered past my windshield like nightclub strobe lights on Seattle's desolate streets. My knuckles were white from gripping the driving wheel so tightly, yet I wasn't angry, was calculating. To understand why I didn't turn around and go to the local police precinct, you must understand our terrible family dynamic. More crucially, you must grasp the bank account's highly confidential history ending at 8,812. My family always made me the responsible one. The boring one. The one who kept his head down, obtained a master's degree in finance, passed the CPA exam on the first try, and got a high-paying, steady position with a matching 401k and full benefits. My mother dubbed Julian the wild spirit. He dreamed. He left a top university in his sophomore year to start a dropshipping business selling cheap electronics. Within 6 months, it failed. He then tried day trading, depleting his education savings. Failed. He bought false TikTok followers and maxed out credit cards for luxury leased cars to become an influencer. Failed. Dad always stood in the wreckage with a fire extinguisher and an open pocketbook when Julian crashed and burned. 3 years ago, the situation changed drastically. My parents' marriage has failed for a decade. Though not divorced due to appearances, they live parallel, loveless lives together. Mom is constantly organizing events for her fancy garden club and upscale church. Dad drinks scotch at the country club and makes unsafe investments. Dad received a huge, worthless parcel of land in rural Montana from his estranged uncle 3 years ago. Mom didn't care, and Julian didn't know about it. Before a big agricultural conglomerate discovered it was on top of a valuable, untapped aquifer, it was merely forgotten rocky scrubland. They required water rights. Without anyone knowing, Dad sold the lease. He earned $250,000 after capital gains taxes. He kept Mom from knowing. He never informed Julian. He phoned me instead. I recall the day clearly. He rarely invited me to lunch at a pricey downtown eatery unless he needed something. He slid a cashier's check over the white tablecloth, ordered a double scotch, and stared me down over his ribeye. "I need a massive favor, Liam," he added. I examined the check. $250,000. "Dad? What is this?" He whispered. "That is my retirement. My real retirement. Not the absolute pittance your mother and I have left in our joint accounts. If your mother finds out about this windfall, she will immediately demand we renovate the entire house, take a month-long cruise to Europe, or worse, she'll donate half of it to her ridiculous church. And if Julian finds out..." Dad actually shuddered. "He'll beg, plead, and manipulate me for every single cent to fund his next stupid startup until it's entirely gone. So, what exactly do you want me to do with it?" I pushed the check back. "I want you to open a series of accounts in your name. You are a financial expert. You manage it. Lock $200,000 into long-term, high-yield bonds and index funds. Take the remaining $50,000 and put it in a highly liquid savings account for absolute emergencies. You keep it safe. You keep it hidden. I'll give you 5% of whatever interest it earns annually as a management fee. But on paper, to the IRS, to your mother, to Julian, it is your money. If anyone ever asks, it's your personal savings." I hesitated. Deeply. "Dad, hiding marital assets isn't exactly legal, and it puts me in a very compromised position if Mom ever files for divorce." "It's not hiding assets, Liam," he said, gutting his steak. "It's asset protection. I am protecting our family's future. When I get too old to work, this money is what's going to keep me out of a state-run, miserable nursing home. I trust you. You're the smart one. You've always been the smart one." "You're smart." It was the hook. I longed for his acceptance, his recognition of my monotonous, solid route, for 30 years. I did it like an idiot seeking his father's approval. In my encrypted personal ledger, I called my high-yield savings account Project Omega. I put $50,000 in cash. Another $200K, went to locked bonds. Dad had only used the liquid account twice in 3 years, once for a medical emergency he didn't tell Mom about, and once to pay off a gambling debt. It quietly accumulated interest for most of the time. Julian hacked my computer tonight and found $51,200 in that liquid account. Julian, lazy and panicked, grabbed liquid currency, and missed the locked bonds. But now comes the utter, agonizingly beautiful, knife-twisting irony. Dad truly feels I have a lot of savings. And I do. Despite my high salary, I live below my means. I save my life savings in a separate credit union to prevent mingling them with Dad's secret stockpile. Julian didn't hack my bank. My bank with Dad's secret money was hacked. As I drove into their vast suburban driveway tonight, seeing the living room windows lit up at 3:30 a.m., I knew they didn't know. My engine idled as I sat in my automobile. I remembered all the times Dad had saved Julian at my price. Dad paid a high-powered defense attorney $8,000 to defend Julian for a DUI 4 years ago and told me, "Don't tell your mother. He's just going through a rough patch." Dad paid off $15,000 in credit card debt buying inventory for a failed sneaker reselling business and told me, "He's learning the ropes of entrepreneurship, Liam. Give him a break. He's your brother. He needed the lights on. Have some compassion." I was always cushion. I was expected to absorb Julian's cataclysmic disasters to protect the golden boy. But not tonight. After turning off the key, I felt completely relaxed. It was the terrifying, blissful calm of a poker player who just learned he has an unbeatable royal flush as his arrogant opponents push all their chips into the middle on a pair of twos. Checking my rearview mirror reflection, I looked fatigued, pale, and anxious. Perfect. I practiced smiling. A dejected, obedient, beaten smile. Dad could use family helps family to protect his favorite son, and I would allow him. I would let him play it till the cruel, devastating end. I climbed the concrete steps and opened the front door without knocking. The house reeked of stale Folgers coffee and oppressive tension. I went straight to the living room. I had seen this scene a dozen times, but with much larger stakes. Mom slept upstairs on her sleeping meds. Dad kept this crisis from her. As usual, officially, the dysfunctional men's club met. Julian sat on the beautiful leather sofa with his head in his hands, looking like a lost hero in a bad soap drama. He wore designer pajamas. He raised his red-rimmed, swollen eyes when I entered. Fake tears, real panic. Julian always split 50/50. Dad was wearing his heavy winter bathrobe and folded his arms over his chest by the stone fireplace. He seemed furious, but as I approached the light, I saw it wasn't focused at the sofa thief. It was intended at me, the issue, and the discomfort of managing another Julian problem. You're here, Dad. Not hello. Not. I'm sorry your brother robbed and invaded your privacy. Factual statement. I'm here, I whispered, deliberately shaking. Where is my money, Julian? Julian sniffled loudly, wiping his nose with his hand. I told you, Liam. It's in the Kraken exchange. I can't move it for 48 hours because of the smart contract. But I swear to God, the graph is trending upwards. The resistance lines are breaking. By tomorrow afternoon, I can pull it out, pay you back your 50 grand, and I'll even let you keep 5 grand of the profit as an apology. I calmly repeated, you stole $50,000. Ignoring his delusional crypto bro word salad. That is grand theft. That is a federal crime. That is years, in a state penitentiary. Stop saying that, Dad shouted in the high-ceilinged room. He moved in between me and Julian to shield me from my brother. Nobody is going to any prison. Keep your damn voice down. Your mother is sleeping upstairs. I said, Dad, he hacked my secure work network. With the perfect amount of incredulity, he used a remote access Trojan. That takes premeditation. That takes planning. He didn't just accidentally click a button. He has been actively spying on my computer. I wasn't spying, Julian yelled defensively. I installed it a few months ago when I was over for Thanksgiving. Just in case I needed to borrow a software file or something. I was desperate, Liam. I owe people money. Bad, dangerous people. If I didn't come up with 50 grand by this Friday, they were going to hurt me. There it was, the anonymous loan shark claim. From Julian Greatest Hits, a timeless hit. I stared at him with disdain. So, to save your own skin, you rob your own family? I was borrowing it. Enough. Dad smashed his huge hand on the glass coffee table, shaking it furiously. Liam, sit down. Not seated. Standing strong on the hardwood floor, I held my ground. I want my money back, Dad. Or I am leaving this house right now, driving to the precinct, and filing a formal police report. I have the IP logs. I have the MAC address. I have the transfer receipts. I have absolute, irrefutable proof. Deep, heaving breath, Dad. He grabbed his temples and massaged them hard, closed his eyes. He opened them and stared at me. The expression of a dissatisfied father, dealing with a stubborn child. Liam, he said, in that slow, pompous, lecturing tone I detested since boyhood. Look at your brother. Really look at him. He is a mess. He is terrified. He made a terrible, impulsive judgment call. A felony, I whispered. A mistake, Dad shouted, red-faced. He is in massive debt. He is drowning in life. You are doing fine. You just got that huge promotion to senior analyst last quarter, didn't you? You have your massive stock portfolio. You have your luxury condo downtown. You have no wife, no kids, no debt. You are sitting on a mountain of cash. I blinked. I knew where this deceptive train was going, but hearing him say it was still astonishing. I continued. So, let me get this straight, my voice shaking with faux anguish. Because I worked hard, because I am responsible, I deserve to be robbed by my own brother? It is not a robbery, Dad shouted, swinging his hand like a fly repellent. It's family. Family helps family. When you were little boys, if Julian fell off his bike and scraped his knee, you picked him up. That is your job. You are the older brother. You are supposed to protect him. I am not his personal ATM, Dad. Don't be greedy, Liam, Dad grumbled, approaching me. The word hung in the stagnant living room air. Greedy, was greedy. My harsh, humorless laugh scraped my throat. He took $50,000 from me, I murmured. And I'm the greedy one? You have plenty more where that came from. Dad raged. Listen to me very carefully. If you call the police, Julian goes to jail. His life is permanently over. He will be a convicted felon. He will never get a real job. Is that what you want? Do you want to be the sole reason your brother has his life destroyed? Do you want to be the one who breaks your mother's heart and puts her in an early grave? Psychological blackmail, weaponized guilt. He was pressing every psychological button on the control panel to break my determination. I sank in feigned defeat. So, what exactly do you propose I do, Dad? I just eat a $50,000 loss? Dad looked at Julian, who was looking at us through his fingers, then at me. He squared his broad shoulders like a king issuing a royal order. Yes. You let it go. 10 painful seconds passed as I stared at him. Let it go. Consider it a contribution, Dad struggled to say. A financial contribution to saving your brother's life. He will pay you back eventually, when he gets on his feet. The falsehood was huge and absurd, as we all knew. Julian never paid back a dime in his life. But for now, Dad said, softening, detecting my faux capitulation. You write it off. You do not report it to the bank as fraud. You do not call the police. You do not breathe a single word of this to your mother. You clear his debt to you. I regarded Julian. He watched me closely, holding his breath. He looked like a youngster waiting for a timeout or ice cream after smashing a vase. I regarded Dad. Defiance, arrogance, and certainty characterized him. He sincerely believed he had the moral right to redistribute my wealth as family patriarch. But he neglected one minor, critical nuclear detail. He forgot that Julian had depleted the high-yield savings account he persuaded me to open up 3 years earlier. Right then, I had a decision. I could have shouted, "That's your money, you arrogant old fool," and revealed the secret then. I could have watched him lose color and savored his fright. Dad would immediately change course if I did that. He would make Julian sell his automobile to repay it. Dad could liquidate some locked bonds to replace it. Considering Dad's twisted logic, he might blame me for letting it get stolen. The story would be twisted. He blamed me for weak security, saying I had failed as his financial manager. No. That wasn't punishing enough. I must secure this. I had to create a solid legal and emotional trap for them so that when the truth came out, they would be trapped. "Okay," I said. My voice whispered. Dad squinted, surprised by my fast folding. He prepared for a lengthy war. "Okay," I repeated, looking down at the floor like a broken man. "You want me to let it go? You want me to treat this $50,000 as a gift to Julian, to get him out of trouble with his loan sharks? You are telling me, explicitly, as my father, that I should not expect this money back, and I should not involve the authorities?" "Yes," Dad exhaled hugely, shaking with relief. The strain left his posture. "Exactly. That is the mature thing to do. That is the Christian thing to do. That is what a good, loving brother does." "And you promise?" I asked, staring Dad in the eye. "You promise that we never, ever speak of this money again? That the debt is completely, permanently settled?" Father answered, "I promise," with a heavy hand over his heart. "It's buried. Gone." We moved forward. "Thanks, Liam," Julian squeaked from the couch, cleaning his false tears. "Seriously, bro, thank you so much. You won't regret this. I'm going to make it right, I swear." Cold, dead smile touched my lips as I stared at my brother. "I know I won't." I nonchalantly took my phone from my pocket. Dad asked, "What are you doing?" His paranoia erupting. "Just turning off the automated fraud alert on my banking app so they don't freeze the transfer," I lied smoothly. In truth, I opened my voice memos app and pushed stop on the recording I had secretly started when I entered the front door. "I'm going home," I murmured, turning away. "I'm exhausted." "Good man," Dad murmured, stepping forward and patting my shoulder patronizingly. "I knew you'd do the right thing, son. Drive safe." I left the home into the cool, moist night air. I started my car, drove 1 block around the corner, and pulled over under a broken streetlight. I pressed phone play. The sound was crystal clear. Dad's loud voice flooded my silent automobile. "Don't be greedy, Liam. Consider a donation. Write it off. Clear his debt." I grinned. Authentic, horrifying smile this time. I was asked to release it. So I did. I gave up Dad's secret retirement savings legally and morally. The Seattle sun burned off the fog the next morning, but I didn't have a huge sleep hangover. Feeling electrified. I felt like I drank adrenaline. It was a lot of labor. I phoned into work for a health day. I intentionally protected my mental health, thus it wasn't a lie. I had a hot shower, dressed in a sharp suit, and made an essential meeting call. I phoned Maya. Maya is my best friend from our University of Washington college days. She is a clever, ruthless contract lawyer, sharp, emotionless, and twice as dangerous in court. More importantly, she was the only person outside my family who knew about Dad's Montana money. She helped me design the first custodian management agreement 3 years ago, which Dad refused to sign because he was afraid of leaving a paper trail for Mom's divorce lawyers. We met at a darkly lit coffee shop across town, far from Dad or Julian's neighborhoods. "Let me get this sequence of events straight," Maya murmured, peering at me over her black coffee rim with predatory delight. "Julian, the village idiot, stole 50 grand. Your dad, operating under the assumption that it's your personal savings, aggressively bullied you into eating the loss to protect his golden boy. But the money Julian actually stole was your dad's hidden retirement fund. And you looked your dad in the eye and agreed to forgive the debt." I corrected. I agreed to let it go entirely, taking out my phone. "And I have it all on tape." I played the tape for her. She listened closely, her manicured fingers tightly clasped and her eyebrows rising with every deceptive word Dad spoke. She whistled a low, impressed note, after recording. "Liam, this is absolutely diabolical," she replied with a devilish grin. "I love it. It is poetic justice. But, strictly legally speaking, you need to cover your ass immediately. You are the financial custodian of that specific account. If your dad eventually finds out and turns around and tries to sue you for gross mismanagement, breach of fiduciary duty, or negligence for letting his son hack you, you need ironclad, Written proof that he explicitly authorized this specific use and loss of funds. That's exactly why I'm sitting here buying you a $7 latte, I said. How do I lock him in a legal box without revealing the secret right now? Maya tapped her fancy pen on the wooden table, her legal brain on overdrive. We need an email, a casual, seemingly submissive email confirmation. You need to create a paper trail that makes it look like you are just being the dutiful, beaten-down son, confirming his family resolution. Washington is a two-party consent state for recordings, so the audio is great for leverage, but a written confirmation is legally bulletproof for a civil dispute. We spent 45 minutes writing the perfect email. It had to be broad enough to avoid Dad's concern about the secret fund being discovered, yet explicit enough to legally identify the transaction and his forgiveness. Fixing yesterday night's issue. Hi Dad. I wanted to validate our chat from last night so I can psychologically move on from this awful circumstance. My father instructed me to cancel any police reports or bank fraud investigations into the illicit wire transfer of $50,000 from my high-yield savings account at 2:15 a.m. on April 15th. I understand you want this to be a family concern and Julian's financial aid. As you requested, I will let it go, write it off, and never seek reimbursement from Julian. I'm doing this only to respect your preferences as family head. I hope this money helps Julian recover and pay off his debts. Love, Liam. 3 times I read it. This passive-aggressive legal compliance was brilliant. I sent. Now came the painful wait. Dad isn't tech-savvy, but he checks his iPhone email daily. My phone buzzed 2 hours later as I returned to my flat. An answer from Dad. Thanks, son. I applaud your initiative. This defines manhood. Move on, and never mention this again. Never discuss this with your mother. Dad. Boom. Duly signed and delivered. Maya responded with a champagne bottle gif after I forwarded the email chain. I was bulletproof legally. He wrote to authorize the entire forgiveness of that exact transfer from the account under my management. He felt he was kindly forgiving a debt owed to me. But the carefully worded phrasing legally covered the hidden fund. But my day's labor was incomplete. I went directly to the credit union where my life savings, 401k rollovers, and personal investments were. I saved a lot, almost as much as Dad's secret fund. 3 hours with a banker. I closed all accounts related to Dad's bank. I transferred everything to a secure new bank. I used YubiKeys for two-factor authentication. I changed all my passwords to 2-0 character random sequences. My credit was frozen at all 3 major bureaus. I conducted a military-grade diagnostic virus check on my work laptop at home. To be safe, I erased, formatted, and reinstalled the hard disk and OS. I relentlessly removed Julian's digital fingerprints from my life. Julian texted me at unsprezich PM. Hi bro, a major altcoin crash. Pull rug. Lost everything. Sorry dude, but thanks for being okay with Dad. He calls you heroic. Next week, I'll buy you beer. LOL. I glanced at the luminous words in my dark living room. Lost everything. He did, obviously. No, sure thing. No smart contract. He probably lost all 50 grand in a Discord pump and dump scam or on offshore internet poker sites. He wasn't sorry. LOL proved that beyond a doubt. He thought he had pulled off the century's heist. In his mind, the Bank of Liam was open for business, and grand larceny was punished by a dad lecture and a cuddle. I didn't reply. I took a glass of costly red wine to my high-rise balcony and watched the Seattle skyline sparkle. My grieving was odd and hollow. Sadly, I missed my brother. I longed for a protective father. Waiting was my main activity. I know Dad's finances well. He mostly disregarded the secret Project Omega fund for months, letting the interest build. Unfortunately, his avarice always surfaced. One day, he'd check on his nest egg or discover another risky investment. Exactly 3 months. Summer arrived in Seattle. High humidity in the city, and oppressive quiet between me and my family increased. I quit their forced Sunday dinners. Mom, I'm drowning in audits. Dad didn't nag. He undoubtedly appreciated that I was still brooding about the lost money. He liked believing I was silently taking suffering for his favorite son. It boosted his ego. The phone rang. It was July 18. Dad called while I was at my desk at work. At 10:30 a.m. Liam. He sounded ecstatic and frantic. I need you to come by the house tonight. And bring the secure laptop. I inquired. What's up, Dad? With a neutral voice as my heart pounded on my ribs. I found it, he triumphed. A commercial foreclosure. A massive warehouse property just outside of Tacoma. The guy is going through a vicious divorce, and is absolutely desperate. He needs liquid cash fast to hide it from his wife's lawyers. If I can put down a $50,000 cash deposit by this Friday, I can flip the property to a developer for double in less than 14 months. It is the deal of a lifetime, Liam. I said, okay, slowly. How much do you need? A portion? Everything, he gulped. Pull all the liquid cash. The whole 50 grand. Bring me a certified cashier's check. Or actually, just bring the laptop and we will wire it directly to the escrow account from my living room tonight. I want to show the seller absolute proof of funds tomorrow morning at breakfast. My mouth dried out. The end. Moment of impact. Sure, Dad, I answered calmly. I'll be there at 7 p.m. I hung up. I sat in my ergonomic office chair for 5 minutes, listening to the building's air conditioning hum. Felt nauseous. Expectation sick, not terrified. I felt like I was on a sidewalk watching a gigantic, high-speed car wreck that I had cut the brake lines for. Logging into the portal. The authentic, watermarked bank statement for account 8,812 was printed. I folded it carefully and put it in a clean brown manila envelope. I put the envelope in my leather briefcase. It was twilight when I drove to my folks. Inside was cheerful, almost joyous. Glad Mom was at her weekly book club meeting. Dad typically timed his illegal financial movements then. Julian seemed calm as he ate greasy pepperoni pizza on the couch. He had forgotten the painful April occurrence. He should, why not? Nothing had happened to him. Dad smiled predatorily at me. Liam, my boy. A crystal tumbler of costly scotch was in his hand. Celebration tonight, boys. This Tacoma property is going to permanently set us up. I'm thinking of finally retiring next spring. Buying that boat I've always talked about. He mentally spent the money. He redesigning his life with ghosts. That sounds really great, Dad, I remarked, taking his scotch. I didn't drink. Dad said, all right, let's get down to business. Making greedy gestures. Open up the magic box, Liam. Let's see the total balance. With the quarterly interest, we should be sitting pretty at around 51, maybe 52,000, right? Walking over, I placed my hefty leather suitcase on the mahogany dining table. Julian came over, loudly munching pizza dough. Julian quipped, can I get a 10% finder's fee for providing emotional support for this deal? Prodding my arm. Didn't smile. I didn't laugh. I opened the briefcase's metal locks. I kept my laptop. Instead, I took the thin manila packet. I didn't bring the computer, Dad, I said deadpan. But I brought the latest, certified statement for the account. Dad frowned, confusedly knitting his bushy eyebrows. Why didn't you bring the computer? We need to initiate the wire transfer tonight. Read the statement first, I replied, sliding the envelope across the table's fine wood. Father put his scotch glass down. He took the envelope. He ripped the flap. One clean sheet of paper was taken. He took his reading glasses from his shirt pocket and put them on his nose. He regarded the document. Heavy quiet filled that dining room, thick, smothering, total. You could have heard a carpet pin drop. You could have drowned in stillness. Liam, Dad murmured, shaking and losing his authoritative voice. Is this some kind of sick joke? No joke, Dad, I crossed my arms. It says the available balance is $1,200.18. Dad glanced up at me, worried and confused. Where is the money, Liam? There should be over $50,000 in liquid cash here. Where is the rest of it? Did you move it to one of the locked bonds? Julian stopped munching. His irritating grin vanished. He cautiously looked at me after looking at Dad's shaking paper. Dad yelled, where is my money, Liam? Answer me. I didn't move it, Dad, I answered gently, meeting his anxious eyes. It was withdrawn. In full. On April 15th at 2:15 a.m. No. Dad froze. As his old brain sought to connect the dots, his forehead furrowed severely. April 15th. That's. He stopped talking. He carefully, automatically adjusted his gaze to Julian. Julian's face turned curdled milk color. Half-eaten pizza crust fell from his fingers with a faint thud. Wait, Dad muttered, realizing the horror. Back to me, his chest heaved. April 15th. That was the night. That was the night Julian hacked your computer. I shouted yes, cutting the room. That was the night Julian transferred $50,000 to a Kraken crypto exchange. But. Dad aggressively shook his head, looking like he was doing a hard physics equation while falling out of an airplane. But that was your money, you said. We agreed. That was your personal savings. No, Dad. I responded, leaning across the table. You assumed it was my savings. I never once said that. Julian hacked the specific account, ending in 8,812. That is the account you begged me to open 3 years ago. That was Project Omega. That was your secret Montana money. That was your retirement fund. I had never heard a sound like Dad's. Like a dying animal, there was a strangled, high-pitched wheeze. He grasped the mahogany table edge so hard his knuckles turned crimson. You. He shook his finger aggressively at my face. You let him. You told me. You told me to let it go, I said, finally expressing decades of buried anger. You told me. Don't be greedy, Liam. You told me. Family helps family. You explicitly ordered me to write it off as a financial contribution to saving my brother's life. I thought it was your money, Dad yelled in genuine misery. His hefty crystal Scotch glass hit the wall as he angrily flung his arm over the table. It broke into 100 dazzling pieces and fell on the floor. You tricked me. I refused to back down, shouting I didn't trick you. I did exactly what you demanded. You insisted I forgive the debt. You sent me an email confirming it. Remember? Proud of you, son. Let's move forward. Well, Dad, we are moving forward. Dad turned to face Julian. Julian was withdrawing into the living room, hands up defensively. Julian shouted, Dad, I didn't know, in hysteria. I swear to God, Dad. I thought it was Liam's account. I thought he was rich. I didn't know it was yours. Dad approached him, furious. You stole my retirement. Not anymore the protective, enabling patriarch. He was a predator who lost his life's job. You threw my pipeline money into a goddamn crypto scam. It was an accident. Julian cried, slipping on the living room rug. And you, Dad turned to me, spitting. You let this happen. You knew. You could have stopped it. You could have called the police right then. I tried. I shouted, booming off the walls. I tried to call the police. I had 911 dialed on my phone when you called me. You threatened to disown me. You threatened to cut me out of the family if I reported him. You aggressively protected the thief because you thought I was the only one bleeding. You only care now because it's your blood on the floor. Dad snarled, give it back. Reaching a shaky hand toward me with desperate eyes. Give me the money. I know you have money, Liam. You have your own savings. Fix this. Write me a check right now to cover his loss. I glanced at him, disgusted. What? No. Absolutely not. That money is gone. Dad. Julian lost it. And I am not your insurance policy. I am not your personal bank. You wanted to bail your golden boy out of trouble? Congratulations. You just did. With your own cash. I will sue you, Dad yelled, growing dangerously crimson. I will sue you for breach of fiduciary duty. I will take every penny you own. Go ahead, I murmured, my voice now cold and dead. I grabbed my phone, tapped the screen, and played the audio at full blast. Don't be greedy, Liam. Consider a donation. Write it off. Clear his debt. Dad's taunting words trapped him in the room. He regarded the phone. The broken glass on the floor caught his attention. Looking at Julian, cowering near the sofa, he discovered he was imprisoned in a concrete cage he made himself. Later violence wasn't cinematic. So sad and pitiful. Dad didn't hit Julian. He rushed across the room and grabbed his 3-1-year-old son by his costly pajama shirt collar. Unsteadily wrestling, they knocked over an expensive floor lamp. You useless, parasitic failure. Dad screamed, tears flowing down his wrinkled cheeks. That was everything. That was my freedom. Julian yelled, get off me, and hit Dad in the chest. Dad lurched backward, his heel hitting the rug, and fell hard onto the leather couch. He lay there, gasping, gripping his chest, staring at the ceiling. Stop it, I shouted, but I didn't act. Both of you. Just, stop. Dad gazed at Julian with utter loathing. It was the first time I had ever seen my father stare at his golden child without enabling glasses. The cash vanished. The illusion ended. Breaking the spell. Get out, Dad wheezed, rattling the front door. Dad, wait, please, Julian pleaded, wailing. Get out. Dad shouted. Get out of my house. You thief. You stole from your own father. Julian stared at me with horror. Liam, please, tell him, help me. I regarded Julian. I saw the sibling who had bullied me, used me, insulted my monotonous life, and taken from me, constantly hidden between Dad's legs. I can't help you, Julian, I said. I'm just the greedy one. Remember? Julian turned and fled. He ran out the front door at night. After seconds, I heard his car engine start and his tires screech as he pulled out of the driveway. Silence returned to the destroyed living room. Dad hid his head in his hands on the couch. He looked aged. Aged suddenly, incredibly. He whispered, Liam, not looking up, fix this, please. I know you have the money to cover this. You have to help me. If your mother finds out about the missing money, she'll divorce me. Mom won't find out from me, I said, closing my briefcase's brass latches. But I am not giving you a single dime. Dad looked up with bloodshot, wet eyes. How can you be so incredibly cruel? I am your father. He is your brother. I pointed to the open front door. You taught me that family helps family, Dad. Well, you just helped him. You gave him $50,000 to pay off his debts. You should be incredibly proud of yourself. That was a very generous, fatherly gift. It wasn't a gift, Dad cried. It was theft. When it was my money, I said coldly, you called it family assistance. It only became theft when it turned out to be yours. I turned and approached the door. Dad asked, where are you going? In panic. Liam. You can't leave me like this. What am I going to do about the Tacoma property? I don't know, Dad. I paused in the doorway. Maybe you should have thought about that before you told a victim of a felony to shut up and take it. Liam, Dad yelled. If you walk out that door, do not ever come back. I ceased. I turned around last. Dad? I said emotionlessly. You used that exact same threat 3 months ago to protect a thief. It worked then. It doesn't work now, because I just realized something tonight. I don't need you. You need me. And you just lost me. I left. I softly closed the heavy wooden door, got in my car. Now my hands weren't shaking, feeling really light. I felt like I had unbuckled a 30-year-old 100-pound backpack full of pebbles. My phone exploded quickly. Text from Dad. Julian calls frantically. Liam, please. Unthankful brat. We can resolve this. Call me. I didn't block numbers. Not yet. Panic was my goal. I wanted to see their activities' real-time effects. The Seattle skyline sparkled as I drove home. I considered $50,000. I lost a lot of money, but as I merged onto I-5, I realized it was the best money I had ever spent. The price of my freedom was supreme. The silence in my new flat was very different from my former home office. It wasn't the oppressive silence of anxiety or the tense waiting game. Pure, deep, serenity, quiet. I left my parents' house 18 months ago, leaving a shattered crystal glass and a broken family dynamic on the living room floor. 18 months of uncompromising no contact. 18 months of banning strange numbers and trashing emails. 18 months of clean air without artificial guilt. I was staring out over Puget Sound on my balcony with a cup of espresso from a machine that cost more than my first car. A crisp Saturday morning. My patio table phone buzzed. I didn't react. My dangerous cortisol spike wasn't there. I grabbed it. A notification from my investment portfolio app. Personal assets I aggressively preserved and shifted to a new institution rose 14% this quarter. Work promoted me to junior partner after I completed a big corporate audit. My pay nearly doubled. Sarah, my beautiful girlfriend, knew the whole crazy situation and accepted my boundaries. Unlike my family, life was good. It was dull, stable, and blissful. But the universe balances the scales oddly. Someone must pay the ultimate price for their pandemonium to have this much serenity. I heard my building buzzer. I frowned. I didn't anticipate packages. I tested the video intercom. It was female. She looked awful in a huge sun hat and fashionable sunglasses, trying to be incognito but failing. It was Aunt Susan, Dad's elder sister. Official family historian, gossiper, and unofficial stirrer. I considered not buzzing her in. Really did. My finger hovered over, ignore. Morbid curiosity is risky. Side of me, the dark, vindicated side that smirked when I drove away that night, wanted to know. I wanted the conclusion to the story I left. Come up, I shouted into the intercom, unlocking it. 5 minutes later, Aunt Susan was stiffly sitting on my white leather sofa, staring around my modern flat with astonishment and deep, boiling criticism. She held her pricey leather purse on her lap like state secrets. She said, "You've done very well for yourself, Liam," her voice tight, her eyes surveying my art collection. Very well, considering. Considering what, Aunt Susan? I asked, placing a stone coaster and ice water on the glass table. I didn't serve coffee. Welcome guests, get coffee. Considering you completely abandoned your family in their darkest, most desperate hour, she yelled, unable to bear it. It existed. The inevitable guilt trip. It arrived on time, like a reliable commuter train. Sitting opposite her in the armchair. I crossed my legs. I didn't abandon anyone, Susan. I removed myself from a very active toxic crime scene. There is a massive difference. I asked, how are they? To get to the point. Susan sighed. A lengthy, theatrical breath rocked her heavy gold bracelets. It's bad, Liam. It's catastrophic. She leaned in, her eyes wide with the perverse delight of spreading terrible gossip as family concern. Your father lost the house. My eyes blinked with amazement. I anticipated bad news, but not so quickly or severely. The house? The one they've lived in for 30 years? Foreclosure? She said it like a curse. Yes, after you left. After the incident with the missing money, your father completely spiraled out of control. He became obsessed with that commercial property deal in Tacoma. He was absolutely convinced it was his only way to make back the money Julian lost. He tried to leverage the family house to get a hard money, short-term loan because he didn't have the cash deposit. I nodded slowly, visualizing the financial situation. That sounded like Dad, increasing a bad hand, because his ego couldn't take a loss. He got the loan, Susan said, shaking. High interest, predatory stuff. He put absolutely everything into the deal. But the commercial property had a massive, hidden EPA environmental lien on it that he didn't uncover because he rushed the due diligence. The deal stalled completely. The developers pulled out. The hard money lenders came collecting, and he didn't have the liquidity to pay the balloon payment. I finished her sentence. He had no liquidity, because his secret fund was gone. Sharply, she glanced at me. It was clear she knew about the hidden fund. Dad revealed all in the tremendous, earth-shattering, screaming battles that must have followed my departure. So, they're homeless? I asked neutrally. Susan added, your mother moved into a very small, cramped apartment near her church, wiping her eyes. She's not doing well mentally. She is utterly humiliated. She had to formally resign from the garden club board because she couldn't afford the dues. You know how much that status meant to her. She filed for divorce 6 months ago. I felt a little sorry for Mom, but then I remembered that she enabled Dad's actions for decades. And Dad? He's living in a cheap extended stay motel on Route 9. Susan murmured, clearly upset. He is driving for an Uber to make ends meet. He tells everyone at the country club he's consulting, but we all know. He looks terrible, Liam. He aged 10 years in 18 months. I watched the city from the huge window. Dad boasted about retiring, getting a fancy boat, and lecturing me about manhood a year and a half ago. If he had been humble, his secret income could have supported him for a decade. Suppose he had received the money for safety, not gambling. My mouth tasted bitter ash as I heard, and Julian? Susan's face stiffened instantaneously. Julian is unavailable. Jail. Not yet, she grumbled. He left the state. There were some very bad people looking for him over those debts. Not the bank. Bad people. He took your father's car, the one the bank hadn't repossessed yet, and just drove south in the middle of the night. Last I heard through the grapevine, he was somewhere in Texas or Florida, waiting tables under the table and actively dodging federal subpoenas for wire fraud. She drank a long drink of ice water to calm down before the final assault. Then she judged me with her sharp eyes. Liam, your father is almost 70 years old. He drives drunk college kids around at 2 a.m. to pay for a roach-infested motel room. Your mother lives off a meager social security check. And here you are. She motioned around my clean flat. You have so much. You have entirely too much. You could fix this with a stroke of a pen. One check from you could get your mother into a nice, safe condo. It could get your father off the road and into a small retirement community. End quote. This was the moment, the ultimate test. Flying Monkey delivered her emotional delivery. The glass table displayed raw, throbbing guilt. Family helps. I regarded Susan. I imagined Mom, embarrassed, but free of Dad's lies. I imagined Dad's big, fragile ego, destroyed by his own horrible choices. Aunt Susan, I said, leaning forward. Do you know exactly why I didn't call the police that night when Julian stole the money? Because your father begged you not to, she defended. No. I didn't call the police, because I wanted them to learn, I responded sternly. Dad spent his entire adult life bailing Julian out of consequences. He used his own retirement money he actively hid from his wife to enable a thief. If I write a check right now, what happens? Does Dad learn humility? Does Julian learn responsibility? They have suffered enough, Susan sobbed. Where is your basic human compassion? My compassion was giving them exactly what they asked for, I said. Dad actively chose Julian over me. He chose to protect a felony over my dignity. He looked me in the eye and told me to let it go. So, I let it go. I let them go. I stood up to finish the meeting. I am not writing a check, Susan. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Because if I solve this massive problem for them, Dad will find another deal of a lifetime next week. And Julian will find another vulnerable account to hack. I am breaking the cycle. The Bank of Liam is permanently closed. Susan stood up, furious. You are cold, Liam. You are ice cold. Your father was right about you. You care more about your precious money than your own blood. No, I answered, leading her to the front door and opened it. I care about peace, and I paid exactly $50,000 for it. I think that is a very fair market price. Huffing, she adjusted her silly headgear and stormed out into the corridor. On her judgmental face, the elevator doors closed. I returned to the balcony. I should have felt guilty. Society makes us feel that, right? Even if our parents did wrong, we should bleed for them. I didn't feel bad. I was tremendously vindicated. However, one tiny loose end remained. One annoying mathematical detail only the accountant knew. I unlocked the bottom drawer of my filing cabinet in my home office and took out a manila folder. My 6-month-old certified cashier's check was inside. Dad promised me 5% of the total interest as a management fee. When he set up the secret fund 3 years ago, I managed the money properly and aggressively. Julian drained the liquid cash after I invested it in high-yield bonds and index funds. Julian stole and lost the Montana land money. The interest the profit I had deliberately produced over those 3 years before the theft was moved into a separate, thoroughly disguised sub-account every quarter as a matter of good accounting practice. Julian didn't touch that because he didn't know it existed. It was unknown to Dad. Not a huge fortune. Exactly $14,250. It was Dad's money or my management fee legally. A moral gray area. I never wanted gray areas in my life. No blasted cent of that toxic money should contribute to my new, serene life. I didn't want to bank on Dad's secrets, or Julian's larceny. I took the check, not addressed to Dad. It wasn't for Mom. I attended the National Council on Problem Gambling and Addiction Recovery. One last glance at the paper. The cord was cut forever. I sealed it in a stamped envelope, took it to the lobby mailroom, and placed it into the metal slot. Clack. Last sound. It ended. Returning upstairs, I made another espresso, and started working. My phone buzzed again. Text from Sarah. Dinner at 7? Making homemade lasagna. Typed, perfect. I'll bring decent wine. Dad planned his eventual retirement. It was Julian. That investment has vanished. I planned retirement. It was I. The business was growing. They think family is unchosen. That is the worst deception ever uttered to keep people in harmful cycles. Yes, you can't pick whose DNA spirals into yours. But family, the individuals you let into your inner circle, devote time and energy for, and trust with your peace you pick them. You may have to unchoose them, to save your life. I'd like to discuss greed with you. Dad called me greedy in the living room that night, weaponized that word. He tried to shame me for saving. He tried to make me a villain for wanting to keep everything I had worked hard for. But let's define greed. Not having a 401k is greed. After being robbed blind, greed isn't justice. Greed is Julian taking $50,000 that wasn't his because he was too indolent to work. Greed is Dad withholding $250,000 from his wife for years, and then asking my money to pay up his big blunders. Greed is requesting that someone burn themselves to keep you warm for another hour. I realized that family helps family is often a manipulation strategy by those who need the greatest aid and provide the least. A guilt-filled one-way street. When toxic people say family helps family, they mean you assist me. They never mean I'll respect your limits. This lesson cost a lot. Lost father. Lost my brother. My childhood home was no longer idyllic, but I gained something far more important. I got complete independence. I own my life. Every dollar in my bank account is mine because I earned and protected it. Every relationship in my life is healthy, reciprocal, and based on respect. No need to look back. I don't get late-night bail calls. People ask if I regret smiling that night. If I regret fooling Dad into formally forgiving the debt before he realized it was his money burning. Sometimes I ponder about it late at night. Was it trivial? Maybe. Was it lie? Sure. Was it essential to my survival? Yes. Dad would have gaslighted me if I had screamed and told the truth right then. He would have guilt-tripped me into covering the deficit. He would have drained me emotionally and financially to hide his lies. By pretending to spend my money, he would have sunk my ship. I just disclosed his actual nature. I let him show me who he was when he thought his acts were free. When the huge debt came due, he had only himself to blame. This concludes my advice. Be careful how people treat you when they think you have no influence. Watch how people treat your resources when they think they deserve them. If you're ever told to set your boundaries on fire to save someone else's fragile ego, stop screaming, don't fight. Smile, close the door, and let them face their biggest fear reality. My sister tried to pawn my $3,500 camera for crypto. I left with my gear and exposed her tax fraud. Enjoy the federal audit. Hello, my name is Maya, and I am a lead editor and freelance videographer living in Austin, Texas. I am 28 years old. Over the course of the past 6 years, I have invested every single drop of my blood, sweat, and savings into the process of constructing my production arsenal. We are talking about Red Komodo cinema cameras, Sony A7 series bodies, heavy-duty C-stands, aperture lighting grids, Sennheiser shotgun mics, and a custom-built liquid-cooled editing PC that is capable of rendering 4K footage in a matter of minutes. To my mind, this apparatus consisted of more than just metal and glass. It was the source of my autonomy. My livelihood depended on it. Because it was the only thing that allowed me to pay my rent and put food on the table, I regarded my equipment with a level of respect that was almost on par with adoration. It was never clear to my older sister, Chloe, who is 31 years old, and her husband, Liam, who is 33 years old. To them, my profession was nothing more than a cute little hobby. Liam was the type of person who was always looking for the next opportunity to become wealthy quickly. He experimented with day trading, drop shipping, and flipping footwear, among other business ventures. Each and every endeavor was a resounding failure due to the fact that Liam possessed what he referred to as vision but possessed absolutely no work ethic. Chloe, who was completely dedicated to him, continued to offer explanations for his shortcomings. About 2 years ago, Liam made the decision that he wanted to become a YouTube star and a podcaster who focuses on technology lifestyle. The charisma he possessed was comparable to that of a damp paper towel, yet Chloe asked me to assist them in getting started. One afternoon, while she was drinking coffee, she pleaded with Maya, "It's family. Liam just needs a push. You have all those cameras sitting around. Just help us film a few intros. It'll be fun." In spite of my better judgment, I gave in and agreed. I did not merely lend them a camera, rather, I became their complete production company without charging them a dime. It took me 3 exhausting weeks to change their 2-car garage, which was covered in oil and dust, into a studio that was on the cutting edge of technology. Every wall was covered with acoustic dampening foam that I hung. In order to prevent the studio lights from causing the breaker to trip, I devised a plan for the electrical load. I constructed a one-of-a-kind workstation for Liam to sit at, made adjustments to the color profiles, and set up a switching station that could accommodate 3 cameras. It had the appearance of a broadcast set that cost $1 million when it was finished. I did not charge them a single penny for my services. I went through with it because Chloe was my sister, and I had a real desire to see them achieve their goals. First, they expressed an overwhelming sense of gratitude. While Chloe was hugging me and telling me that I was the best sister in the world, Liam went out and purchased a pizza for me. On the other hand, such thankfulness had a very limited time before it expired. It came as a surprise when the channel began to gain popularity. After receiving more than 2 million views, Liam's review of a contentious new smartphone went viral and became extremely popular. Instantaneously, they reached 50,000 subscribers, then 100,000, and eventually, they surpassed the 250,000 mark. The number of sponsorships began to increase. Companies were providing them with free laptops, gaming seats, and other electronic gear for their homes. However, the dynamic had worsened to the point that it was a nightmare behind the scenes. As the number of subscribers that Liam had increased, his enormous ego also increased. He ceased requesting my assistance, and instead began to insist on receiving it. It was 2:00 inches the morning on a Tuesday when he would send me a text message that read, "I need the new tech review edited and color graded by 8 inches the morning. Please don't mess up the audio sync this time." There was no please, or thank you. Simply commands. In order to keep their channel afloat, I was working 4-hour days, while also balancing my actual paying freelance customers and giving up my nights and weekends. Even horrible was Chloe. She named herself the brand manager, which meant that she wanted me to negotiate the contracts, arrange the shoot lists, and carry out the deliverables. In essence, she was the one who forwarded me letters from sponsors. I would be gaslighted into forgetfulness whenever I brought up the fact that I was fatigued and needed to be rewarded for my time. She would do this in order to make me forget about it. When she would say things like, "Maya, you're living in our guest room for cheap rent," she would completely ignore the fact that I was paying $1,200 per month for a room that was so small that it didn't even have a heater that really worked. This is a family business. We all have to grind. Stop being so selfish. The lack of respect reached an unbearable level. When I entered the garage, I would discover that my lenses, which cost me $800, had been carelessly thrown down the concrete floor, without their caps being on. Liam would be eating greasy fast food directly over my editing keyboard, and I would find him doing it. In response to my request that he show respect for my apparatus, he laughed in my face. "It's all a business write-off anyway, Maya. Relax. You're way too territorial." On a Thursday afternoon when the temperature was quite high, the absolute breaking point occurred. I had just returned home after a tough commercial shoot that lasted for 11 hours in the scorching heat of Texas. Not only was I fatigued and dehydrated, but I also wanted to make sure that my footage was safe. I was completely frozen as I entered the garage studio. It was Liam who was carrying my primary cinema setup, which cost $3,500, by the monitor arm, which was a component that was not intended to support the weight of the complete camera. At the same time as he was making a ridiculous behind-the-scenes video for his Instagram story, he was recklessly dangling it over a heavy metal stool. He was wildly moving the camera back and forth in order to get what he called a dynamic blur effect. My stomach fell as my heart began to plunge. I uttered the words, "Put that down right now," with a voice that was dangerously low and instantly on edge. "That is not your toy. Put it on the desk." He didn't even flinch in response. He did not appear to be guilty. With a smirk on his face, he gently lowered the camera and turned to face me. It was a smirk that was so conceited and unconcerned that it caused my blood to boil. "What is your actual problem, Maya? You think you own everything around here?" I was so taken aback by his brazenness that I blinked my eyes. "I do own that, Liam. Every single piece of equipment in this entire room. I bought with my own money. That camera alone is worth more than your car." The way he rolled his eyes and scoffed loudly made me feel like a child who was going crazy. "We're family. You live in my house. It's all shared property, basically. Stop acting like a crazy person. Chloe came in from the kitchen as she was drinking an iced coffee, and before I could even begin to develop a rebuttal to that absurd logic, she strolled in. After taking a single glance at the circumstance, she promptly let out a sigh, utilizing that condescending tone that usually made everything seem like it was entirely my fault. The woman moaned, "Are you serious, Maya? It is not that deep. You are acting like a complete stranger. He didn't break anything. You need to fix your attitude." While I was staring at my own sister, I felt a chilly knot grow in the center of my chest. Chloe, that is not the point. You do not use a professional's tools without asking, especially when you are handling them like garbage. Liam gave a nasty and scornful grin as he added his 2 cents. What? Are you going to send me an invoice, Maya? Go ahead. Bill me. On the other hand, Chloe's subsequent statements were the ones that absolutely demolished any remaining familial relationship that we had. When she looked at me, her eyes were dead, and her face was one of icy irritation. Look, Maya, you're just the help. You're a glorified assistant. If you're going to be this difficult, you need to know you are not exactly irreplaceable. We could go on Fiverr right now and hire some college kid in another country to do your job for $10 an hour. Chill out, or get out. Or, in the immediate aftermath, there was a jarring and oppressive quiet. Not only was it loud, but it was also unambiguous. All of the things that I had been attempting to suppress for the past year and a half were validated by this. They showed no respect for me. They did not like me at all. They did not respect my abilities, value my time, or acknowledge my giving. As far as they were concerned, I was nothing more than a free resource. It is an asset in the background, a component of the infrastructure that they were free to violate and get rid of any time they felt like it. Moreover, the moment I attempted to establish a fundamental barrier, I became the antagonist. Neither did I yell. My voice was not heard. There was nothing that I broke, and I did not seek an apology for my actions. I did nothing more than stare at them, give them a slow nod, and then emerge from the garage. Without any delay, I made my way to my bedroom and secured the door. As I sat on my bed, I experienced a physical feeling of nausea. My hands were trembling as a result of a combination of anger and significant betrayal. I needed to take a deep breath. When I opened my personal laptop, I began the process of backing up the client film that I had taken earlier that day. I opened my browser, however, and discovered that Liam had left his Gmail account locked in on my computer from the previous night, when he insisted that I download a particular sound effect pack. I was surprised to find that he had done this. An unread email that was at the top of his inbox caught my attention just as I was going to log him out of his account. Sony A7SIRI and lenses, cash offer, was the subject line written in the email. For some reason, my blood became ice cold. The email was clicked by me. There was a conversation going on between Liam and a shady pawn shop in the neighborhood, as well as a buyer on Facebook Marketplace. Liam was diligently negotiating the sale of my backup camera bodies, 3 of my most costly G-Master lenses, and my DJI drone. He was also interested in selling my DJI drone. It was him who had provided them photographs of my equipment, photographs that he had taken when I was away from home. On the other hand, things grew even worse. My investigation into his email inbox led me to discover the reason why. Over the course of 3 months, Liam had covertly put $15,000 into a cryptocurrency scheme that was utterly fake. Each and every dime had been lost by him. He was currently in a state of financial devastation, and his creditors were threatening to take legal action against him. Following that, I discovered a shared email thread between Chloe and Liam. Chloe was aware of it. In addition to being aware of the debt, she was also aware of his intention to sell my equipment. In an email dated just 2 days prior, Chloe wrote, "Just sell the backup cameras while Maya is at her commercial shoot on Friday. We can leave the side door of the garage open and tell her somebody broke in and stole them. She has insurance anyway, she can just buy new ones. We need this money, Liam." Reading such lines was like taking a gunshot to the chest in the form of a bodily manifestation. My very own sister. The woman for whom I had worked till 4 o'clock in the morning to edit, the woman for whom I had developed a business, was actively conspiring to rob me blind and gaslight me about it, all in order to cover up her husband's foolish financial mistakes. They considered me to be interchangeable. They just believed I was there to assist them. They believed that they could take from me, make use of me, and then throw me away without facing any consequences. I put the laptop away firmly. Suddenly, the melancholy vanished, and it was immediately succeeded by a clarity that was icy, calculating, and terrifying. I wasn't just looking to get out. My goal was to impart upon them a lesson that they would carry with them for the rest of their unhappy lives without fail. It was my intention to demonstrate to them what the term, replaceable, literally meant. After enduring a period of time during which you have been disregarded, mistreated, and taken for granted, You eventually learn how to prepare for war in complete and utter silence. Despite the emails, I did not challenge them about them. At no point did I utter a single word. I stepped into the kitchen that evening, apologized to both of them for overreacting earlier, and informed them that I was going to spend the weekend at a friend's house in order to calm down and get some fresh air. They appeared to be extremely arrogant. My shoulder was massaged by Chloe, and she said, "It takes a big person to admit when they're wrong, Maya. We forgive you." I had to bite the inside of my cheek until it bled in order to prevent myself from laughing in her face. Something that they were unaware of was the fact that I had already rented a large storage container that was climate-controlled and located across town 6 months prior, which was roughly around the time that Liam's claim began to make its appearance. For a period of half a year, I had been methodically replicating project files, recording serial numbers, photographing receipts, and collecting a master dossier of everything that I possessed. I never said a word about it, but I had been doing all of these things. I kept a record of every instance in which Liam borrowed something without permission. In every instance in which Chloe referred to my work as hers in an email, I made sure to save it to a safe cloud drive. The evening of Friday arrived. For the occasion of celebrating reaching 250,000 subscribers, which was a milestone that I had single-handedly engineered, Liam and Chloe got dressed up and went out to an expensive steakhouse in the downtown area. They informed me that they would be out until at least 2 a.m., and that subsequently, they would be hitting the bars. At the moment, when their vehicle exited the driveway, I moved out of the path. It was precisely 5 hours later. I reached out to 2 of my closest friends who worked in the local film industry. These were guys who were aware of the extent to which I was being preyed upon. Approximately 15 minutes later, they arrived in a large U-Haul box truck that they had rented. There was not a single second that we spared. When we entered the garage studio, we immediately began dismantling it until it was completely bare. Red cameras, Sony bodies, stabilizers, and gimbals were among the items that we packed at the same time. I had painstakingly built a lighting grid that cost $4,000 to the ceiling, and we destroyed it. The heavy-duty C-stands, the audio interfaces, the mixing boards, the acoustic sound panels, the gigantic curved monitors, and the unique liquid-cooled personal computer were all packed up by us. I went so far as to steal the ergonomic studio chair that I had purchased for Liam because he was always complaining about his lower back. The extension cords were taken by me. The power strips were taken by myself. Behind the desk, I removed the LED strip lights that were used for decoration. If my money had been used to purchase it, then it would have been loaded into the vehicle. A hollow, echoing, dusty garage with scuff marks on the drywall, and a single discolored wooden desk sitting in the middle of the room was all that was left of the so-called state-of-the-art broadcast studio by the time the clock struck 11:30 p.m. It appeared to be pitiful. It appeared to be exactly the same as what Liam had actually brought to the table, which was nothing at all. But that wasn't the end of it. Merely retrieving my stuff was the act of taking my equipment. What I left behind on that wooden desk that was empty was a digital landmine that was intended to destroy their entire fictitious kingdom. A backup laptop that was decades old and extremely sluggish was left plugged into the wall. 4 folders with labels were arranged in a perfectly centered position on the desktop. When I opened the first folder, it was labeled Unpaid Invoices. Inside, I found a legally binding invoice that was meticulously documented and covered 18 months of my labor. In addition to negotiating the brand, editing, color grading, audio mixing, thumbnail design, and set construction are all included. Everything was billed at the regular market rates for the industry. It was determined that the grand total was $142,500. I put a message to the bottom of the invoice that read, "Payment is due upon receipt. Late fees will apply." There were official notices from Adobe, Final Cut, and 3 separate music licensing sites contained within Folder 2, which was titled Software and Licensing. Under my limited liability company, they registered the software that they utilized on a daily basis. I had formally revoked their access, updated all of the passwords, and initiated an urgent termination of their account. Even without my permission, they were unable to access the files associated with their previous projects. The death shot was revealed in Folder 3, which was labeled Sponsorships and Contracts. For their top 5 brand deals, there were PDF copies of the contracts contained within the package. Due to the fact that Chloe was too lethargic to complete the paperwork, I had created and signed all of the agreements under the name of my production company in order to guarantee that we were well compensated. For all legal matters, I was the only point of contact. The screenshots that I shared were of the emails that I had already written to those brands that morning, in which I formally retracted my claim and informed them that I was no longer involved with the channel. A high-resolution screenshot of Liam's correspondence with the pawn shop, the buyer on Facebook Marketplace, and his anxious texts about his loss of $15,000 in cryptocurrency was contained within Folder 4, which bore the caption, "The Pawn Shop and the Crypto Debt." Chloe's email, in which she agreed to conduct a false heist, was included in this message. I left a text document inside that simply said, "Good luck paying off your debt with no channel and no equipment. Don't ever call me, the help again." I left this without any other information. After locking the door, I got into my car and drove away from the house. I poured myself a huge glass of expensive red wine, spent the rest of the night putting my belongings into my immaculate storage unit, and then went to sleep like a complete and utter baby. The aftermath was of a nuclear nature, and it occurred in rapid succession. On Saturday morning, at 9 o'clock, this enormous live Q&A and tech giveaway stream was widely pushed by Liam in order to celebrate reaching the milestone of 200,000 subscribers. As I sipped coffee and watched my phone, I was sitting in my brand new luxury apartment which I had just signed the lease for 2 days before. My screen came on at precisely 9:14 inches the morning. "Liam, you have 47 missed calls. Chloe has received 22 text messages. Maya, where are you? Where is the gear? Did you take the cameras to get cleaned? We go live in 45 minutes. Maya, answer the phone, this isn't funny. What is this laptop? What are these folders? Call me right now." I did not return even a single one of them. As an alternative, I launched my professional Instagram and LinkedIn accounts and posted a single text visual that was produced in a clean and organized manner. Official update. As of today, I am no longer the lead producer, editor, or brand manager for Channel Name. All of my production equipment, software licenses, and intellectual property have been formally withdrawn from the premises. I am excited to announce that I am launching my own independent creative agency. All brand and business inquiries can now be directed to my personal email. Onward and upward. Onward. There is no drama, there will be no ranting, clarity that is uncompromising, and professional. As of 10 o'clock in the morning, Liam had no choice but to go live. From my iPad, I was able to watch it. I have never seen anything more pitiful than what I saw at that moment. Liam was compelled to broadcast his show from his iPhone 11, which he propped up on a coffee mug in his kitchen because he did not have access to a studio, lighting, or professional audio equipment. The lighting was terrible, and it cast shadows that were deep and yellow just under his eyes. The audio was a disorganized mess consisting of echoes and the hum of a refrigerator. He appeared to be absolutely psychotic, drenched in sweat, and frantic. As he stutteringly said, "Hey guys." His voice began to crack. We are actually undergoing some massive studio renovations today, upgrading the whole setup. So we're just chilling in the kitchen for this milestone stream." The instantaneous live chat completely ripped him to tears. "Bro, why does it look like you're broadcasting from a hostage bunker? Where is the crisp audio? My ears are bleeding. Did your editor quit? Did you lose your gear? Wait, I just saw Maya's Instagram post. She took all her stuff. LMAO, Liam is broke." After only 12 minutes of streaming, Liam suddenly came to a state of panic, attempted to block the individuals who had mentioned my name, accidentally knocked his phone over, and abruptly ended the entire stream. The explosion of my mail occurred at the same time as Liam was losing his cool on the internet. An email was given to me personally from a representative of Technova, which is their most significant sponsor. "Hi Maya, we saw your LinkedIn post. We were incredibly confused about the sudden change. To be transparent, we only signed with Liam's channel because of the high-tier production quality and your professional communication. Since you hold the contract, can we void the agreement with Liam and discuss retaining your new agency for our upcoming corporate campaigns?" I had secured over $40,000 in upcoming contracts for my new solo agency by the time lunchtime rolled around, and I had successfully grabbed 3 of their most prominent sponsors. I was the sound that was flawless, the audio that was seamless, the emails that were professional, and the silent brilliance that no one acknowledged. Everyone in the industry was aware of the person who was responsible for making that content successful. While all was going on, Chloe arrived at my new apartment complex at last. There is a possibility that she discovered my whereabouts by using an outdated family sharing software. Her mascara was flowing down her cheeks as she screamed my name while she was standing outside the security gate, crying uncontrollably at the same time. Her entry was denied to her. 3 stories up, I stood on my balcony and stared down at her. I was looking down at her. She texted me furiously, "You ruined us. We owe $15K to those crypto guys, and now the brands are pulling out. Liam is having a panic attack. You need to bring the gear back right now, or I am calling the police for theft." I simply responded by sending a screenshot of the receipts that demonstrated that I had purchased each and every piece of equipment, followed by a single text message that read, "You said I was replaceable. Go find the Fiverr kid. Have a great life, Chloe." After that, I blocked her number, blocked Liam's number, and blocked their accounts on each and every social media platform. I was not even close to being finished. It wasn't even close to the beginning of the actual destruction. However, for Chloe and Liam, it was a gradual and excruciating decline into complete destruction that was aired live for the entire world to see. They say that rock bottom hits all at once, but not for them. Desperate to keep the channel alive and appease the sponsors who hadn't jumped ship yet, Liam tried to re-upload 3 of our older, highly produced tutorial videos, claiming they were throwback classics. He tried to slap a new watermark over them, and monetize them to generate some quick ad revenue. One essential fact was overlooked by him. The back-end license rights for all of the footage that was shot using my equipment and edited with my software were held in their entirety by me. When it came to the graphics, the B-roll, and the audio mixes, I was the owner of the copyright. As soon as the recordings were made available to the public, I immediately submitted a formal DMCA copyright strike through the legal site on YouTube. Due to the fact that I possessed the original raw data that contained timestamps, my claim was unshakable. Within the span of 1 hour, the initial video was removed. In a state of panic, Liam attempted to contest it by claiming that it was fair use. Actually, this is perjury. In the following video, I am shown striking him with a second blow, and then a third. YouTube has stringent standards that stipulate that a channel would be permanently terminated if it receives 3 copyright strikes. It was exactly 1 week after I had packed up my gear that Liam's channel, which had 250,000 subscribers, millions of views, and years of hustle, was completely removed from the internet. This occurred on a Tuesday afternoon. It's gone, it is vaporized. The only thing that up on the screen when you searched for his name was a gray screen that read, "This account has been terminated due to multiple third-party claims of copyright infringement." Within a matter of hours, Liam's attempt to launch a new channel was unsuccessful because YouTube's algorithm identified his IP address as a potential means of circumventing the restriction. This was the end of his digital empire. But what is the most incredible twist of all? Which one was the one that utterly and completely ruined their lives? That was a result of the digital landmine that I failed to remove from the laptop. There was more to it than just leaving those folders for them to look at. I was quite thorough. Prior to my departure that evening, I had gathered a substantial dossier of their questionable accounting practices. I had documented the manner in which Liam claimed his own business deductions for the equipment that I had provided for him. There were thousands of dollars worth of gifted technology devices that they never recorded as income, and I documented them. The most important thing is that I documented the loss of $15,000 in cryptocurrency that Liam had attempted to fraudulently write off as a business theft expense. I took the complete dossier, added the emails, the bills, and the screenshots, and then I sent it to the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, using Form 3949A, which is an information referral for suspected tax fraud. It was 2 months later when the hammer finally fell. Chloe and Liam became the subjects of an official audit conducted by the federal government. But the Internal Revenue Service discovered something that I had not even been aware of during the audit. In an effort to circumvent paying high tax brackets on their initial brand deals, Liam had unlawfully used my social security number on 2 W-9 forms, claiming the income under my name without my knowledge. This was done in an attempt to avoid paying the high tax brackets. That was more than just evading taxes. Theft of identity was a criminal offense. As soon as the Internal Revenue Service informed me of the discrepancy, I immediately recruited a business litigation attorney who was as merciless as a shark. Not only did we write a cease and desist letter, but we also dropped a nuclear bomb on their doorstep in a peaceful manner. In the formal demand letter that we sent, we stated that we would take the evidence directly to the police and press criminal charges for identity theft and wire fraud if Liam did not immediately sign a confession regarding the fraudulent W-9s, assume 100% of the tax liabilities, and publicly retract any negative statements that he had made about me. In the face of the horrific reality of being incarcerated in federal prison, Liam utterly collapsed. It is the confession that he signed. They were subjected to devastating penalties, enormous back taxes, and fraud fines from the Internal Revenue Service. Liam had no choice but to liquidate everything in order to avoid being locked up in a jail cell and to satisfy the cryptocurrency debt that was still pursuing him from behind. He was forced to part with his cherished sports automobile. Sadly, he was forced to sell his enormous gaming equipment. They were forced to completely deplete their modest savings accounts to the point of zero. Chloe, the lady who told me that I was just the help, was compelled to obtain a job at a local bakery that paid the minimum wage and worked the closing shift in order to ensure that their home would continue to have access to energy. It was necessary for Liam to accept a position as a basic customer service representative in a contact center, where he would spend 10 hours a day being screamed at by irate clients. Due to the fact that they were unable to afford the mortgage without the money from YouTube, their home finally went into pre-foreclosure. During this time, my life took a turn for the better, and is now in an altogether other region. The explosion of my single creative agency occurred when I was no longer burdened by the dead weight of my family, which was weighing me down, draining my energy, and taking my hours. What about the initial brand contract with Technova that I stole? Because they were so impressed with my solo work, they extended to me an exclusive contract worth $85,000 to serve as their chief in-house commercial director for the entire current year. I took that money, leased a gorgeous commercial studio space in downtown Austin that was flooded with sunlight, and officially launched my company, which I called Apex Frame Media. Within a span of 6 months, I had so many high-paying corporate clients that I needed to hire 2 assistant editors who worked full-time and a lighting technician in order to keep up with the workload. I was making 3 times as much as I had ever taken in previously. A brand new Tesla was purchased by me. During my holiday, I went to Japan for a total of 2 weeks. I was able to get 8 hours of sleep every night without receiving a single desperate text message seeking free work at 3 o'clock in the morning. Since the night I left, it had been 8 months since I had finally left. I had reached a state of full and utter tranquility, and I was thriving. Nevertheless, there was one more matter that I needed to attend to before I could leave. It had been a happy accident that Chloe and Liam's home was the recipient of an old piece of mail, which turned out to be an important tax paperwork from a prior freelance client. It was necessary for the filing of my LLC. My phone was not on. I did not send a text. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I just happened to drive over there. The appearance of the house was extremely disheartening. In addition to being utterly brown and dead, the lawn was overgrown. It was clear that the porch light had been broken, and had not been replaced. An aggressively taped notice that read "Pre-foreclosure" was displayed in a bright neon light on the front window. Upon my ascent of the driveway, the entrance door of the house opened. The exit was made by Liam, who was carrying a little garbage bag. He gave off the impression of having aged 10 years. The bags under his eyes were large and heavy, his posture was slouched, and he was wearing a t-shirt that was too faded and damaged to be worn. When he spotted me, he became completely still. My fancy sunglasses, my tailored coat, and the shining new Tesla that was parked at the curb were all something that he took notice of. Everything around him appeared to be hollowed out. He mumbled, "Maya," with a voice that was hardly audible above a whisper. Although he appeared to be in a state of wanting to shout, cry, or beg, he did not have the energy to do any of those things. What are you doing here?" After I had finished my response, Chloe emerged from behind him and stepped out onto the porch. Despite the fact that she was covered in flour and stinking like old grease, she was dressed in her bakery uniform. The moment she laid eyes on me, her face disintegrated into a mask of unadulterated, humiliating anguish. In fact, she was incapable of making eye contact. Despite the fact that her hands were shaking, she gazed down at her worn-out sneakers. I spoke with a voice that was flawlessly calm, smooth, and utterly devoid of any emotion. "I'm just here for my mail," I said. In a cautious and deliberate manner, Liam reached into the mailbox, extracted the envelope that contained my name, and then presented it to me with a hand that was shaking. "Maya, please," he pleaded, his eyes welling up with tears as he tried to speak. "We lost everything. We have nothing left. The IRS. The house. Please. Can we just talk? Can you help us? You're doing so well now." After taking the envelope, I turned my attention to him, and allowed a sliver of a smile to just barely brush the corner of my lips. My voice was gentle as I spoke. "I would love to help, Liam, but unfortunately, I'm just a glorified assistant. I'm completely replaceable. Have you tried looking on Fiverr?" His response was not something I waited for. I walked down the driveway, got into my car, and proceeded to drive away from them while turning my back on them. When I looked in the rearview mirror, I did not look back. It was unnecessary for me to do so. When I left, I was aware of exactly what I was leaving behind: the ashes of an empire that had been created on my back and had been destroyed by my absence. I was under the impression that I left without anything. On the other hand, I took everything that was significant, and I left them with the one thing that they never offered me: the harsh reality that cannot be avoided. My wife secretly sent my 10-year-old to a camp as a labor. I came home early, rescued her, and sent my wife to federal prison forever. I pulled my heavy duffel bag out of the back of the airport taxi, the familiar, oppressive humidity of the Texas summer instantly clinging to my skin. I was exactly 28 days ahead of schedule. The offshore platform manager out on the Crimson Deep, a massive deep-sea drilling rig sitting 200 miles out in the Gulf of Mexico, had called an emergency evacuation. Hurricane Delilah was tracking directly toward our sector, bringing Category 4 winds that made staying on the rig a death sentence. For 6 grueling months, I had been working 14-hour shifts, hauling heavy chain, maintaining the drill pipes, and breathing in the constant, nauseating scent of diesel fuel, ozone, and salt spray. The only thing that kept me sane during those endless bone-aching weeks was the thought of this exact moment. I had played it out in my head 1,000 times, my 10-year-old daughter, Lily, hearing the heavy thud of my boots on the porch and coming sprinting out the front door, throwing her arms around my neck. And maybe my new wife, Vanessa, standing behind her, offering that perfectly composed, polite smile that I had convinced myself was enough for a marriage. Instead, as I walked up the driveway, the house sat completely silent under the brutal August sun. The paint on the siding looked a little more faded than I remembered, the lawn was cut a little too short, and the entire property had an eerie, lifeless quality to it. I shoved my key into the front door lock, jiggling it the exact way you always had to, and pushed it open. The moment I stepped inside, a wave of cold, heavily air-conditioned air hit me, carrying the sharp, chemical stench of bleach and lemon pledge. Everything looked entirely too clean, too sterile, too organized. It looked like a model home, not a place where a 10-year-old girl lived. That was Vanessa's doing, without a doubt. My new wife of exactly 9 months had a severe, almost clinical obsession with order and discipline. "Vanessa?" I called out, dropping my heavy canvas bag onto the hardwood floor. "Lily? I'm home early." Silence. The kind of heavy, suffocating silence that immediately makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I walked down the hallway and checked Lily's room first. I expected to find her usual chaos. My daughter was a fiercely creative kid who usually left her expensive watercolor sets, sketchbooks, and colored pencils scattered across every available surface, like a hurricane of imagination. But when I pushed her bedroom door open, my stomach instantly dropped. The room was immaculate. The bed was made with military-tight corners, a style that was entirely foreign to a 10-year-old. The vibrant, messy posters she used to have on her walls were gone. Her desk was entirely cleared off, save for a single row of sharpened pencils perfectly aligned next to a blank notepad. Her favorite worn-out sketchbook, the one she carried everywhere since her mother, my first wife, Elena, passed away from leukemia 3 years ago, was missing. The room didn't look clean, it looked abandoned. My phone vibrated violently in my pocket. Vanessa's name lit up the cracked screen. I answered immediately. "Marcus, what are you doing home?" Her voice had that sharp, brittle edge to it, the exact tone I had slowly learned to recognize and dread over our short marriage. There was no warmth, no surprise, just immediate defensive tension. "The hurricane cut the rotation short," I said, my eyes still scanning Lily's painfully empty room. "Where is Lily? Her room looks like nobody has lived in it for weeks." A pause on the other end of the line. It lasted just a second too long. "She's at the youth ministry camp. Remember? I told you all about Brother Vance's summer character building program." I hadn't remembered anything of the sort. 6 months of backbreaking manual labor, combined with spotty, static-filled satellite phone calls that dropped every 3 minutes, meant a lot of our conversations had blurred together. But I knew for a fact I would have remembered sending my daughter away to a camp. "When did she leave, Vanessa?" 3 weeks ago, Vanessa said, her voice dropping into a patronizing, soothing register that made my blood boil. "Marcus, she is having an absolutely amazing time. Brother Vance says she is really thriving out there. She's learning discipline, making friends, learning the value of a hard day's work. It's exactly what she needed to curb her behavioral issues." "Behavioral issues? She's 10 years old and likes to paint," I snapped, my heart rate beginning to climb. "I want to see her, right now. Give me the address." "Don't be ridiculous." Vanessa scoffed, the irritation bleeding through. "You are going to disrupt the entire program. These children need structure and boundaries, not parents showing up unannounced just because they got off work early. You'll ruin her progress." "Give me the damn address, Vanessa." I heard her breathing change, a sharp intake of air through her nose. "Fine. But you are going to embarrass her, and you are going to embarrass me. It's Havenwood Ministry Retreat, out on County Road 119, about 45 minutes west, toward the hill country. Marcus, I swear to God, please do not make a scene." I didn't bother responding. I hung up the phone, turned on my heel, and walked straight back out the front door. I didn't even unpack my bag. I threw myself into my battered Ford F-150, the leather seats burning against my back, and slammed the engine into gear. The drive took exactly 38 minutes, but it felt like 3 lifetimes. I pushed the truck well past the speed limit, flying down highways that eventually bled into 2-lane farm roads, which then deteriorated into cracked asphalt and finally into loose, blinding white gravel. The Texas landscape stretched out flat, parched, and endless, under a sky that looked like bleached bone. The temperature gauge on my dashboard read 104 degrees. The air outside was shimmering with heat waves. My GPS lost its satellite signal twice, leaving me to navigate blindly until the Havenwood Ministry Retreat finally appeared on the horizon like a cruel mirage. It wasn't a camp, it was a massive, Old limestone building with a towering white steeple, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. But what caught my attention wasn't the church, it was the massive, sprawling agricultural fields that stretched out for hundreds of acres behind the property. It was a commercial farm. I pulled into the gravel lot. There were no brightly colored cabins, no swimming pools, no archery ranges, just two heavy-duty pickup trucks parked near a rusted playground that looked like it hadn't been touched in a decade. I parked my truck, the gravel crunching loudly under my tires, and walked toward the main entrance of the church. The heavy oak doors were locked tight. I rattled the heavy iron handles, but they didn't budge. I walked around the side of the building, trying the secondary doors, all locked. That's when I heard it. Singing. It was a hymn, but it didn't sound joyful. It sounded thin, reedy, and exhausted, drifting over the oppressive afternoon heat. I followed the sound, walking past the rusted playground and approaching the edge of the massive fields. The plants stood waist-high, thick green bushes heavy with bright green and blistering red vegetables, jalapenos, and habanero peppers. Hundreds of thousands of them, baking in the unforgiving sun. The smell of the capsaicin in the air was so thick it actually made my eyes water and my throat burn just standing at the perimeter. And there were children in the field. Maybe 25 or 30 of them, ranging in age from what looked like 7 to 14. They were wearing oversized, wide-brimmed straw hats and thick, long-sleeved flannel shirts despite the 104-degree heat. They were moving incredibly slowly down the endless rows, heavy burlap sacks slung over their small shoulders, picking the peppers by hand. A man wearing a cowboy hat, mirrored sunglasses, and a tactical vest stood at the edge of the field, a radio walkie-talkie clipped to his shoulder. He wasn't a counselor, he was a guard. He was watching them work, his arms crossed over his chest. My eyes frantically scanned the rows of identical, exhausted children. Then, in the fourth row, I saw her. I would recognize her anywhere. Lily had her mother's exact posture, the way her left shoulder dipped slightly when she was tired. She was wearing a straw hat that was entirely too big for her head, threatening to swallow her face. Her long sleeves were rolled up slightly, and even from 50 yards away, I could see that her bare forearms were covered in angry, red scratches and raised, blistering rashes. As I watched, she stumbled over a thick root, her knees hitting the dry, cracked dirt. She didn't cry out. She just hastily pushed herself back up, her small hands shaking as she reached for another cluster of peppers. Everything inside of me, every ounce of fatigue from the rig, every shred of patience I had ever possessed, evaporated instantly. The blood roaring in my ears sounded like the ocean. My vision tunneled. I didn't think, I just moved. I stepped off the grass and marched directly into the dirt field. Hey! The man with the walkie-talkie suddenly snapped to attention, his hand dropping to a heavy flashlight on his belt. Hey, buddy. This is private church property. You are trespassing. Turn around right now. That is my daughter, I snarled, my voice sounding like it was coming from someone else. I didn't slow down. I was closing the distance fast. I was close enough now to see Lily's face clearly. Her cheeks were violently sunburned, peeling in thick strips. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, but it was her hands that made my stomach violently heave. Her small fingers were stained a sickly yellowish green from the pepper plant residue, covered in open, weeping blisters where the pure capsaicin oils had seeped into the microcuts on her skin. She heard the commotion and looked up. For a second, her hollow, exhausted eyes just stared at me blankly, as if she couldn't process what she was seeing. Then, the recognition hit. Her eyes went impossibly wide. Daddy? Her voice was nothing more than a ragged croak. The burlap sack slipped from her blistered fingers, spilling peppers into the dirt. And then she just collapsed. She dropped straight down into the dust, curling in on herself, sobbing so violently that her frail, trembling body shook the pepper bushes around her. I broke into a dead sprint. The guard stepped directly into my path, squaring his shoulders, fully intending to physically stop me. But he had absolutely no idea who he was dealing with. I had spent the last 6 months throwing around 200-pound steel chains on a slippery deck in the middle of the ocean. I didn't even break my stride. I hit him with my shoulder, dropping my weight directly into his chest. He flew backward like a rag doll, crashing hard into the dirt, his walkie-talkie skittering away. I fell to my knees in the dirt next to Lily, ignoring the burning oils on the plants. She threw herself into my chest, her thin arms locking around my neck with a desperate, terrifying strength. She weighed absolutely nothing. She felt like a skeleton wrapped in flannel. Daddy, Daddy, you came back, she wailed, her tears soaking instantly into my shirt. They told me you weren't coming back. Vanessa told them you abandoned me. They said you didn't want me anymore because I was bad, and I had to work in the fields to earn my keep so God would forgive me. Brother Vance said I was a burden. I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm sorry I was bad. Please don't leave me. Shh, shh. I've got you, baby. I've got you, I choked out, my own tears spilling over as I pulled her tighter against my chest, feeling the sharp angles of her ribs. I'm right here. I am never leaving you. I am so sorry. I didn't know, Lily. I swear to God I didn't know. The singing in the field had completely stopped. The other children had frozen in their tracks, their terrified, hollow eyes staring at us. Some of them looked desperate, silently pleading. Most of them just looked terrified of what the punishment would be for stopping their work. You need to get the hell off this property right now. The guard had scrambled to his feet, his face purple with rage. He was screaming into his radio. Code red in the south field. I need Brother Vance and backup immediately. We have a hostile trespasser. I stood up, pulling Lily into my arms. She wrapped her legs around my waist and buried her face into my neck, trembling violently. I glared at the guard. My fists clenched so tight my knuckles were white. Where are their parents? I demanded, my voice dangerously low. What the hell is this place? These children are in the legal temporary guardianship of Havenwood Ministry. The guard spat back, keeping a safe distance from me. We have the paperwork. Now put the girl down and get off the property before I call the county sheriff. Call them, I roared, my voice echoing over the silent fields. Call the damn police right now. I want them here. The sheriff knows all about our ministry, buddy, the guard sneered, wiping dirt off his vest. We have agricultural permits. Notavad. We have agricultural permits. We have religious exemption status. These troubled kids are learning valuable life skills and work ethic. It's a hell of a lot better than rotting in the juvenile system. I turned my back on him and started walking back toward the church parking lot, carrying Lily. The other children watched us go in dead silence. As I passed the first row, a tiny little boy, who couldn't have been more than 7 years old, looked up at me with massive, tear-filled eyes and whispered, "Mister, can you take me, too?" That single whisper shattered whatever restraint I had left. It broke something fundamental inside my soul. As I reached the edge of the gravel parking lot, 3 large men came storming around the side of the limestone church. 2 of them were built like bouncers, wearing identical tactical vests. The man leading them was older, maybe in his late 50s, with slicked-back silver hair, wearing perfectly pressed slacks, and a crisp polo shirt with the Havenwood Ministry logo embroidered on the chest. He looked like a wealthy politician. I assumed this was the infamous Brother Vance. "Mr. Miller, I presume," Brother Vance said, his voice smooth, practiced, and dripping with condescension. He held up his hands in a gesture of false peace. "I understand you are having an emotional reaction, but you need to calm down. My name is Brother Vance. I run this ministry. My 10-year-old daughter was picking capsaicin peppers in 104-degree heat," I said, my voice trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. "We are teaching these troubled youth the sacred value of hard work and suffering," Brother Vance replied, his smile perfectly serene, though his eyes were completely dead. "Lily has severe behavioral and defiance issues, as I'm sure your lovely wife Vanessa has made you aware. Vanessa, who currently holds legal guardianship while you are offshore, decided that structure and discipline were required. She made Lily a ward of our ministry for the summer. We have all the proper, notarized paperwork." "Then let me see the paperwork," I challenged, stepping toward him. "It is in my office, which is locked for the Sabbath." Brother Vance smiled, a sickening, triumphant smirk. "I'm afraid you taking her is simply not possible. You are disrupting a carefully designed psychological and spiritual program. Put the child down, Mr. Miller, and go home to your wife." Lily whimpered, her blistered fingers digging painfully into my shoulders. "Daddy, please. Please don't let them put me back in the dark room. Please, I'll be good. I promise I'll never paint again. I'll be good." I looked at Brother Vance, then at his 2 massive guards, and then back toward the miles of empty, isolated fields. "I am leaving with my daughter. If any of you try to stop me, I am going to put you in the ground." "That would be kidnapping," Vance said smoothly, pulling a sleek smartphone from his pocket. "She is in our legal care. If you attempt to remove her from these grounds, I will call the sheriff, and I will have you arrested for assault and kidnapping. Do you really want to put your daughter through the trauma of watching her father get tackled and handcuffed in the dirt?" My phone had exactly 1 bar of signal. I pulled it out of my pocket with my free hand, and hit Vanessa's contact. She answered on the very first ring. "Marcus, what did you do?" she hissed. "Did you sign custody papers, Vanessa?" I demanded, my voice echoing in the quiet lot. "It is not custody," she fired back defensively. "It is just a temporary summer behavioral agreement. Brother Vance explained that Lily needed severe discipline while you were gone. She was acting out. She was talking back to me. She was leaving her art supplies everywhere. She was refusing to pray with me. I gave her the structure you have never been able to provide because you're always running off to the ocean. You sent my 9-year-old daughter to a slave labor camp to pick blistering peppers in the blazing sun." I screamed into the phone. "It's character building," Vanessa shrieked back. They garden, they learn responsibility. You are ruining everything. I hung up the phone. I looked dead into Brother Vance's eyes. I'm leaving. Vance's fake smile instantly vanished. His face hardened into a mask of pure malice. He nodded slightly to the two massive men flanking him. Gentlemen, please escort Mr. Miller to his vehicle. The child remains here. The first guard lunged forward, his massive hands reaching to grab my collar. I didn't hesitate. I shifted Lily's weight entirely onto my left hip, planted my boots in the gravel, and swung my right elbow with every ounce of momentum and fury I possessed. 6 months of swinging heavy steel wrenches had given me a terrifying amount of torque. My elbow connected squarely with the guard's jaw. The sickening crack echoed across the parking lot. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he dropped to the gravel like a sack of concrete, completely unconscious. The second guard was smarter. He didn't go for me. He lunged directly for Lily, his thick hands grabbing her frail ankle, trying to rip her out of my arms. I don't remember the exact sequence of the next 10 seconds. I saw absolute red. There was chaotic shouting. Lily was screaming in absolute terror. I kicked the second guard squarely in the kneecap, feeling the joint buckle under my steel-toed boot. He howled in pain but managed to pull a small black canister from his tactical vest, pepper spray. He aimed it at my face, but I violently twisted my body, shielding Lily entirely. The spray caught me across the back of the neck and the side of my face. The chemical burn was instantaneous and agonizing, blinding my left eye, but the adrenaline pumping through my veins completely masked the pain. Somebody punched me hard in the kidney from behind, knocking the wind out of me, but I kept moving relentlessly toward my truck, dragging my feet through the gravel, refusing to let go of my daughter. That is when the siren finally wailed. A white and brown county sheriff's cruiser came tearing down the dirt road, fishtailing wildly before slamming on its brakes in a cloud of blinding white dust right in the middle of the parking lot. The lights were flashing violently. Everything stopped. The deputy who stepped out of the cruiser was young, maybe 25 years old, his hand resting nervously on his holstered sidearm. He took in the chaotic scene, me, half-blinded and gasping for air, clutching a hysterically sobbing, filthy child, one guard unconscious on the ground bleeding from the mouth, another guard limping and holding pepper spray, and Brother Vance standing safely in the back, holding his phone up, recording the entire thing. Everybody freeze. Someone want to tell me what the hell is going on here? The young deputy shouted, his voice cracking slightly. Brother Vance instantly stepped forward, his face transforming into a mask of wounded dignity and innocent concern. Deputy Miller, thank the Lord you're here. This deranged man is attempting to violently kidnap one of our ministry's wards. He aggressively assaulted my staff unprovoked. I have the entire incident recorded on my phone. That is my daughter, I roared, my voice ragged. I was still holding Lily, who had her face buried so deep into my shirt I thought she might suffocate. Check her ID, check my ID. My name is Marcus Miller. Deputy Miller looked incredibly uncertain, his eyes darting between Vance's polished demeanor and my battered, enraged state. Sir, I am going to need you to put the child down and step back. No, sir. I am not putting her down, I said, my voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm, deadpan tone. Look at her. Look at her. I gently turned Lily's frail body just enough so the deputy could see her. I made sure he saw the horrific, peeling sunburn on her face. I made sure he saw the cracked, bleeding lips. And most importantly, I made sure he saw her hands, the blistered, weeping, chemical-burned skin, covered in toxic pepper oil and dirt. Now look over there. I pointed a trembling finger toward the massive fields, where the other children were still visible, standing frozen in the oppressive heat. Do you think this is a church camp? Do you think this is normal? The young deputy squinted through the glaring sun. He looked at Lily's destroyed hands. He looked at the vast, silent fields. I saw the exact moment his expression changed. The naive uncertainty vanished, replaced by a cold, sickening realization. He had seen something he could never unsee. He slowly turned his head back to the pastor. Brother Vance, I am going to need to see the premises. Right now. Deputy, I must protest, Vance said, his fake smile faltering for the first time. This is private, sanctified property. You need a warrant too. I have probable cause sitting right there in that dirt field. The deputy interrupted, his voice dropping an octave, his hand moving to unclip his radio. Sir, I am asking nicely. Show me where these children sleep. What happened over the next 6 hours was a blur of flashing lights, sirens, and absolute chaos. Deputy Miller called for immediate backup. Within 30 minutes, 4 more sheriff's cruisers arrived, followed by 2 state troopers, 3 ambulances, and an emergency response team from Child Protective Services. Brother Vance tried to play the cooperative, persecuted religious leader, loudly citing his constitutional rights, but his staff panicked. The guard I had kicked in the knee tried to make a run for the tree line, and was immediately violently tackled and cuffed by 2 state troopers. That is when the police found the barracks. They weren't cabins, they were 4 retrofitted steel shipping containers hidden behind the church, completely out of sight from the main road. The police used bolt cutters to snap the heavy padlocks on the outside doors. Inside, the heat was suffocating, easily topping 110 degrees. There were no beds, just thin, filthy foam mats thrown directly onto the rusted steel floors. There was no plumbing, just 5-gallon plastic buckets in the corners used for human waste. The smell was so atrocious that one of the responding troopers actually stepped out and vomited in the grass. 32 children had been sleeping in those metal ovens. 4 hours a night. The rest of their time was spent either doing brutal manual labor in the fields or sitting in discipline seminars in the church basement. I sat in the air-conditioned cab of my truck with Lily while the police systematically dismantled the compound. She had finally stopped crying, but her small, blistered hands maintained a death grip on my shirt. A paramedic, a kind older woman, came over to check her vitals. She diagnosed Lily with severe clinical dehydration, malnutrition, acute heat exhaustion, first-degree chemical burns from the capsaicin oils, and dangerous overwork. She needs to go to the emergency room immediately for intravenous fluids and burn treatment, the paramedic told me softly. I'm not leaving my dad, Lily whispered, her voice rasping. They were the first words she had spoken in 2 hours. I'll follow the ambulance right behind you, baby, I promised, kissing the top of her dirty head. I swear to you on my life, I am never leaving your side again. By sunset, the state investigators had breached Vance's locked office and found the financial ledgers. The Havenwood ministry was a massive, highly lucrative front. Vance was using the children as literal slave labor to harvest massive quantities of organic, artisan peppers, which he then sold to high-end gourmet salsa companies and organic grocery chains under a fake agricultural LLC. The children were never paid a single dime. Most of their parents genuinely believed they were at a free, charitable summer retreat for troubled youth. A few, like my wife Vanessa, had eagerly signed away their temporary legal custody, utterly brainwashed by Vance's charismatic promises of fixing their broken children. 48 children in total were rescued from the compound that day. Vanessa showed up at the hospital around 9 p.m. She walked into the sterile emergency room waiting area looking genuinely shocked, pale, and terrified. She saw me sitting next to Lily's bed, where my daughter was hooked up to 2 different IV bags, her hands heavily bandaged in thick white gauze. Vanessa tried to approach the bed, tears welling in her eyes. Lily, oh my God, Lily, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. Lily didn't say a word, she just slowly turned her head away, staring blankly at the beige hospital wall. I didn't know, Marcus. Vanessa sobbed, reaching out to touch my arm. I swear to you. Brother Vance told me it was like a strict Boy Scouts program. Character building. They showed me brochures of kids hiking and reading the Bible. I thought she just needed discipline. I didn't know. I pulled my arm away from her like she was radioactive. You didn't ask, Vanessa. You wanted to get rid of her, so you could have the perfect, quiet house you always wanted. You threw my daughter to the wolves. The CPS worker arrived shortly after to take Lily's official statement. My sweet, creative daughter sat in that hospital bed and mechanically described a daily routine straight out of a nightmare. Days that started at 4:30 a.m. Breakfast was a single scoop of watery instant oatmeal. Brutal, blistering work in the pepper fields until noon. Lunch was a single slice of bread with a smear of peanut butter. More agonizing work until sunset. Dinner was a small bowl of unseasoned rice and beans. Then, discipline time in the church basement, where Brother Vance would scream at them for hours about their inherent sin, their laziness, and how they needed to earn God's love through physical suffering. If a child complained, cried, or collapsed, they were dragged to the meditation room, a windowless, unventilated utility closet in the basement. Lily had been locked in that pitch-black closet 3 separate times. Twice for crying because the pepper juice got into her eyes, and once for begging to use a phone to call me. The police arrested Brother Vance at 10 p.m. that night. He maintained his sickening, serene calmness right up until the cold steel handcuffs clicked around his wrists. Then, the mask finally slipped. He started violently screaming at the officers about religious persecution, about his divine rights, about how the government was doing the devil's work, and how those ungrateful children needed his guidance to avoid hellfire. Vanessa was arrested 2 days later. It turned out she hadn't just signed a summer camp agreement. The investigators discovered she had been actively acting as a recruiter for Vance's cult. She had been attending local PTA meetings and church groups, identifying vulnerable, frustrated mothers and single parents, and aggressively pitching Havenwood ministry to them. 9 different families had sent their children to the labor camp based directly on Vanessa's glowing recommendations. The police charged her with child endangerment, conspiracy, and accessory to labor trafficking. I didn't feel a single shred of pity as I watched them lead her out of our pristine house in handcuffs. I filed for divorce the very next morning. The physical healing for Lily took weeks. The doctors treated her chemical burns, pumped her full of fluids, and slowly reintroduced solid foods to her shrunken stomach. They assured me her body would fully recover, and there would be no permanent physical scarring. The mental nightmares, however, took years. The criminal trial lasted for 8 grueling months. I had immediately quit my incredibly lucrative job on the deep-sea rig, choosing instead to take a massive pay cut working as a mechanic at a local auto shop in town. We sold the sterile house I had shared with Vanessa, and moved into a small, cozy, slightly messy 2-bedroom apartment. I needed to be home every single night. I needed Lily to know I was there. Brother Vance was found guilty on 48 counts of aggravated child abuse, federal labor trafficking, wire fraud, and tax evasion. The judge, a stern woman who looked at Vance with pure disgust, sentenced him to 45 years in federal prison without the possibility of parole. 12 of his guards and counselors received sentences ranging from 10 to 25 years. Vanessa's trial was highly publicized. She received an 18-year sentence. During her tearful testimony, a dark, twisted truth came to light that explained her horrific actions, even if it didn't excuse them. Vanessa had been raised in a fundamentalist, borderline cult environment herself. She had been subjected to extreme physical discipline as a child. In her deeply warped, traumatized mind, she genuinely believed she was helping Lily. She thought breaking a child's spirit through labor and isolation was the only way to save them, because that was what had been done to her. It was a tragic, generational cycle of abuse. It didn't make what she did to my daughter right, but it made it make sense in the most horrifying way possible. The other 47 children went home to their families. Some were in significantly worse shape than Lily. A 7-year-old boy named Mateo, the one who had begged me to take him, didn't speak a single word for almost a year. A 13-year-old girl named Sarah had severe scarring from infected cuts that had been left untreated for months, but they were alive. And they were free. Lily started intensive trauma therapy twice a week. For the first 4 months, she absolutely refused to touch her art supplies. I bought her the most expensive, beautiful watercolor sets and sketchbooks I could find, but she just stared at them with hollow eyes. "My hands are for working, Daddy," she whispered one night, staring at her palms, "not for wasting time." Hearing those words out of my creative, vibrant daughter's mouth hurt worse than any physical blow I had ever taken. But healing, like the damage itself, is a slow, methodical process. One rainy Sunday morning, about 6 months after the rescue, I woke up to make coffee, and found Lily, sitting at the kitchen table. Her watercolor set was open. She was painting. It wasn't a masterpiece, just a messy, vibrant, chaotic painting of our old house, the one she had lived in with her mother before the cancer took her. "Can we go visit Mama's grave today?" she asked softly, not looking up from the paper. "Yeah, baby," I choked out, wiping a tear from my eye. "We can go right now." Slowly, agonizingly slowly, my daughter came back to me. She started smiling again. The night terrors where she would wake up screaming about the dark closet became less frequent. She drew more. She started making friends at her new middle school, real, loud, messy kids, not hollow shells forced to work silently beside her in a dirt field. 3 years after the trial ended, the local community arts center reached out to us. They were hosting a massive gallery event dedicated to survivors of childhood trauma and trafficking, and they asked if Lily, now a thriving, incredibly talented 13-year-old, would be willing to showcase some of her artwork to represent her healing journey. Lily was hesitant at first, but she had been painting obsessively lately. Not just houses, but deep, emotional landscapes. "I want to do it, Dad," she told me one evening. "I want to call my exhibit out of the fire." The gallery show was held on a crisp Sunday afternoon. Over 200 people attended. There were families of the other rescued children, dedicated social workers, local politicians, and several of the police officers who had worked the Havenwood case. Deputy Miller, now a detective, showed up in his crisp dress uniform. Lily's art occupied an entire wall of the gallery. Each piece was accompanied by a small, typed card with the title and a short description she had written herself. I stood in the back of the room, sipping cheap wine, watching people weep as they moved from picture to picture. I watched Lily, wearing a bright yellow dress, confidently explaining her techniques to a group of awestruck adults. I watched Mateo, now a loud, energetic 10-year-old, laughing and eating cupcakes near the refreshment table. Detective Miller walked over and stood beside me, his hands clasped behind his back. "You did good, Marcus. You raised a hell of a kid." "She saved herself," I murmured, watching Lily smile. "That day in the parking lot," Miller said quietly, his eyes fixed on the paintings, "when you refused to put her down, when you made me look at her hands, that was the right call. If you had listened to Vance, if you had gone home, we might never have found those shipping containers in time." Some of those kids wouldn't have survived the winter. I almost didn't come home early, I admitted, the familiar, crushing weight of guilt settling in my chest. If Hurricane Delilah had tracked 50 miles to the north, I would have been stuck on that rig for another month. She would have been in that field for another 30 days. I got lucky, detective. Just dumb, blind luck. Maybe, Miller nodded. But when you got there, you trusted your gut. You didn't let the authority figure gaslight you. That's what matters. I watched Lily wave at me from across the room. She was right. I had spent so many years choosing the massive paychecks of the oil rig over being present. I had desperately wanted to believe Vanessa was the perfect stepmother, so I wouldn't have to face the reality of raising a grieving daughter alone. My willful ignorance had almost cost my daughter her life. Lily jogged over to me, grabbing my hand. She still did that sometimes, gripping my fingers tightly, just to make sure I was physically there, that I wasn't an illusion. Dad, come look. Mrs. Henderson wants to buy my centerpiece. I walked over to the center of the wall. The piece was a massive, 3-panel canvas. It depicted the Havenwood pepper fields. In the first panel, the fields were dark, terrifying, and oppressive, the peppers looking like drops of blood in the dirt. In the second panel, the sun was rising, and the heavy burlap sacks the children carried were fraying and tearing apart. In the third panel, the fields were entirely transformed. The pepper bushes had bloomed into massive, vibrant sunflowers, and the children were walking away into the light, their chains literally dissolving into butterflies. It's breathtaking, the buyer, an older woman with tears in her eyes, said. It shows that the pain doesn't just disappear, it transforms. It loses its power over you. Lily squeezed my hand. Thanks, Dad, she whispered. For what, baby? For coming home early. Later that evening, after we had packed up the unsold paintings and loaded them into the back of my truck, we took a detour. We drove 45 minutes west, out toward the hill country. We turned down County Road 119. The Havenwood ministry was completely gone. The massive limestone church had been bulldozed to the ground by the county after the property was seized. The horrific shipping containers had been sold for scrap metal. The massive agricultural fields had been purchased by a green energy company. Where the blistering rows of capsaicin peppers once stood, there were now hundreds of sleek, silent solar panels, soaking up the fading Texas sun, turning the brutal heat into something useful, something good. We stood by the chain-link fence, looking out over the sea of glass and steel. It looks so different, Lily said softly, resting her chin on the fence. It is different, I said, wrapping my arm around her shoulders. It can't hurt anyone ever again. Today, I work as a mechanic, but my real job is advocacy. I volunteer with a national nonprofit organization that educates parents, schools, and communities about the insidious warning signs of the troubled teen industry and abusive behavioral camps. We travel across the state, giving seminars to desperate parents who are at their wits' end. We teach them to ask the hard questions. Where exactly is this facility located? What are the exact sleeping arrangements? Can I visit my child unannounced at any time? Are the children allowed free, unmonitored phone calls home? We teach them that any program that demands absolute isolation, that uses the language of breaking a child to fix them, or that uses religious authority to justify physical suffering, is a massive, screaming red flag. And, with her enthusiastic permission, I share Lily's story. Evil doesn't always look like a monster hiding in the dark. Sometimes, evil wears a perfectly pressed polo shirt and a warm, practiced smile. Sometimes, evil hides behind stained glass windows, quoting scriptures about discipline and salvation. It preys on vulnerable, exhausted families. It preys on single parents desperately looking for help. It counts on your shame, your fatigue, and your blind trust in authority figures to keep its dark machinery running. The only weapon we have against it is absolute vigilance. As a parent, your primary duty is not to provide a perfectly structured, sterile house. Your duty is to be the absolute, unwavering shield between your child and the darkness of the world. You have to trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, if a situation feels off, you do not politely walk away. You kick the damn doors down. Lily is 14 now. She is loud, she is messy, she is brilliantly creative, and she is fiercely independent. She still has bad days, she still hates the smell of jalapenos, but she is alive, she is painting. And she knows, without a shadow of a doubt, that no matter where she is, no matter what happens, if she calls for me, I will tear the world apart to find her. My sister almost died cause Dad locked her up in a tornado. I built a criminal case to put him in federal prison. Enjoy a cell. I was sitting in my apartment, 22 years old, and just trying to get through a quiet Friday evening, when my phone buzzed. It was a screenshot from my little sister, Chloe. It was a severe weather alert for Oak Haven, Illinois. Tornado warning. Take cover immediately. The next message she sent made the blood in my veins turn to absolute ice. Dad won't let me leave my bed. Chloe was at my father Richard's house for her court-mandated custody weekend. The exact same house at 8,924 Maple Crest Lane, where he had locked me in my bedroom during a severe flash flood warning 3 years ago, just to prove he was the man of the house and wouldn't be dictated to by the government. I called her immediately. She picked up on the first ring, and I could already hear the wind howling a vicious, unnatural tone in the background through the phone's speaker. Liam, her voice was trembling so hard the syllables were breaking apart. Dad says I'm being dramatic and looking for attention. Where are you right now, Chloe? I demanded, already pulling up my laptop to check the local radar. My bedroom, 2nd floor. He told Evelyn to stand in the hallway to make sure I don't leave. The 2nd floor. The absolute worst possible place to be during a tornadic event. You need to get to the basement right now. I told her, my voice rising in panic. I don't care what he says. Run past her. I tried, she sobbed. Evelyn is literally standing right outside my door with her arms crossed. She said if I leave my room, they're going to call my probation officer and tell the family court judge I'm defiant and unruly. You know Dad will do it, Liam. Last time I disobeyed him about a curfew, he got my visitation extended by 3 whole months. I stared at the radar on my screen. A massive, violent blob of red and purple was barreling directly toward Maple Crest Lane. It was an EF4. The local news anchors were literally begging people to get underground. It was 14 minutes out. Put me on speakerphone and walk out anyway, I ordered, my heart hammering against my ribs. I can't, she whimpered. I'm so scared. I hung up and immediately dialed my dad. It rang 5 times and went to voicemail. I called my stepmother, Evelyn. Sent straight to voicemail. They were ignoring me on purpose. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped my phone as I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? The dispatcher answered. My 15-year-old sister is being held against her will in a 2nd-floor bedroom during an active tornado warning. I practically screamed. The address is 8,924 Maple Crest Lane. You need to send police right now. Sir, is there a custody dispute happening? The operator asked calmly. We cannot intervene in civil custody situations. This isn't about custody, I yelled, pacing my living room. There is a massive tornado heading straight for that house. Her father and stepmother will not let her take shelter. They are physically blocking her. Sir, all of our emergency vehicles are currently entering shelter protocol. We cannot dispatch units into the direct path of an active tornadic system, if the adults in the home are present. I hung up. I was entirely on my own. I called my mom, Sarah, who was stuck in New York on a corporate business trip. She answered, sounding exhausted. Mom, Dad won't let Chloe take shelter. There's an EF4 tornado dropping on Oakhaven right now. I'm calling the police. I'm calling everyone. What? Mom gasped. I'm calling my lawyer right now. This is a violation of the decree. A lawyer isn't going to dig her out of the rubble, Mom. She needs physical help right this second. She started crying, realizing she was 1,000 miles away and completely helpless. I hung up and scrolled frantically through my contacts. I called my dad's next-door neighbor, Mr. Henderson. He picked up, sounding incredibly annoyed. Mr. Henderson, please, it's Liam. You have to go next door. Dad has Chloe locked in her upstairs bedroom and there's a tornado coming. Please go bang on the door. Liam. I am not getting involved in Richard's family drama again. The old man huffed. Last time I tried to mediate between you kids and your father, he threatened to sue me for trespassing and harassment. That is between you and your dad. And he hung up. I called my dad's brother, Uncle Thomas. Liam, you know I can't undermine Richard's parenting style. He's the man of his house. He's going to get her killed. I screamed at the wall. My phone buzzed. A text from Chloe. The lights just flickered. My ears are popping. I love you, Liam. I dialed my dad again. This time, miraculously, he picked up. What do you want, Liam? He snapped, sounding completely unbothered. Get Chloe to the goddamn basement right now. There is an EF4 tornado less than 2 miles from your house. Liam, I am not falling for another one of your mother's hysterical manipulations. It's just a bad thunderstorm. Chloe is fine. She needs to learn to stay in her room when she's told. Check the news. Look out the window. Dad, please, I am begging you. This is just another pathetic attempt to disrupt my legally mandated custody time, he said coldly. Do not call this number again tonight. Click. Before I could throw my phone across the room, it rang. It was Chloe. Liam, she whispered. Her voice was completely hollow. Dead. I can see it. My stomach dropped into a bottomless pit. What? What do you see? Out my window. It's huge. It's completely black. The sky is green. The oak trees in the yard are bending sideways. Break the window. Jump out onto the porch roof. Do whatever you have to do. Chloe, get out of that room. Evelyn is still in the hallway, she sobbed. She said if I open the door, she's calling the cops on me. I hung up and dialed 911 again. The tornado is literally on top of 8,924. Maple Crest. My sister is trapped. Sir, we have a confirmed touchdown in that sector. We cannot send units until the system passes. I merged the call, dialing Chloe back while keeping 911 on the line. Chloe picked up, and immediately, I heard a sound that I will never, ever forget for as long as I live. It sounded exactly like a massive freight train driving directly through my living room. A deafening, mechanical roar. Then, Chloe screamed. Chloe? I yelled. Crash. The sound of a dozen windows shattering at once pierced the phone. The windows, she shrieked, sobbing hysterically. They're all breaking. Daddy! Daddy, help me! Through the chaos, I heard my father's voice booming from somewhere down the stairs. Get back in your bed, Chloe. Stop being so dramatic. The roar of the wind consumed his voice. I heard the sound of heavy furniture splintering. I heard Chloe screaming my name. And then, I heard a sickening, thunderous crack that shook the audio of the phone. Liam. Her voice was suddenly entirely different. It wasn't panicked anymore. It was weak. Wet. Fading. The roof came down. The line went dead. For the next 13 minutes, I lived in a state of pure, unadulterated psychological torture. I called my dad's phone, voicemail, Evelyn's phone, voicemail, Chloe's phone, straight to voicemail. I called his parents, his neighbors, his workplace security, hoping someone, anyone, had a direct line to him. Nothing. Finally, on my 42nd attempt, someone answered Dad's phone. But it wasn't my dad. Hello? This is Paramedic Miller. Who is this? My lungs seized. I'm Liam. I'm Richard's son. Where is my sister, Chloe? She's 15, blonde hair. Are you family? The paramedic asked, his voice tight and rushed. Sirens blared in the background. I'm her brother. Is she alive? Son, you need to get to Oak Haven Regional Medical Center immediately. We are transporting multiple critical victims from the residence. I didn't even grab a jacket. I sprinted to my car and drove 97 miles an hour down the slick, debris-covered highway, dodging down tree branches and hydroplaning across flooded intersections. A drive that usually took an hour took me 45 minutes. I burst through the emergency room doors, completely drenched in rain and hyperventilating. I ran to the front desk. Chloe Vance, where is she? The nurse looked at her computer. She's currently in emergency surgery. You need to go to the surgical waiting area on the 3rd floor. I sprinted to the elevators. When the doors opened on the 3rd floor, I saw him. My father was sitting in a plush waiting room chair, casually scrolling through his phone. He had a tiny, pristine white band-aid above his left eyebrow. Beside him, Evelyn was looking into a small compact mirror, meticulously reapplying her pink lipstick. I saw red. I crossed the room in 3 strides and stood over him. Where were you? I screamed, my voice echoing off the sterile walls. Dad looked up, entirely unbothered. We were in the basement, Liam. Where it's safe. You locked her upstairs. You left her to die. That is a disgusting lie, Dad said smoothly, putting his phone in his pocket. We called and called for Chloe to come down to the basement with us. But she absolutely refused. Just like your mother taught her, always defiant, always trying to cause a scene. Evelyn snapped her compact shut and nodded solemnly. She wanted to be dramatic. We literally begged her to come down, Liam. We even have it on video. We filmed ourselves in the basement calling her name, just to prove to the judge how unruly she is. I froze. You filmed yourselves? After the tornado hit? After the house was destroyed? Prove it, Dad said coldly, a smug, untouchable smirk playing on his lips. And in that exact fraction of a second, the blinding rage inside me crystallized into something cold, sharp, and terrifyingly calm. I looked at this man, this arrogant, narcissistic monster who had tortured me for 18 years and had just dropped a roof on my little sister, and I realized that screaming at him would do absolutely nothing. I just smiled back at him. Bet. Not because I had any hard evidence yet, but because I was finally, utterly ready to destroy him. He was going to learn just how fragile his little kingdom, and his relationship with Evelyn, truly was. I slid my phone out of my pocket, unlocked it by touch, and quietly opened the camera app. I kept it resting low against my thigh, the lens angled perfectly upwards. I hit record. Dad went right back to scrolling on his phone, occasionally letting out an exaggerated sigh like he was waiting for a delayed flight. Evelyn went back to checking her cuticles. Neither of them looked like they had just survived a catastrophic natural disaster. The band-aid on Dad's forehead was the only sign he'd been anywhere near a collapsed house, and honestly, it looked like a paper cut. I made sure to slowly pan the phone to capture the digital clock on the hospital wall. It was 10:14 p.m. Barely an hour since Chloe had been pulled from the crushed remains of her bedroom. My hands were shaking so hard I had to lock my elbow against my hip, but I kept recording. I watched my dad actually yawn, stretch his arms over his head, and complain to Evelyn about the hospital coffee being stale, while my little sister was somewhere in this building getting her chest cut open. I ended the video and immediately uploaded it to 2 separate cloud drives, then texted the raw file to my mom with the message, "Save this now. Do not delete." I was building a prosecution case whether the police wanted to help me or not. The double doors of the surgical wing swung open. A triage nurse in blue scrubs walked out. My heart jumped into my throat, but the grim set of her jaw told me this wasn't the news I wanted. "Family of Chloe Vance?" she asked. Dad stood up slowly, adjusting his polo shirt. "I am her father. What's taking so long?" "Chloe is still in emergency surgery," the nurse said softly. "The surgeons found severe internal bleeding in her abdomen that wasn't showing up on the initial rapid scans. They are having to perform exploratory procedures to stop the hemorrhaging." Dad's face turned red, but not from grief. From anger. "Excuse me? Who authorized additional surgical procedures without my explicit consent? I am her legal guardian on this weekend." The nurse blinked, taken aback. "Sir, this is a life-saving trauma intervention. I don't care what it is." Dad barked, his voice echoing down the hall. "Do you know who I am? I am a paying customer with premium platinum insurance. I want to speak to the hospital administrator right now. Nobody touches my daughter without running it by me first." I stepped directly between him and the nurse. My entire body was coiled like a spring. "If you take one more step toward her, I will put you through that wall," I whispered, my voice dripping with pure venom. Dad stopped, his eyes narrowing. The nurse took the opportunity to back away. I'll get someone from patient advocacy to explain the situation," she stammered, disappearing back through the doors. 10 minutes later, a woman in a sharp navy blazer walked out. Her name tag read Elena Martinez, LCSW, hospital social worker. She had a calm, deeply unshakable presence that immediately neutralized the room. She handed Dad, Evelyn, and me each a business card. "Mr. Vance," Elena said, her voice steady. "Given the extreme circumstances of Chloe's injuries, and the nature of how she was found in the debris, the hospital has initiated certain mandatory trauma protocols. This is a private family matter," Dad sneered, waving the card away. "I know my rights. I have my lawyers on speed dial. You people are overstepping." Elena just nodded, her expression completely unchanged. "Be that as it may, sir, all family communication regarding Chloe's medical status will now go exclusively through my office to ensure the patient's best interests are shielded from domestic conflicts." While Dad started screaming at Elena about his constitutional rights, I quietly slipped out of the waiting room and took the elevator down to the ground floor. I walked out into the hospital parking lot. The air still smelled heavily of pulverized dirt, ozone, and shredded pine needles. Distant sirens were still wailing across the city. I sat on the wet hood of my car, pulled out my phone, and opened a blank document. I started typing a timeline. Every single microscopic detail, from the exact second Chloe sent me that first screenshot. 7:14 p.m. Severe weather alert issued. 7:16 p.m. Chloe texts, saying Dad won't let her leave her bed. 7:18 p.m. Called Chloe. She confirms Evelyn is physically blocking the door. 7:22 p.m. Called 911, first time. 7:28 p.m. Dad answers phone, calls tornado warning a manipulation, refuses to let Chloe take shelter. 7:35 p.m. Tornado impacts house. I went into my weather app and screenshotted the historical radar data, capturing the massive red hook echo directly over 8,924 Maple Crest Lane, at exactly 7:35 p.m. I went into my call logs and took screenshots of every single outgoing call, highlighting the exact duration of the call where Dad hung up on me. I documented everything while the adrenaline was still keeping my memory razor sharp. When I walked back up to the third floor, the waiting room had filled up. Some of my dad's relatives had arrived, Uncle Thomas, Aunt Marie, and a few cousins. Evelyn must have called them. Dad was standing in the center of the room, putting on an absolute masterclass of a performance. He was speaking loudly, his voice choked with fake emotion. "It's just a tragedy," Dad was saying, shaking his head and dabbing his dry eyes with a tissue. "Chloe has always been so rebellious, just like her mother. We begged her, Thomas. We literally stood at the bottom of the stairs and begged her to come to the basement. But she locked herself in her room just to prove a point. She wanted to defy me." I sat in a chair in the corner, pulled out my phone, and hit record again. I rested it on my knee, pretending to text. "It's not your fault, Richard," Uncle Thomas said, patting my dad's shoulder. "Teenagers think they're invincible. You did everything you could. We even took a video," Dad sighed heavily. just to protect ourselves because we knew Sarah would try to blame us. We have video of us in the basement, pleading for her to come down. Through my phone screen, I zoomed in slightly on Evelyn. When Dad mentioned the video, she physically flinched. She shifted her weight, looked down at her hands, and nervously rubbed her thumb over her wedding ring. She kept glancing at her purse, where her phone was, and then back at Dad. She was terrified. She knew their story had massive, gaping holes in it, and that exact fear was exactly where I was going to apply the pressure. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, the double doors opened. A surgeon walked out. He looked absolutely exhausted. His green scrubs were stained with dark spots of blood. His badge read Dr. Julian Hayes, Chief of Trauma Surgery. Dad immediately marched up to him. "Are you the one who cut my daughter open without my permission? I want to know your exact credentials right now." Dr. Hayes looked at my father with the coldest, most dead-eyed stare I have ever seen a medical professional give. "Mr. Vance, your daughter has a collapsed left lung, 4 shattered ribs, a lacerated spleen, and a severe traumatic brain injury. We had to perform an emergency craniotomy to relieve the swelling in her skull. In trauma cases of this magnitude, implied consent is legally established to save the patient's life." She's got a brain injury?" Uncle Thomas gasped. "She is currently stable, but in incredibly critical condition," Dr. Hayes continued, ignoring Dad's posturing. "We have moved her to the intensive care unit. She is on a ventilator." "When can I see her?" Dad demanded. "Family visits will be strictly coordinated through Miss Martinez," Dr. Hayes said flatly, turning on his heel and walking away. I stepped out into the hallway to call my mom. She answered on the first ring, already hyperventilating. I told her the truth. I told her Chloe survived the surgery, but that she was on life support and her brain was swelling. Mom broke down completely. She said all flights out of JFK were grounded because of the storm system moving east, but her lawyer was already drafting emergency ex parte custody paperwork to strip Dad of his rights. "Paperwork won't stop him from trying to get in that room and silence her," I told Mom. "But I will." Elena Martinez found me leaning against the wall. She motioned for me to follow her into a small, private consultation room. She shut the door until it clicked. "Liam," Elena said, dropping the corporate hospital speak. Her voice was hushed and intense. "I have already contacted Child Protective Services. An emergency report has been opened. The caseworker's name is Rachel Brooks. Given the nature of the injuries and the conflicting stories, this is escalating to a criminal investigation." "He locked her in there," I said, my voice cracking for the first time all night. "He wouldn't let her leave." "I believe you," Elena said firmly. "But belief isn't evidence. Rachel will want to interview everyone separately. You need to document everything. Every text, every call, every threat. Do not delete a single thing. Treat your phone like a crime scene." "I already started a timeline," I told her. She smiled, a hard, sharp smile. "Good, give them hell." It had been 4 days since the tornado ripped my family apart, and the hospital had become my entire world. I hadn't slept for more than 45 minutes at a time. I lived on vending machine, black coffee, and adrenaline. That first night, sitting in my car in the parking garage, I had opened my laptop and submitted a formal Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, request to the County Dispatch Center for all 911 audio recordings from the night of the storm. I knew the county bureaucracy would take weeks to process it, but I needed the legal paper trail started. By 5 a.m. that morning, I had compiled a 14-page, single-spaced document detailing every interaction, hyperlinked to screenshots of weather data, call logs, and text messages. The hospital had officially separated us. Because of Dad's constant screaming and threats toward the medical staff, security had forced him and Evelyn into a designated waiting room on the 2nd floor, while I was allowed to stay in the ICU waiting area on the 4th floor near Chloe. It was around 2 p.m. on Tuesday when Detective Marcus Thorne walked into the ICU waiting room. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with graying hair and a notepad that looked like it had been through a war. He introduced himself, explaining that the local police department was now working jointly with CPS caseworker Rachel Brooks. "What started as a custody inquiry is now a felony child endangerment investigation, Liam," Detective Thorne said, sitting heavily in the plastic chair across from me. "Your sister's injuries are catastrophic. I need you to walk me through exactly what happened." I handed him a printed copy of my 14-page timeline. He raised an eyebrow, flipping through the meticulously organized pages. "I have the text messages from Chloe stating Evelyn was physically blocking her door," I said quietly. "I have the call logs showing I called Dad at 7:28 p.m., warning him of the tornado. And I have the timeline of the tornado, touching down at 7:35 p.m. Thorne read the texts. He didn't show much emotion, but his jaw tightened. "Your father claims he was in the basement and Chloe refused to come down. He says he has a video proving they were calling for her. Have you seen the video? I asked. Not yet. His lawyer is holding it. Detective. I leaned forward. Ask his neighbor, Mr. Henderson, for his Ring doorbell camera footage. Mr. Henderson's camera points directly at my dad's driveway and front porch. It captures the side window of the living room. Thorne jotted that down. What am I looking for? Look at the lights. Look at the movement. See what time they actually went to the basement. Thorne left, promising to return. An hour later, Dr. Hayes found me. He asked me to step into his private office. He pulled up Chloe's post-op imaging scans on his dual monitors. The stark black and white images of her shattered ribs and bruised spine made me nauseous. Liam, I need you to look at this, doctor. Hayes pointed to the trajectory of the bone fractures. Notice how the ribs are broken cleanly inward, on the anterior side. And look at the compression on the lumbar spine. I don't understand medical scans, doctor, I admitted. It means, doctor, Hayes said softly, that based on the physics of the debris impact, Chloe was lying completely flat on her back on a soft surface like a mattress when the ceiling collapsed on her. The bruising on her forearms shows she raised her hands straight up to protect her face. If she had been standing up, running, or defying orders like your father claims, the impact angles would be entirely different. The roof beam would have crushed her skull or broken her clavicle, not compressed her spine horizontally. He printed the scans. I am preparing a sworn medical affidavit for the prosecutor. The physical evidence proves she was exactly where she was ordered to be, in bed. I took the envelope, feeling a surge of dark, vindictive hope. The walls were closing in on Richard Vance. That evening, I decided it was time to apply the pressure. I took the elevator down to the hospital cafeteria. I grabbed a bottled water and scanned the room. Sitting alone at a corner table, pushing a pale salad around with her fork, was Evelyn. Dad was nowhere to be seen, likely outside smoking or yelling at his lawyer on the phone. I walked over and sat directly across from her. She jumped, dropping her fork. Liam, you're not supposed to be down here, she stammered, looking around for security. I just wanted to give you a heads up, Evelyn, I said, keeping my voice incredibly low and calm. I didn't blink. I just stared a hole. Straight through her. A heads up about what? She whispered, her eyes darting nervously. Obstruction of justice carries a minimum 5-year federal prison sentence, I said casually, opening my water bottle. Felony child endangerment, resulting in catastrophic bodily harm, carries up to 15 years in state prison. If Chloe dies, well, then we're talking about depraved heart murder. All the color drained from Evelyn's face. Her pink lipstick suddenly looked garish against her chalk-white skin. We didn't do anything wrong, she breathed. But her hands were shaking so badly she had to hide them under the table. Richard said we have the video. I know about the video, I smiled. And the police know that digital metadata can't be faked. They're pulling Mr. Henderson's security footage right now. They're going to see exactly what time you two ran to the basement. When the prosecutor realizes Richard is lying, he's going to offer a plea deal to whoever flips first. Do you really think Richard is going to go to prison to protect you? Or do you think he's going to tell the cops that you were the one standing in the hallway, blocking the door? Evelyn stopped breathing. I could see the exact moment the realization hit her. Richard had always thrown everyone else under the bus to save himself. Why would she be any different? The prosecutor only needs one cooperating witness, I whispered, standing up. I'd call a lawyer. A different lawyer than the one Richard is paying for. I walked away, leaving her trembling in the booth. The seed was planted. 30 minutes later, I was walking back to my car in the parking garage to grab a change of clothes. The concrete structure was echoing and empty. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from behind a concrete pillar, completely blocking my path. It was Dad. His face was a mottled, furious purple. His fists were balled so tightly his knuckles were white. You little piece of shit, he spat, his voice echoing off the concrete. What did you say to my wife? I immediately slipped my hand into my pocket and blindly pressed the side buttons on my phone to activate the emergency voice memo recording I had set up. I just told her the truth about prison sentences, I said calmly, standing my ground. Dad stepped closer, invading my personal space. I could smell stale coffee and rage radiating off him. You are destroying this family over nothing. You are poisoning Evelyn's mind, just like your psychotic mother poisoned yours and Chloe's. Chloe's spine is crushed, Dad. That's not nothing. She brought it on herself. He roared, spit flying from his lips. She should have come downstairs. But no, you're trying to frame me. You listen to me, Liam. You drop this crusade right now. Or I swear to God, I will ruin your life. I will sue you for defamation. I will bankrupt your mother. And I will make sure you never see your sister again. You have no idea what happens to people who cross me. I didn't flinch. I didn't yell back. I just looked at him with absolute disgust. Are you done? He stared at me, his chest heaving. realizing that his intimidation tactics, the same ones that had terrified me when I was 10 years old, were completely useless against me now. He turned and stormed off toward the elevators. I got into my car, locked the doors, and immediately emailed the audio recording to Detective Thorne and Rachel Brooks. Within 10 minutes, Thorne called me back. "Liam, where are you?" "In my car." "Stay there. I'm sending hospital security to escort you back inside. Your father just violated several harassment statutes. We are instituting a hard lockdown on his movement. He is no longer allowed on the hospital premises without police escort." The next morning, the dam finally broke. I was sitting in the ICU when Rachel Brooks, the CPS worker, walked in, looking exhausted but triumphant. She sat next to me and opened her thick file. "Evelyn cracked," Rachel said simply. I let out a breath I felt like I'd been holding for 5 days. "What happened?" She came into the police station at 6 a.m. with her own private attorney. She handed over her phone and requested whistleblower immunity. Rachel pulled out a stack of printed text message logs. "Liam, Evelyn was texting her sister during the tornado. Look at the timestamps." She handed me the paper. 7:42 p.m. Evelyn. "The sirens are going off. The wind is so loud. I want to go to the basement, but Richard says it's fine." 7:47 p.m. Evelyn. "Richard is making me stand in the hallway, so Chloe doesn't run downstairs. He says she needs to learn respect." 7:51 p.m. Evelyn. "The house is shaking. Chloe is crying and begging to come down. I'm so scared." 7:53 p.m. Evelyn. "I can't do this anymore. We're running to the basement. Richard locked Chloe's bedroom door from the outside." My blood ran completely cold. He locked the door from the outside?" Rachel nodded grimly. "Yes. The house has those old vintage mortise locks. He turned the key and took it with him." Evelyn testified that they ran to the basement at 7:53 p.m. The tornado struck at 7:55 p.m. They didn't go back up for her. "What about the video?" I asked, my vision blurring with rage. Detective Thorne got the neighbor's Ring footage. Rachel smiled tightly. "The Ring camera shows the tornado hitting. It shows the house collapsing. Then, it shows Richard and Evelyn crawling out of the basement window at 8:15 p.m. They stood in the driveway for 10 minutes. Then, at 8:27 p.m., Richard pulled out his phone, and they recorded the video of themselves, pretending to call for Chloe in the rubble. The metadata on the video file confirms it was created 40 minutes after the tornado. He was finished. It was over. The evidence was insurmountable. 2 weeks passed. Chloe finally woke up. I was sitting next to her bed when her eyelids fluttered. The breathing tube had been removed the day before, though she was still hooked up to a dozen monitors. She looked at me, her blue eyes cloudy with painkillers, and she weakly squeezed my hand. "Liam," she rasped, her voice barely a whisper. "I'm here, Bug," I choked out, tears finally spilling over my cheeks. "I'm right here. You're safe." "Dad," she whimpered, her heart rate monitor spiking. "Dad is gone," I told her, kissing her forehead. "He can't ever hurt you again, I promise." Once Chloe was coherent enough, Elena Martinez brought in a specialized child trauma interviewer. They recorded Chloe's official statement. Her testimony perfectly matched Evelyn's text messages, my timeline, and the medical evidence. She recounted Dad locking the door from the outside. She recounted hearing the tornado tearing the roof off while she was trapped in her bed. With Chloe's statement secured, the district attorney moved with lethal speed. The emergency family court hearing was scheduled for a Tuesday morning. Mom had finally managed to get a flight back from New York and was sitting beside me at the plaintiff's table. Her high-powered family lawyer, Miss Albright, had boxes of evidence stacked high. Dad walked into the courtroom looking like a cornered animal. He had lost weight. His suit looked baggy. Evelyn was nowhere to be seen. She had filed for divorce 3 days prior, and was under a protective order. Judge Caldwell, a no-nonsense woman with sharp eyes, called the court to order. "This is an emergency ex parte hearing regarding the immediate termination of parental rights and custody for Richard Vance," Judge Caldwell announced. "Counsel, proceed." Miss Albright didn't even need to call witnesses. She simply submitted the binder of evidence. The FOIA, 911 calls of me begging for help. The medical affidavit from Dr. Hayes proving Chloe was in bed. The Ring camera footage showing the timeline of Dad fleeing to the basement. And the sworn deposition from Evelyn, admitting Dad locked the door. Dad's lawyer, a sweaty man who looked entirely out of his depth, stood up. "Your Honor, my client maintains that this was a chaotic natural disaster. Mistakes were made in the heat of the moment, but there was no malicious intent." "No malicious intent?" Judge Caldwell interrupted, her voice cracking like a whip. She held up Evelyn's text message logs. "Your client ordered his wife to block the hallway. He then locked a 15-year-old child in a second-story room during an EF4 tornado. He then filmed a fraudulent video to stage a defense while his daughter was bleeding out in the rubble. Counsel, if you tell me there was no malicious intent again, I will sanction you. Dad couldn't take it anymore. His narcissistic ego, battered and bruised by weeks of losing control, finally exploded in spectacular fashion. He slammed his hands on the defense table and shot to his feet. This is a witch hunt, he bellowed, pointing a shaking finger at my mother. Sarah, put you all up to this. I am the victim here. I lost my house. I lost my wife. I was enforcing basic household discipline. Children need to learn consequences. The courtroom fell dead silent. Even his own lawyer face-palmed. Discipline? Judge Caldwell repeated, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly quiet register. You locked her in a room during a catastrophic weather event to teach her discipline? She was being hysterical, Dad yelled, completely losing his grip on reality. Just like Liam, they disrespect my authority. I am the head of the family, and my rules are absolute. Bailiff, Judge Caldwell said smoothly, take Mr. Vance into custody. Dad froze. What? I am finding you in direct criminal contempt of court, Judge Caldwell stated, banging her gavel. Furthermore, I am granting full, sole, legal, and physical custody of Chloe Vance to her mother, Sarah. Richard Vance's parental rights are hereby suspended indefinitely. A permanent restraining order is issued. You are not to come within 1,000 feet of Liam, Chloe, or Sarah. Two large sheriff's deputies approached Dad. They grabbed his arms. You can't do this, Dad screamed, thrashing against their grip as they slapped handcuffs on his wrists. I have rights. Liam, you ungrateful little bastard, you ruined my life. I'll kill you. I sat completely still at the table, watching him unravel. I didn't smile. I didn't gloat. I just stared at him with cold, empty eyes as they dragged him out of the courtroom, his screams echoing down the marble hallway until the heavy wooden doors swung shut. It was over. 6 months have passed since the tornado. Chloe's recovery has been grueling. She spent 2 months in an inpatient rehabilitation facility learning how to walk again after the spinal trauma. She still wears a back brace, and she has a noticeable limp, but Dr. Hayes says she will make a full recovery by her senior year of high school. She's back living with Mom and me in a new, single-story house we rented in the suburbs. Evelyn's cooperation with the police earned her a plea deal. She pled guilty to a misdemeanor charge of reckless endangerment and received 3 years of probation and 500 hours of community service. She lost her job, her reputation, and moved back to Ohio to live with her parents. I haven't spoken to her since the hospital cafeteria. As for my father, the district attorney didn't hold back. Armed with the mountain of evidence I had gathered, they charged Richard with felony child endangerment, false imprisonment, and obstruction of justice. Knowing he would be absolutely slaughtered in front of a jury, his lawyer forced him to take a plea deal. He was sentenced to 7 years in a state penitentiary, with a minimum of 4 years served before parole eligibility. Because of his felony conviction, he lost his lucrative corporate job, and the bank foreclosed on the empty lot where his house used to be. I visited him in jail once, right before he was transferred to the state prison. We sat on opposite sides of the plexiglass. He looked 10 years older. His hair was thinning, and the arrogance that used to radiate from him was completely gone, replaced by a hollow, bitter resentment. He picked up the phone. Did you come to gloat, Liam? No, I said quietly, holding the receiver to my ear. I came to tell you that Chloe took her first steps without a walker yesterday. And that we are changing her last name to Mom's maiden name. The Vance family line ends with you in this cell. He opened his mouth to say something, probably another threat, another excuse, another attempt to assert his dominance, but I didn't let him. I just hung up the phone, stood up, and walked out of the visitation room, without looking back. My first instinct when I saw him in that hospital waiting room with the fake band-aid on his head was to beat him to death with my bare hands, but I realized that physical violence wouldn't have destroyed him. It would have just made him a martyr. Working within the system, documenting every lie, preserving the digital footprint, and legally dismantling his entire existence, that was true revenge. Chloe is safe. Mom is at peace. And the man who thought he was a god in his own house is currently sitting in an 8x10 concrete box, realizing that the only thing he successfully controlled was his own path to absolute ruin. That's all I've got. Thanks for reading. My parents stole my identity to pay my brother's gambling debt. It's just family help, they said. I froze their house, and took everything back. The pen was hovering over the closing documents, my hand trembling with excitement, when the notary stopped me and said the words that would destroy my family forever. You still have an unpaid loan. We can't proceed. That's the exact moment I discovered my parents had secretly taken out a massive loan in my name to pay off my golden child brother's debts to a loan shark, completely sabotaging my life. So, I didn't just walk away. I hired a bulldog lawyer, froze their assets, dragged them into court, and watch their entire world collapse. I am 29 years old, and yesterday was supposed to be the proudest moment of my entire existence. I had even dressed up for it. I was wearing thrifted slacks, still stiff and smelling faintly of the cheap dry cleaner down the street, and a crisp white button-up shirt that I only ever wore when I wanted to feel like someone who had finally arrived. Someone who mattered. I was about to buy my very first home. It was absolutely nothing fancy. Just a small, 2-bedroom, 1.5-bath bungalow, with cheap laminate floors that squeaked near the kitchen, and a backyard with a cracked concrete birdbath, and a chain-link fence leaning sideways like it was keeping a dark secret. But it was going to be mine. My name on the deed. My hands holding the keys. No more terrible roommates who ate my food. No more predatory landlords jacking up the rent. And most importantly, no parents. That last part was vital. It was the driving force behind every decision I had made for the last decade. My parents used to say things like, "We don't do savings in this house, Alex. We do faith." Which, translated from their specific brand of toxic, guilt-flavored manipulation, really meant, we do aggressive debt denial and emotional coercion. Credit card bills were completely ignored until the collection agencies started screaming through the landline. The household utilities were mysteriously transferred into my name by the time I was only 15 years old. And when I finally noticed and asked why the hell the electric bill was addressed to a high school sophomore, my mom just smiled a tired, victimized smile and said, "We needed it to keep the lights on, sweetie. You know how hard it is raising 3 kids, right?" Because apparently, my social security number came with a complimentary gift basket and an endless credit limit for them to exploit. That was the exact moment I decided to become the absolute, polar opposite of the people who raised me. I cut financial ties the second I turned 18. I moved out, rented tiny, moldy rooms in shared apartments. I ate generic canned beans and microwaved rice for 3 straight years just to build an emergency fund. I took every single underpaid, exhausting side gig that didn't feel strictly illegal. And every single time I made a credit card payment on time, every time I forced myself to say no to a night out or something I couldn't afford, I told myself, this is the road out. This is how you escape. This house, this little broken, beautiful bungalow, was my exit ramp. It was the physical proof that I had survived them. So when the notary suddenly paused, her expensive pen hovering just an inch above the final signature line, and said, "Oh, hang on a second," I didn't even flinch. I honestly thought it was just standard bureaucratic paperwork. Maybe I forgot to initial page 42. Maybe the date was written wrong. But then she looked up, her brow furrowed in deep confusion. There's a discrepancy. The air in the small, overly air-conditioned room instantly shifted. It felt heavier, thicker. My realtor, a woman named Jenna with blindingly white teeth and an endlessly optimistic demeanor, leaned forward, her smile faltering slightly. What kind of discrepancy? The notary clicked her mouse a few times, her eyes scanning the monitor. It says here, there's a personal loan in Alex's name. $48,500. Opened in August of 2019, reporting delinquent status late last year but currently showing in good standing. My ears started ringing, a high-pitched, piercing whine that blocked out the ambient noise of the office. I blinked rapidly, trying to process the English language. I don't have a loan. I have zero debt. I paid off my student loans 3 years ago. The mortgage officer, a guy in a cheap suit who had been quiet until now, glanced at me, then back at his dual screens. It's showing up on the soft pull we just did this morning to verify final clear to close. Horizon Trust Lending. It's completely tanking your debt-to-income ratio. We absolutely cannot close the mortgage with this active liability on your record. I felt my stomach violently twist, a cold knot of pure nausea dropping into my pelvis. They physically turned the monitor so I could see the screen. There it was, in stark, undeniable black and white. My full legal name. My exact social security number. The terrifying balance of $48,500. The exorbitant monthly payments. 2 missed payments in late 2020. And then, consistent, quiet payments originating from an address I hadn't lived at since I first left for college. 402 Maplewood Drive. My parents' house. The blood drained from my face. My chest went ice cold, as if someone had injected freezing water straight into my veins. Everyone in the room was staring at me now, waiting for an explanation I didn't have. I forced a smile that I absolutely did not feel, my facial muscles trembling. That's not mine. I have never, ever, applied for a loan in my life. Could be identity fraud, Jenna said gently, her voice dripping with a suffocating sympathy that instantly made me feel like a helpless child in trouble. You should definitely freeze your credit immediately, Alex. I just nodded, completely mute. My throat had closed up entirely. We can offer to reschedule the closing, the mortgage guy said, trying to salvage the situation. Sort this mess out, get a letter of deletion from the creditor, and we will resubmit the application. But I barely heard a word he was saying. I was already halfway out the glass door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock my phone. I was sweating straight through my crisp white shirt, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, desperately trying not to have a full-blown panic attack in the lobby. But deep down, in the darkest, quietest part of my mind, I already knew. I knew exactly what kind of people my parents were. I knew how they smiled through their teeth while lying to your face. I knew the exact tone of voice my mom always used when she said, "It's just paperwork, Alex. Don't be so dramatic." And I remembered how my dad used to constantly preach, "We're all family. It's not like money actually matters between blood." It mattered right now. Because someone, and it was undeniably someone I used to call family, had taken out a massive life-ruining loan in my name. They had used my identity, my pristine credit score that I had bled for, and my entire future. And I didn't even know this financial time bomb existed until the exact moment it completely destroyed the one single thing I had worked my entire adult life to build. I spent the next 3 excruciating hours sitting in the sweltering parking lot of the local public library, aggressively on the phone with every single credit bureau I could possibly think of. My laptop was practically overheating on the passenger seat next to me, tethered to my phone's spotty hotspot. I hadn't been able to drive back to my tiny rented apartment. I couldn't bear to face those 4 cramped walls. Not yet. Not while my dream home was slipping through my fingers. The woman from Experience Fraud Department was polite, incredibly calm, and completely detached. She asked the usual, mind-numbing verification questions. Full legal name, date of birth, current address, last 4 digits of my social. And then she asked the question that sealed my fate. Did you authorize or take out a personal loan through Horizon Trust Lending in August of 2019? No, I said flatly, my voice hoarse from stress. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you for the last 40 minutes. A long, agonizing pause on the other end of the line. The sound of aggressive keyboard clicking. Then, well, sir, it was fully approved using your complete personal information. The application was submitted online. The IP address and physical address match 402 Maplewood Drive. My throat clenched so hard it physically ached. That was my parents' house. I hadn't lived or even stayed a night under that roof since 2015. Can you tell me who actually signed for it? Is there a digital signature? I pleaded, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. There is an e-signature, yes. IP traced directly to the Maplewood address. The contact email listed on the primary application is alex.miller.family@gmail.com. Is that your email address, sir? No, I whispered into the quiet car. There it was, the absolute smoking gun, wrapped up neatly in a nostalgic Gmail handle. I thanked the representative, abruptly got off the call, and just sat completely still in the driver's seat long enough for the iced coffee in my cup holder to melt into a watery, lukewarm mess. alex.miller.family@gmail.com. I vividly remembered my mom saying to me over a decade ago, right before I left for college, "I made that email account for you, sweetie, just in case you needed a backup for your dorm applications or if you ever get locked out of your main one." At the time, I thought it was completely harmless, just a mom trying to stay involved in her kid's life, maybe a little bit overbearing, maybe a little smothering, but ultimately rooted in care. Now, sitting in the suffocating heat of my car, the horrifying realization washed over me. I realized exactly what that email account actually was. It was a foundation, a carefully laid trap, a digital mask created years in advance. This loan wasn't just some desperate spur-of-the-moment accident. It was a highly orchestrated, premeditated con, and whoever did it had been quietly paying the minimums just consistently enough to stay completely under the radar, ensuring I would never get a collection call until the exact moment they slipped up in 2020. It wasn't blinding rage that hit me first. It was a profound, suffocating grief. This wasn't some faceless hacker in a foreign country who stole my identity. This wasn't a stranger who skimmed my card at a gas station. This was the woman who used to pack me peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with little heart-shaped post-it notes. This was the man who taught me how to ride a bike, who patched up my scraped knees and said, "You'll thank me later for making you tough." Now here I was, 29 years old, sitting in my parked car with a massive, jagged mountain of broken trust resting heavily in my hands. I stared blankly at my phone screen for a long time. Then, my thumb moved on its own. I dialed her number. It rang 5 agonizing times before she finally picked up. "Hey, sweetheart." My mom's voice chirped through the speaker, incredibly warm and completely oblivious. "Honey, I was literally just thinking about you. How did the big house closing go?" Just thinking about me. Of course she was. I swallowed the massive, painful lump in my throat. I forced my voice to remain entirely steady. "Hey, Mom. Closing got delayed. Can I ask you something kind of weird?" Sure, sweetie, she said lightly, the sound of a television playing softly in her background. What's up? There's a massive loan in my name, opened back in 2019 through a company called Horizon Trust Lending. Do you happen to know anything about that? There was a pause. A very sharp, very sudden pause. It was the distinct sound of all the air being violently sucked out of her end of the phone call. Oh, that, she said, her voice dropping an octave, the words rushing out entirely too quickly. No. No, of course not, Alex. We wouldn't. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Are you absolutely sure it's not some kind of bank mistake? My jaw tightened until my teeth ground together. I kept my voice terrifyingly casual. Well, the bank said the application was submitted directly from your IP address. And the email used to secure the funds was that old Times Alex Miller. My family times one. Remember that one you made for me years ago? Another pause. Much, much longer this time. I could practically hear the gears grinding in her head, as she desperately searched for a lie. I mean, she let out a high-pitched, incredibly nervous laugh. I did create that email years ago, yes, but I didn't use it for anything like that. Maybe you signed up for some college thing and totally forgot? No, I said quietly. Direct. Unwavering. I did not. She exhaled heavily into the phone, a long, trembling sigh. The facade was cracking. Alex, honey, is this really that big of a deal right now? You're doing so incredibly well for yourself. You've got that great job. Eh? You always said you wanted to help the family if you ever could, right? And it's not like we've been missing the payments. That was it. The absolute, undeniable slip. She had just fully admitted it. I hadn't told her a single thing about the payment history. I hadn't mentioned whether it was delinquent or current. I didn't even speak. I just sat there in the sweltering heat of my car and listened to the dead silence as she slowly realized exactly what she had just said. I heard the sheer, unadulterated panic start to fill the void. Alex, wait. Sweetheart, please. I didn't mean it like that. I ended the call. The phone slipped from my sweaty hand and landed face down on the passenger seat. I just stared straight ahead at my cracked windshield, looking out at the endless rows of parked cars, like the answer to my destroyed life was somehow hidden out there. Like maybe, if I just squinted hard enough, I could see a parallel version of myself that hadn't just been completely gutted by the very people who claimed to love me unconditionally. The grief was fading now, and the rage was finally starting to set in. But it wasn't a loud, screaming, throwing things kind of rage. It was quiet. It was strategic. It was hyper-focused. They honestly thought I would do exactly what I had always done my entire life. They expected me to sigh, absorb the financial blow, forgive them because family is family, and just move on. They thought I was still their little safety net. But they had taken something that absolutely did not belong to them. They had taken my home. And this time, I was not going to let it go. Edit. A lot of people in the comments are asking how I didn't catch this on my credit report before closing. When I initially got pre-approved for the mortgage months ago, the lender did a hard pull, but my credit was completely locked at the time except for the specific bureau they requested, which somehow didn't have this specific loan reported yet. Horizon Trust is a shady subprime lender, and they apparently only report to one specific bureau sporadically. When the final clear-to-close soft pull happened yesterday morning across all three bureaus, it finally flagged the discrepancy. I was an idiot for not obsessively checking all three reports myself every week. But when you've spent 10 years building perfect credit, you blindly trust that no one is secretly ruining it in the background. Lesson learned. Update 1. You would think a massive betrayal comes like a sudden crack of thunder. Loud, violent, and entirely unpredictable. But this wasn't thunder. This was a slow, methodical poison. It was a deliberate pattern of behavior. And now, sitting in the wreckage of my life, I could finally see it for what it truly was. I drove back to my miserable, cramped apartment and didn't even bother turning the lights on. The sun was setting, casting long, depressing shadows across the cheap carpet. I dropped my keys on the counter, immediately opened my laptop, and started digging into the digital trail like a man possessed by a demon. My very first stop was Gmail. That old, supposedly innocent backup email my mom once claimed she made, just in case college stuff bounced. I hadn't attempted to log into that account in over 8 years. But I knew my mother's security habits perfectly. The password was our childhood dog's name followed by her birth year. Classic, predictable mom. I hit enter. The inbox loaded. And there it was. A pristine, perfectly preserved crime scene. Horizon Trust Loan Confirm. 82,019. PDF. Application. Approval. Disbursement. PDF. I opened the documents. My name. My social security number. My parents' home address. My mother's personal cell phone number listed under secondary contact, guarantor. I methodically took high-resolution screenshots of every single page. I downloaded the PDFs. I saved them all to a brand new, heavily encrypted external hard drive that I had just formatted for one singular purpose: total, unmitigated revenge. But I didn't stop there. I kept digging through the inbox. I found endless receipts. Payment confirmations forwarded directly from her personal email to the loan portal. I even found a recovery email alert linked directly to her main Yahoo account. I traced the very first loan payment back to a bank transfer confirmation that literally had a memo line reading, "Alex 48K loan start." She didn't even try to hide it. She was so incredibly arrogant, so entirely confident in her absolute control over me, that she didn't bother covering her tracks. The paper trail was devastatingly clear. This was not a clerical mistake. This was not a desperate, panicked, one-time decision made in the dark. It was a calculated strategy built entirely on the arrogant assumption that I would never notice, never check, and never, ever say no to them. And the sickest part? For a very long time they were right. I didn't. I closed the laptop, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. The silence in my dark apartment was deafening. Then, acting almost entirely on autopilot, I walked into my bedroom, dropped to my knees, and dragged out the heavy plastic file box from under my bed. It was labeled Times tax stuff, but in reality, it was a graveyard of old bills, faded receipts, and the few miserable documents I had kept from my past. I dug past the old W-2s and apartment leases. Buried near the very back, wedged beneath an old college syllabus, was a faded yellow envelope. I pulled it out. Inside was a Comcast collection notice from when I was exactly 15 years old, $512.45, completely overdue and sent to collections. I had never, ever, opened a Comcast account. I vividly remembered coming home from high school, dropping my heavy backpack on the worn linoleum of our kitchen, and asking why the hell the internet bill on the counter had my name printed on it. My mom had smiled that soft, incredibly tired smile of hers, wiped her hands on a dish towel, and said, "Oh, sweetheart, your credit is clean, ours isn't. You'll understand when you're older, it's just how families survive." And just like that, at 15 years old, I was officially inducted into the family business of being the financial safety net. That was the very first time they stole from me. And I let them. I let them do it again when I was 21, and foolishly co-signed my older brother Liam's ridiculous car loan. He missed 4 consecutive payments, blamed the dealership for losing the checks, and I ended up draining my meager savings to pay off the entire balance just to protect my own credit score. I let them do it again when my dad secretly opened a retail store credit card in my name and maxed it out to buy a massive new refrigerator, claiming, "Well, the old one broke and we needed it to feed you kids, plus you weren't even using your credit limit anyway." Over the years, they constantly conditioned me to believe it was about survival. They preached that we were a team, that the world was out to get us, and that families help each other no matter what. But what they really meant was, you help us, you bleed for us, and we never, ever give it back. So the next morning, when I sat down at my kitchen table and drafted an email to my lawyer, I didn't hesitate for a single second. Marcus was a bulldog of an attorney I had retained a few years ago when I first started doing freelance consulting work. He was the kind of guy who looked at the world entirely through a lens of actionable liabilities and ironclad contracts. Subject: urgent, severe financial identity misuse by immediate family. Attachment: evidence, truth, packet. Zip. He called me less than 2 hours later. "Alex," Marcus said, his usually boisterous voice completely measured and dead serious. "I've reviewed the file. This is incredibly severe. I'm not kidding around here." "I know," I replied, staring blankly at my kitchen wall. "You have an absolutely crystal clear, slam dunk case of identity fraud, especially with the IP traces, the Gmail recovery links, and the direct bank transfer payment trail. And based on the way this account was meticulously maintained and then subsequently defaulted on, we are looking at deliberate, long-term, malicious misuse of your identity. This is a felony." He paused, letting the weight of the word hang in the air. "So, what's our next move?" I asked, my voice terrifyingly calm. "That entirely depends on you, Alex. Do you actually want to press criminal charges and send your mother to prison?" I sat there in the silence of my apartment for a very long time. A small, pathetic, deeply ingrained part of me wanted to say no. That small part wanted to remain the bigger person. To be that loyal, reasonable, endlessly forgiving son who understands their struggles and just absorbs the blow to keep the peace. But that version of me had completely died the moment I looked down at that fake Gmail address. "What happens if I don't press criminal charges right this second?" I asked slowly, testing the waters. "But I want them to pay. I want them to pay financially. I want them exposed publicly. I want them destroyed, legally. I just want to hold the jail time over their heads as leverage." Marcus actually chuckled, A low, dangerous sound. Then we build pressure. We squeeze them until they pop. Let's do exactly that, I said. We spent the next 3 hours talking through the aggressive strategy. Cease and desist letters. Formal notifications of intent to sue for maximum damages. Immediately freezing all remaining joint access points they might still somehow have. An entirely new part of me was being born in that phone call. I wasn't bitter. I wasn't broken. I was just profoundly, ruthlessly times done. They wanted a fallback plan. They wanted my credit, my future, my total trust. Now, they were going to feel exactly what it meant to lose every single ounce of it. 2 days later, the heavy certified envelopes went out in the mail. Inside was a terrifyingly formal letter printed on expensive, thick stationery from Marcus's law firm. It was a brutal demand for the immediate repayment of the $48,500 loan taken out in my name, explicitly citing identity fraud, malicious financial abuse, and breach of personal trust. It included a meticulous, itemized breakdown of the debt, color-printed screenshots of the damning emails, the IP trace reports from the bank, and a final, ironclad warning. If the debt is not paid back in full within 30 days, we will immediately file a civil suit for maximum punitive damages, including emotional distress and total loss of property, as your fraudulent actions directly resulted in the loss of my client's real estate purchase. It was the very first time in my entire 29 years of life that I had ever sent my parents something that legally required their signature upon delivery. The next thing I did was initiate a total, scorched earth lockdown on my life. I permanently froze my credit across all 3 major bureaus. I locked down every lender. I changed every single banking password I had, generating random 30-character strings, and rerouted absolutely everything through a new, hardware-based 2-factor authentication key. I even went to the carrier store and got a brand new phone number. Not to hide from them, but to have absolute control over what garbage was allowed to come through. It felt incredibly bizarre taking these extreme steps. It felt like I was slowly walking out of a burning house that I no longer lived in, but still felt the obsessive need to deadbolt the front door behind me. Then, I went even further. I ruthlessly combed through every possible, microscopic joint tie that still existed between us. The family Netflix account, my mother was still logging into daily, password changed, all devices logged out. The old dormant savings account from high school that I had never bothered to officially close, emptied of its remaining $12 and permanently shut down. Even a random car insurance policy I had apparently still been listed on as a household driver from a decade ago, gone, erased, cancelled, burned to the ground. I wasn't just cutting them off financially. I was building an impenetrable fortress to ensure they could never, ever reach their parasitic hands into my life again. But even as I was laying these bricks and building these massive walls, I couldn't help the old, familiar ache rising in my chest again. The deep, exhausting ache of always being the responsible one. The fixer. The safe bet. Growing up, my relatives used to constantly say, "Alex is the dependable one. Alex is solid as a rock." But I knew exactly what they really meant. They meant, Alex will quietly clean up the family's messes. Alex will never have the spine to say no. Alex will eat the massive financial cost and obediently call it love. I vividly remembered Christmas of 2018, when my older brother Liam got slapped with a massive DUI charge and desperately needed a defense attorney to avoid actual jail time. My dad had, accidentally, let it slip at the dinner table that I had some extra cash saved up from a massive freelance project I had just completed. "You don't even have a real family to take care of yet, Alex," my dad had said, waving his fork dismissively. "You're single, no kids, you rent a cheap place, your brother really needs help right now. Family steps up." So, like a thoroughly brainwashed idiot, I paid the $6,000 legal retainer. I didn't even get a single, "thank you," text from Liam. Now they were all about to pay. I didn't just want revenge. Not exactly. Revenge felt too chaotic. I wanted them to feel the agonizing, suffocating inconvenience of having to actually fix something they completely broke. I wanted them to have to sit in a sterile bank office and desperately explain to a loan officer why they needed to take out a massive personal loan just to cover the fraud they committed in someone else's name. I wanted them to sit at their worn kitchen table, staring at a massive legal bill they couldn't ignore, and know with absolute certainty that the reason their lives were falling apart was times me. That I was the one who sent it. Then, exactly 3 days after the certified letter was delivered, the voicemail arrived. It was late. Almost midnight. I was lying completely awake in my dark bedroom, listening to the heavy rain violently click against the thin glass of my apartment windows, when the notification suddenly popped up on my screen. Block number. Voicemail from Mom. I didn't want to listen to it. Every instinct screamed at me to delete it. But my thumb pressed play anyway. Her voice came through the tiny speaker. It was small, It wasn't afraid. It wasn't remotely apologetic. It was just tired, incredibly performative, and dripping with venomous disappointment. Alex. I got your ridiculous letter from that lawyer. She sighed heavily into the receiver. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. I mean, yes. Okay. We made a small mistake. Fine. But we are your parents, Alex. We raised you. We fed you. We put a roof over your head and gave you absolutely everything we had. And now you're seriously threatening to sue us? Over, what? Some stupid loan you weren't even actively using? My jaw tightened, until a sharp pain shot up into my temples. I just don't understand who you have become. She continued, her voice taking on that familiar, sickeningly sweet tone of a martyr. This is not you, sweetheart. You used to actually care about this family. What happened to that sweet boy who loved his mother? I really hope you come to your senses soon and drop this nonsense. We are not the bad guys here, Alex. We just needed a little help. You knew that. You always did. Click. That was it. That was the grand apology. No ownership of the felony. No remorse for destroying my chance at a home. Just aggressive manipulation dressed up in a cheap costume of maternal disappointment. I sat there staring into the absolute pitch black of my room and realized something profound. They had never actually seen times me. They only ever saw what I could provide for them. I was a resource, not a son. And that pathetic voicemail wasn't a cry for understanding. It was a dare. I didn't share the voicemail right away. I sat on it for 2 full days, unsure if it was actually worth dragging anyone else in the extended family into this toxic mess. Then, my cousin Sarah texted me out of nowhere. Sarah, hey, got a really weird crying phone call from Aunt Lisa today. She said you completely lost your mind and are actively trying to destroy the family and send your mom to jail? Are you okay? What the hell is going on? I just stared at the glowing message. I hadn't spoken to Sarah in almost 6 months, but she was always the one person in the extended family who actually saw things clearly. When we were teenagers, she once casually told me at a Thanksgiving dinner, your mom guilt trips people like it's a competitive Olympic sport. She wasn't wrong then. And she wasn't wrong now. I called her. She picked up on the second ring. Hey, I said, my voice exhausted. Do you mind if I send you something? A short pause. Should I go grab some popcorn? Probably. I sent her the audio file of the voicemail. No edits. No long-winded commentary or defense, just the raw file. She listened to it in complete silence. When it finally ended, she didn't say a single word for almost 30 seconds. Then, she exhaled sharply. She really just said all of that, like, in one single breath? She committed massive identity fraud and she is mad that times your time's being cold? Yep. Jesus Christ, Alex. She texted me again later that exact same night. Sarah. She's already calling literally everyone. My mom said she posted a massive paragraph in the extended family group chat, claiming you maliciously hacked into her private email and are threatening fake legal action just to humiliate them because you're mad they couldn't give you a down payment for your house. There it was. The inevitable spin. The exact moment she felt her absolute power slipping away. My mother did what she always did best. She completely rewrote the narrative to make herself the bleeding, tragic martyr. I could easily picture it. The massive block of text in the Miller family thread, completely full of tearful, broken heart emojis and aggressive half-truths. I didn't even have to read it to know exactly how it sounded. But this time, I had something infinitely better than defensive arguments. I had undeniable, irrefutable evidence. I pulled up the massive digital file on my computer. Marcus and I had compiled a devastating, chronological breakdown of every single known instance of identity, misuse, financial manipulation, and verbal coercion going back an entire decade. We called it the truth packet. It wasn't designed to be petty. It wasn't designed to just humiliate anyone. It was designed as a nuclear deterrent to protect my sanity. I uploaded the entire PDF to a private, view-only Google Drive link. Then, I wrote a single message. Hi everyone. Since some of you are currently being aggressively dragged into a version of this story that is, let's just say, extremely creatively revised, here are the actual, legal facts. I will not be debating this in the group chat. I will not be answering phone calls to argue about it. But if you want to know what actually happened, and not just what is convenient to believe to keep the peace, here it is. Every single receipt, bank transfer, and IP trace is included. Read it or don't. That's your choice. Just don't ever pretend you weren't told the truth. I didn't blast it to everyone. I only sent it directly to the ones I actually respected. Sarah, my Uncle Ray, my cousin, David, and Aunt Mel, who once drunkenly told me at a wedding that she wished she had cut ties with the family years earlier but it was just too messy to unpack now. Well, this was the unpacking. Within exactly 24 hours, the silence shattered, and things got incredibly loud. Sarah texted again. Sarah, holy sh times T. Mom is absolutely fuming. She read the entire file. She called your mom and screamed at her for lying and trying to drag everyone else down with her. Also, that Comcast bill from when you were 15? Are you kidding me? Then, a text from David. David, bro. That car loan thing with Liam, I vividly remember that year. Your dad told everyone at the barbecue that Liam paid it off himself and you were just being dramatic. I am so incredibly sorry, man. And then, a short, simple message from Aunt Mel. Aunt Mel, I believe every single word of this. I have seen this exact pattern from them for 20 years. They did the exact same thing to your grandfather before he died. I just didn't know it went this far. I am so sorry. The tide was violently shifting. My mom, finally realizing the ground was completely crumbling beneath her feet and her flying monkeys were abandoning her, tried one last desperate tactic. This time, she sent a group text directly to me and my 2 siblings. Mom, Alex, if you honestly think airing our private family laundry to the relatives makes you look like the good guy, think again. Family is entirely about forgiveness. You are turning this into a massive, hateful war. And for what? A few dollars that we were eventually going to pay back anyway? I didn't reply with words. I just sent one single thing. A high-resolution screenshot of the official loan disbursement confirmation. $48,500. And I typed one single line beneath it. It wasn't a few dollars to me. It was my entire life. Then, I permanently left the group chat and blocked all their numbers. 2 days later, a thick, incredibly official-looking envelope was slid under my apartment door by the exhausted postman who always forgets to knock. Inside was a formal letter from Horizon Trust Lending. It was a courtesy notice informing me that I had been listed as a secondary financial stakeholder in a brand new home equity line of credit, HELOC, application that was currently pending approval. Property address: 402 Maplewood Drive. My parents' house. I literally laughed out loud in my empty kitchen. They were actively trying to borrow heavily against the remaining equity of their home. Only this time, they had somehow managed to attach my name to the application as a silent co-owner, citing past financial contributions to the property as their rationale. I knew exactly what they were trying to exploit. Back in 2016, I stupidly gave my parents $10,000 in cash to help cover a massive emergency roof repair and avoid foreclosure. Back when I still naively believed that helping them meant something. I was 22, stupid, and thought, this is just what a good son does. Now, they were weaponizing that exact contribution, one they never once acknowledged or thanked me for again, to legally claim I was tied to the property, just so they could exploit my pristine credit history one more time to get approved for the HELOC. I took a picture of the letter and sent it straight to Marcus. He responded 3 minutes later with 4 words. We are freezing it. Within 72 hours, Marcus had filed a massive, temporary legal lien on their property, aggressively citing pending civil litigation directly tied to documented identity misuse and financial fraud. The bank immediately backed off. The HELOC was instantly denied. The asset was frozen. But I knew this wasn't the end. Not with people like my parents. They didn't actually believe in consequences. They only believed in optics. Which is exactly why, 4 days later, I got an unexpected text from my older brother, Liam, the golden child. Liam, hey man. We are all getting together at the house on Saturday. Mom is a wreck and wants to talk this out face to face. Stop being so dramatic and just come over. We can fix this without lawyers. That specific word. Dramatic. It always made my skin physically crawl. It was their favorite weapon, their way of completely minimizing anything real, anything painful, anything that made them slightly uncomfortable. I wasn't going to reply. I had my thumb hovering over the block button, but then, a dark, incredibly vindictive thought crossed my mind. I changed my mind. Me. Fine. I'll be there at noon. Bring everyone. I have something I want to show you all in person. Update 2. Saturday came looking like a literal storm. The sky was bruised purple and heavy with impending rain. I pulled up to 402 Maplewood Drive, the house that had birthed all my nightmares, and parked exactly in the center of the driveway, blocking my dad's truck in. They were already seated in the living room when I walked through the unlocked front door, arranged like it was some kind of terrible daytime television intervention episode. My dad stood near the fireplace with his arms tightly crossed over his chest, trying to look intimidating. My mother sat heavily on the floral sofa with a massive wad of tissues in her lap, already loudly sniffling before I even said a word. Liam leaned casually against the wall, trying to look completely neutral and bored. Even Aunt Lisa was there, sitting in the corner armchair, sipping her iced tea like she didn't have 10 different group chats open on her phone ready to broadcast the gossip. Alex, my mom started, her voice trembling with practiced theatricality. We are just so incredibly worried about you. This anger, this cruelty. It's just not who you are. No, I said calmly, dropping my heavy leather bag onto the coffee table with a loud thud. This is exactly who I am now. I unzipped the bag and handed each of them a thick, manila folder. Inside was the truth packet. But this was the fully unabridged, unredacted version, complete financial records, colored screenshots, identity verification reports from Experian, digital e-signatures, IP traces, exact dates, names, and loan statements. The Comcast bill, from 2010, the credit report notations, the brutal rejection letter for my mortgage, the fresh notice of the legal lien on their house, everything. This is exactly what you did, I said flatly, my voice completely devoid of emotion. This is not me being dramatic. This is hard, legal documentation. My mom violently scanned the first page, her face flushing deep red, and immediately started shaking her head. Alex, please. This doesn't prove anything. This looks so much worse on paper than it actually was in reality. You stole from me, I said. My voice didn't rise. It didn't have to. The truth was heavy enough to crush the air out of the room. My dad finally spoke up, his face hardening. We didn't steal a damn thing, boy. We borrowed it. You are acting like we are common criminals off the street. No, I countered immediately, staring dead into his eyes. Criminals actually face consequences for their actions. You haven't faced a single one yet. The room fell into a suffocating dead silence. Liam loudly cleared his throat, pushing off the wall. Look, man. Maybe things got a little messy, but airing this out to the whole family? Threatening a massive lawsuit and putting a lien on the house? That is incredibly low, even for you. I slowly turned to face my brother. You're heavily featured in 3 of those legal documents, by the way, Liam. The car loan missed payments that tanked my score in 2017. The utility account you opened and pretended was yours, for 2 full years while I paid the hidden balances. That's all in there, too. He physically flinched, his arrogant posture instantly crumbling. My mom leaned forward, tears finally spilling over her cheeks. We are your family, Alex. This cannot be solved with lawyers and courts. No, I agreed quietly. But it can certainly be started with them. I stood up, grabbed the absolute last, thickest folder from my bag, and tossed it onto the coffee table. This is a formal summary of the civil and criminal charges I will be officially filing if the $48,500, plus all accrued interest, is not fully repaid to my accounts by next Friday at 5 p.m. That number also includes my legal fees and absolute identity remediation costs. If you would like to resolve this privately, I am willing to let Marcus negotiate a settlement. But if I do not hear from a mediator by Friday, the courts absolutely will. They all just stared at me. They looked at me like they didn't even recognize the person standing in front of them. And maybe they didn't, because for the absolute first time in my entire 29 years of existence, I wasn't flinching. I wasn't shrinking into myself to make them comfortable. I wasn't rushing to make it easier for them. I didn't come here today to fight with you, I said quietly, zipping up my empty bag. I came here to deliver a message directly to your faces. You do not ever get to steal my future, and still demand I call it love. I turned and walked out the front door before a single one of them could formulate a response. For the first time in my life, I didn't stay behind to clean up their emotional mess. But the story didn't end there. The final, horrifying twist was still waiting for me. Marcus called me on a Wednesday afternoon, his voice unusually tense. Alex, I just got a very strange phone call at the firm, from someone who says they know you. Your cousin Sarah gave them my direct office number. Who? I asked, confused. She said her name is Chloe. Your brother Liam's ex-girlfriend? I froze in my kitchen. Chloe. Liam's ex. They had dated for almost 4 years. She was the quiet, observant girl who used to just nod politely at our chaotic family dinners, and who once leaned over and whispered to me while my parents were screaming in the kitchen, "You know you don't belong in this insane asylum, right?" Like it was the highest compliment she could give. She wants to talk to you, Marcus said. And honestly, Alex, I highly suggest you hear what she has to say. I met her the very next morning at a rundown diner halfway between her new apartment complex and my side of town. It was pouring rain outside. She looked drastically different than I remembered. Sharper, much more exhausted, like someone who had finally seen entirely too much behind the curtain and completely stopped pretending it didn't matter. We completely skipped the pleasantries. She didn't even touch her coffee. I didn't reach out to stir up more drama for you, Alex, she said softly, wrapping her hands tightly around the chipped ceramic mug. But I saw the file. Sarah showed me the truth packet, and I thought you absolutely needed to know exactly where that $48,500 actually went. I didn't breathe. I just stared at her. She didn't wait. Liam didn't just take out stupid little car loans in your name. He used the Horizon Trust money. My jaw tightened until my teeth ached. You're saying, my parents didn't use the $48,500 for the house? Or bills? No. She shook her head, her eyes filled with pity. That massive loan wasn't for your parents' credit cards. It wasn't for a new roof repair. It wasn't for medical bills. I stared at her, my mind racing. She leaned in closer across the sticky table. That money paid off Liam's gambling debt. My stomach violently sank through the floor. What? She lowered her voice to a harsh whisper. There was this guy. His name was Silas. He was a private lender. Way off the books. Very dangerous. Liam got hooked on sports betting and owed Silas almost 50 grand by the summer of 2019. Silas told Liam he was going to seriously hurt him if he didn't pay up by August. Your mom found out and completely panicked. Your dad said they couldn't possibly put anything else in their own names because their credit was destroyed, so they intentionally used yours. They took out the massive personal loan, paid the loan shark off in cash, and then started making the monthly minimum payments to Horizon Trust just to cover their tracks so you'd never find out. I didn't know what to say. My mouth opened, but absolutely nothing came out. I begged Liam to tell you the truth back then, Chloe said, a tear finally slipping down her cheek. I told him he was destroying your life. He literally laughed at me and said, and I quote, "He will never find out. Alex doesn't ask questions, he's a good little boy, he just fixes things for us." I couldn't breathe. The air in the diner felt incredibly thin, like I was suffocating. I stood up, threw a $20 bill onto the table, and walked out the door into the pouring rain without a single word. I stood in the flooded parking lot, completely soaked, staring up at the gray sky like maybe it would just fall down and crush me, ending this miserable story before I had to keep living in it. But it didn't. I got into my car, locked the doors, and called Marcus. "We are adding Liam to the lawsuit," I said, my voice completely dead. "Every single charge. Fraud. Theft by deception. Everything. And I already started drafting the amendment," he replied smoothly. "You want to move forward with the nuclear option?" I thought about it. I thought about the expensive Christmas gifts I bought my brother every single year, even after he wrecked my credit the first time. I thought about the countless times I vehemently defended him to our relatives when he failed his college classes, missed work, and constantly lied to his girlfriends. I thought about all the late-night times my parents called him complicated but reliable, while treating me like a walking ATM. They knew exactly what he did. They knew he was in bed with a violent loan shark. They actively chose to protect him, and they actively chose to sacrifice my entire future to do it. "Move forward," I said. "Burn it down." The very next day, the massive pile of legal paperwork was officially filed with the courts. A full civil motion. Identity theft. Gross financial fraud. Severe emotional damages. Malicious negligence. Liam was publicly served the massive stack of papers by a process server at the auto shop where he worked part-time, right in front of his boss and coworkers. My mother called my new phone number that night exactly 14 times in a row. I didn't pick up a single one. Then, she texted, "Mom, Alex, I absolutely cannot believe you are doing this to your own flesh and blood brother. You are completely ruining his life over money. You are a monster." I stared at the glowing message in the dark of my apartment, and I actually laughed, a cold, hollow sound. Then I replied, Me. You already ruined mine to save him. I'm just finally cleaning up the debris you left behind." She didn't answer. That was perfectly fine. I didn't need her to ever again. The court date was officially set for a Friday morning. Liam had gone entirely silent, probably advised by whatever cheap public defender he managed to scrape together. My mother sent one last, desperate message the night before the hearing. "Mom, please, Alex. Let's just fix this right now. We will pay some of it back. We can set up a nice monthly payment plan with you. You do not need to ruin everything in front of a judge." I just stared at it. A year ago, I might have actually answered. I might have even tried to negotiate a peaceful surrender. But some was not enough anymore. A payment plan was not justice. I didn't want revenge anymore. I wanted absolute freedom. And freedom does not come cheap. Marcus had explicitly advised me. They will desperately try to settle privately at the 11th hour to avoid public record. Do not respond. Let them feel the crushing weight of the public pressure. So, I didn't. Instead, the night before the hearing, I got in my car and drove. I drove across town until I reached the little bungalow I had almost bought. The sale had officially fallen through weeks ago. It sat quietly on its corner lot, completely empty, like a beautiful story that had almost been told. The for sale sign was still out front, a little sun-bleached now. The lemon tree in the backyard was still drooping, but the porch light was on. I parked across the street and just looked at it. The last time I was here, I honestly thought I had lost everything. But sitting there in the quiet dark, I finally knew better. What I lost wasn't the house. It was the pathetic illusion that I was ever truly safe inside that toxic family. That illusion was entirely gone now. And good riddance. The next morning, I wore a perfectly tailored black suit to court. Not for theatrics, but for closure. It felt like attending a funeral. I didn't look at my parents when we passed each other in the sterile, brightly lit hallway. I didn't acknowledge Liam when he glared at me from across the aisle, like a petulant child caught stealing from the cookie jar. The hearing was incredibly procedural, cold, and devastatingly efficient. The judge, an older woman with zero patience for nonsense, meticulously reviewed the mountain of evidence Marcus presented. The truth packet, the timeline, the IP verifications, the sworn affidavit from Chloe detailing the loan shark debt. Marcus did almost all of the talking. I just sat quietly at the plaintiff's table, my hands neatly folded, while my entire traumatic history played out in cold, bureaucratic, legal language for the public record. When it was finally over, the judge didn't even hesitate. She completely approved the motion. My parents were legally ordered to repay the full $48,500 loan, plus all accrued interest, plus an additional $15,000 in punitive damages and legal fees. Liam was found individually liable for an additional fraud charge, pending massive civil penalties that would garnish his wages for the next decade. Most importantly, the judge issued a court order demanding my credit record be completely expunged of all related fraudulent incidents. A formal, permanent legal record of their fraud would be kept on file for my future protection. It was finally done. The nightmare was over. I didn't stay in the courtroom to watch them leave. I walked straight out to my car, breathed in the crisp air, and drove away. Later that same week, after the credit bureaus finally wiped the loan from my history and my score skyrocketed back to normal, I got a letter in the mail. It was handwritten from my father. The envelope was thick, and the messy penmanship was painfully familiar. Inside were 2 pages of rambling nonsense. No actual apology. Not really. Just pathetic lines like, "I didn't know what else to do. We honestly thought you would be okay, you always bounce back. We never expected you to turn against your own blood like this. But I guess you just aren't our Alex anymore." At the very bottom of the second page, he had hastily scribbled, "You won. Hope destroying us was worth it." I slowly folded the letter, set it down on my kitchen counter, and smiled a genuine, bright smile. Then, I grabbed a fresh envelope, wrote a very simple reply, and mailed it straight back to 402 Maplewood Drive via certified mail. Inside the envelope was a single, glossy printed photograph. It was a picture of me, standing proudly on the front porch of the little 2-bedroom bungalow, my bungalow. The bank had instantly approved my new mortgage the second the fraud was expunged. The sold sign was clearly visible right behind my shoulder. And written on a small post-it note stuck to the bottom of the photo were 4 simple words: "It was worth everything." Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your mother saying you're turning this into a war over a few dollars when they literally stole almost 50 grand to pay off a loan shark for her golden child. I am so unbelievably glad you went the nuclear route. Enjoy your beautiful new home, OP. You earned every single square inch of it. User 2. I work in mortgage lending, and let me tell you, the amount of times I see parents completely ruining their kids' credit before they even turn 18 is sickening. But seeing you actually hold them legally accountable, freeze their HELOC attempt, and drag the brother into court? This is the most satisfying outcome I've ever read on this site. User 3. The fact that Liam laughed and said, "Alex doesn't ask questions, he just fixes things," makes my blood boil. They completely relied on your trauma response of being the fixer to literally save Liam's life from a criminal and then tried to gaslight you about it. Sending them the photo of the sold house at the end is legendary tier revenge. My family ignored my promotion but demanded $3,200. For vacation, I sent one penny and forced the sale of their house. Enjoy the streets. Alright, Reddit. This story is absolutely insane, and even though I lived through every agonizing, infuriating second of it, I still can't quite believe it went down like this. It's going to be a massive sprawling saga, because the sheer level of audacity and financial manipulation requires a lot of context. Grab your popcorn, get comfortable, and enjoy the show, because the nuclear revenge at the end is sweeter than anything I could have ever dreamed up. For context, I am a 3-5-year-old male named Julian. For my entire adult life, I have been the designated ATM, the safety net, and the crisis management center for my deeply financially irresponsible family. My father, Arthur, is a man who believes he is always one brilliant idea away from being a millionaire, despite never holding a steady job for more than 3 years. My mother, Elena, is a professional victim who uses tears like currency. My older sister, Clara, 38F, is the golden child who believes she is a temporarily embarrassed reality TV star, constantly living vastly beyond her means. And then there's my younger brother, Leo, 28 meters, who usually just kept his head down to avoid the crossfire. Late October, after 8 grueling years of 80-hour work weeks, skipping vacations, and practically living at the office, I finally got the promotion I'd been bleeding for. Vice President of National Logistics. It came with a massive pay bump, actual executive decision-making power, a corner office with an incredible view of the city skyline, and a stock options package that secured my future. I felt like I had finally made it. The announcement happened during an all-hands corporate retreat. The CEO literally called me up on stage, shook my hand in front of 300 employees, and handed me a crystal plaque. People I had only ever emailed were coming up to me, clapping me on the back, and buying me drinks. My face was on the front page of the company's internal portal. It was the proudest moment of my professional life. I immediately pulled out my phone and texted our family group chat. I sent a picture of the plaque and a message, "Just made VP. The grind finally paid off. I want to take you all out to celebrate." I waited. I watched the little read receipts pop up one by one. Clara read it. Mom read it. Leo read it. Dad read it. Nobody called. Nobody texted back. I brushed it off. I told myself they were probably just busy with their own lives. My mentor and former boss, David, pulled me aside later that evening. He looked me dead in the eye and said, "Julian, you earned every single bit of this. Do not let anyone downplay your success, celebrate this properly." And I wanted to. I didn't want some sterile corporate happy hour where people I barely knew pretended to care while checking their emails. I wanted a real celebration with the people who shared my blood, the people I had supported for over a decade. I wanted them to be proud of me. So, I went all out. I booked the private dining room at the Brass Oak, the most exclusive, high-end steakhouse in the city. It was the kind of place where you usually need a reservation 3 months in advance, but I pulled a few strings with a vendor. The room was gorgeous, dark mahogany walls, leather seating, a private dedicated server, the works. I put down a $500 non-refundable deposit just to hold the room. I planned a menu of dry-aged ribeyes, imported seafood towers, and top-tier non-alcoholic mocktails since I don't drink much. I sent out the formal invitations 2 weeks in advance. I invited Mom, Dad, Clara, Leo, my mentor David, a few work colleagues, and 2 guys from college I was still tight with. The invitation was crystal clear. Date, time, location, dress code, and a note that said dinner was entirely on me. Again, I watched the red receipts. Mom replied with a string of party popper emojis. Clara sent a brief, weirdly passive-aggressive text saying, "Wow, look at you spending the big bucks. Proud of you." Leo sent a thumbs up. Dad, as usual, said nothing, but that wasn't out of the ordinary for him. The week leading up to the dinner, I was practically buzzing with excitement. I even bought a new tailored suit for the occasion. I practiced a little toast in the mirror, like an absolute clown. I was so ready to just sit back, look at my family, and share my success with them. The day of the dinner, a Saturday, I arrived at the Brass Oak at 6:30 p.m. to make sure the private room was flawless. The table looked incredible. The lighting was perfect. The sommelier had the sparkling cider chilling on ice. My dedicated waiter, a super professional guy named Matteo, kept congratulating me. He was so attentive and kind, completely unaware that he was about to witness one of the most pathetic nights of my life. 7 p.m. rolled around. The start time. The room was empty. I texted the group chat. "Hey everyone, I'm here. Private room in the back. Can't wait to see you guys. Read receipts." No replies. By 7:30 p.m., I was sitting alone at a massive table meant for 15 people, nursing a glass of sparkling water while Matteo quietly brought out the first round of artisanal bread. My phone buzzed. It was my work colleagues. They had a massive emergency at one of the distribution centers and had to bail. Totally understandable. 10 minutes later, my college friends texted. One had a flat tire on the highway, and the other was stuck with him. David called me directly. His daughter had spiked a fever of 103, and he was at the urgent care. All legitimate excuses. But my family? Absolute. Deafening. Silence. 8 p.m. Nothing. Sekis. Otus PM. I am sitting alone, eating a $40 shrimp cocktail in total silence. Matteo came in to clear the plates, and he didn't even ask if we should keep waiting. He just looked at me with this profound, agonizing pity. It was the kind of look you give a dog that's been tied to a pole in the rain. "Should I hold the main courses, sir?" he asked softly. "No, Matteo," I said, feeling my throat tighten. "Cancel the mains. Just bring me the check for what we've had so far." I paid the bill. I left Matteo a $150 tip because the second-hand embarrassment he had to endure on my behalf was worth at least that much. He actually tried to slide the money back to me. "Sir, please, you don't have to do this," he whispered. I insisted. I walked out of that gorgeous restaurant, got into my car, and drove home in complete and utter silence. I didn't turn on the radio. I just stared at the road, my phone sitting face up on the passenger seat. Not a single call. Not a single "sorry we're running late." Not a single, we can't make it. Just me, my tailored suit, and the crushing realization that I meant absolutely nothing to them. I lay awake in bed that entire night, staring at the ceiling, trying to rationalize it. Maybe there was a massive car accident. Maybe someone was in the hospital. Maybe there was a catastrophic miscommunication. But deep down, the ugly truth sat in my stomach like a lead weight. I just wasn't worth their time. The next few days were absolute radio silence. Nobody reached out to apologize. Nobody called to explain. It was as if my promotion and the dinner had literally never existed. Then, on Thursday, 5 days later, I finally got a text. It was from my younger brother, Leo. "Hey man, sorry about Saturday. Something came up. Congrats on the VP thing though." Something came up. That was it. That was the entirety of the explanation for ghosting the biggest milestone of my life. I didn't even reply. I thought that was the bottom. I thought the universe had kicked me as hard as it possibly could. But I was so terribly wrong. The universe was just lacing up its steel-toed boots. The following Monday, 9 days after the dinner that never happened, I was sitting in a high-stakes Q4 budget review meeting. My phone, sitting on the conference table, started buzzing frantically. It was the family group chat. I hadn't seen activity in that chat since I sent the restaurant details. My stomach churned. I shouldn't have looked, but a sick curiosity took over. It was a massive wall of text from my mother, Elena. "Hi everyone. As you all know, Mom and Dad's 40th wedding anniversary is next month. To celebrate our beautiful vow renewal, we have booked the Sapphire Cove Resort for an entire long weekend, Friday through Sunday. We have reserved the Ocean View Grand Suites, private beach cabanas, a fully catered 5-course dinner, and a live jazz band. It's going to be the event of the decade. The cost per person is $3,200 to cover the accommodations and events. Please Venmo your portion to me by Wednesday so we can finalize the deposits. Can't wait to celebrate family." I stared at the screen. I literally rubbed my eyes because I thought I was hallucinating. $3,200 per person. For a vow renewal party, less than 2 weeks after every single one of them had ghosted the free, fully paid for celebration of my life's biggest achievement without so much as a text message. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it knocked the breath out of my lungs. My sister Clara replied immediately. Yes. I already sent my money. Mom and Dad deserve the absolute world. I'm going to book a spa day for us girls while we're there. Treating myself because I've been so stressed." This was coming from the same woman who claimed she couldn't afford to buy her own kids' school supplies 3 months ago, forcing me to drop $600 at Target for my niece and nephew. Then my dad, Arthur, chimed in with his trademark fake humble routine. "Now Elena, you know you kids don't have to do all this for us. But it truly means the world to me. I've worked my fingers to the bone for this family, and there is nothing I want more than to be surrounded by the people I love. Can't wait." The people he loved, the family that apparently did not include my presence, but absolutely required my wallet. I had seen this play out 100 times before. The guilt trip, the manufactured extravagance, the expectation that Julian would just sigh, open his banking app, and fund their delusions of grandeur. It was a perfectly choreographed dance, and they expected me to hit my mark. I sat in that boardroom, the voices of my colleagues fading into a dull roar. The VP of Finance was talking about supply chain overhead, but I couldn't hear a word. The colleague next to me nudged my arm. "Julian, you good, man? You look like you just saw a ghost." "I need to step out," I whispered. I grabbed my phone, walked out of the boardroom, marched down the hall to my new corner office, and locked the door. I sat down at my massive mahogany desk, the city skyline stretching out behind me, and I just stared at that group chat. Aunts and uncles were chiming in now. Cousins I hadn't seen since high school were posting excitement emojis. But I noticed one glaring omission. My brother Leo hadn't said a word. Something inside my brain just clicked. It wasn't a sudden explosion of rage. It was a cold, terrifying, crystal clear wave of absolute detachment. It was the profound realization that I had been playing a rigged game with loaded dice for my entire adult life. I was never going to win their love. I was never going to earn their respect. I was nothing but a biological ATM machine. I opened my Venmo app. I typed in my mother's username. I went to the payment amount. I typed $0.01, 1 single penny. In the payment notes section, I wrote, "Here is my contribution. Enjoy the party. I will not be attending, now or ever." I hit send. If they wanted to play games, I was about to flip the entire board over. And trust me, I was playing for keeps. The moment that penny left my account, I began the systematic, ruthless dismantling of my entire financial relationship with my family. I had been thinking about doing this for years, but the guilt always stopped me. Not anymore. The guilt was dead, buried under the table at the Brass Oak. First, I opened my contacts. I blocked my mother. I blocked my father. I blocked Clara. I blocked every single aunt, uncle, and cousin who had ever participated in their endless grift. 15 numbers, wiped from my life in less than 3 minutes. The only person I did not block was Leo. Then, I picked up my desk phone and called my bank. Years ago, when I was 22 and just starting to make decent money, my parents had convinced me to open a joint checking account with them for emergencies. Over the years, I had funneled tens of thousands of dollars into that account to cover their bounced checks and late utility bills. I need to completely remove myself from the joint account ending in 4,402, I told the bank representative. And I need to transfer the entire remaining balance, which are solely my deposited funds, into a new, private account. Then, freeze the joint account. Sir, since you are the primary account holder, I can do that immediately, she said. It took 4 minutes. Next, I called the credit card companies. I was the primary account holder in 3 high-limit credit cards that my parents and Clara possessed as authorized users. I had been paying their ridiculous Amazon hauls and restaurant tabs for years under the guise of helping them get back on their feet. Cancel all authorized user cards immediately. Flag any new charges as fraudulent, I ordered. But the crown jewel of my financial entanglement was the house. 10 years ago, when I was 25, my parents wanted to buy a 4-bedroom house in a nice suburb. Their credit was absolute garbage due to years of defaulted loans and unpaid taxes. I had flawless credit and a high-paying entry-level corporate job. My father had begged me, with actual tears in his eyes, to co-sign the mortgage and go on the title. It's just for a year, Julian, he had promised. Just until we stabilize. Then we will refinance and take your name right off. 10 years. 10 years and they had never refinanced. My name was still on the deed, which meant, legally, I was a co-owner of that property. I called the mortgage lender. I placed a hard freeze on the account, requiring my physical notarized signature in person for any changes, refinancing attempts, or lines of credit taken out against the equity. I locked down my social security number, with all 3 credit bureaus. I changed every single password to a randomly generated alphanumeric string. I changed my security questions from things they knew, mother's maiden name, childhood street, to absolute nonsense. When I hung up the phone after 3 hours of administrative warfare, I felt lighter than air. I felt like I had just dropped a 300-pound backpack I had been carrying up a mountain for a decade. I went home to my luxury apartment, cooked myself a beautiful dinner, watched a movie, and slept for 9 solid hours. I had exactly 24 hours of absolute, blissful peace. Then, the shockwaves of my actions hit them, and all hell broke loose. Tuesday evening, I was in my kitchen meal prepping when someone started pounding on my front door. It wasn't a knock. It was the frantic, aggressive hammering of someone trying to break down a barricade. I walked over to the peephole and looked out. It was Clara. Her face was beet red, her hair was a mess, and she looked like she was vibrating with pure rage. I considered calling building security, but the pounding was getting louder. My neighbor across the hall, Tom, a massive, retired Marine, who took zero nonsense, opened his door and glared out. I gave Tom a subtle wave to let him know I was handling it, but he stayed in his doorway, watching like a hawk. I kept the heavy metal chain lock engaged and cracked the door open a few inches. "What do you want, Clara?" I asked, my voice terrifyingly calm. She practically spit at the gap in the door. "Are you out of your psychotic mind? You sent Mom 1 penny? 1 penny for their anniversary? And then you blocked everyone? What is your malfunction, Julian?" "I don't have a malfunction," I said smoothly. "I just stopped being your ATM." "You are throwing a temper tantrum like a literal child," she screamed, her voice echoing down the hallway. "This is Mom and Dad's 40th anniversary. They sacrificed their entire lives for us. They fed you, they clothed you, and you are trying to ruin their dream vacation over what? Because we missed some stupid dinner." I actually laughed. A cold, hard laugh that seemed to infuriate her even more. "Some stupid dinner? I invited my family to celebrate the biggest professional achievement of my life. I paid a $500 deposit. I sat in a private room for 2 hours by myself. None of you even had the basic human decency to send a text message saying you weren't coming. So yes, Clara. If my promotion dinner is just a stupid dinner, then Dad's vow renewal is just a stupid party, and he can fund it himself." She shoved her hand into the crack of the door, trying to pry it open. "It is completely different. They are our parents. You owe them. You make more money than all of us combined, and you're just hoarding it like a selfish, greedy pig. Mom went to the grocery store today, and her debit card declined. You cut off the accounts." "My accounts," I corrected her. "My money. That I earned, while you were getting your nails done and Dad was sitting in his recliner." "You arrogant little prick," she hissed, her eyes wild. "You think because you have some fancy corporate title you're better than us. You're still the same scrawny, pathetic loser who needed Dad to protect him in high school. You are nothing without this family." Dad hasn't protected me from anything since I was 16. I fired back, the anger finally bleeding into my voice. I have bailed this family out of evictions, repossessions, and bankruptcies 22 times in the last decade. I counted. I am done. Go home, Clara. Figure your own lives out. 3. I went to shut the door. She shoved her designer boot into the gap. Move your foot, Clara, or I am closing this heavy oak door on it, and you can explain your broken toes to the paramedics, I warned. She stared at me, realizing I was absolutely dead serious. She yanked her foot back. I slammed the door and locked the deadbolt. She stood out there screaming obscenities for another 3 minutes. Tom, my neighbor, finally boomed, "Hey, shut up and get out of here before I call the cops." I heard her shriek something at Tom, followed by the sound of her stomping down the hallway. 10 minutes later, Tom knocked lightly on my door. I opened it. "You good, Julian?" he asked, his arms crossed. "I'm fine, Tom. Family drama. I cut them off financially and the parasite is angry." Tom chuckled darkly. "I know the type. Let me know if she comes back. I've got a buddy at the precinct who can have a patrol car here in 2 minutes." "Thanks, Tom. And hey, sorry about the noise." "Don't sweat it. Oh, and hey, saw your picture in the building newsletter. Congrats on the VP gig." I smiled, a genuine, sad smile. A retired Marine I occasionally made small talk with in the elevator was more supportive of my success than my own flesh and blood. That night, my phone started exploding. They had realized they were blocked, so they started using burner apps, Google Voice numbers, and borrowing phones from friends to text me. "How could you do this to your mother? She hasn't stopped crying. You are tearing this family apart over pure greed. Dad's blood pressure is spiking. If he has a heart attack, it's on you." I didn't read most of them. I just played whack-a-mole, blocking every single unknown number that popped up. By midnight, I had blocked 38 different numbers. Then, my phone rang. It was Leo. I answered. "Hey," I said quietly. "Hey man," Leo replied, his voice exhausted. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "How's the war zone?" Leo let out a long, heavy sigh. "It's a nightmare. Mom is wailing in the living room like someone died. Dad is pacing holes into the carpet, screaming about how ungrateful you are. Clara came back from your place and threw a lamp at the wall. They are losing their absolute minds." "And you?" I asked. "I told them they were idiots," Leo said bluntly. "I told them they've been treating you like a walking checkbook for 10 years, and that ghosting your VP dinner was the stupidest thing they could have possibly done. Dad told me if I was going to take your side, I could pack my bags and get out. So, I'm sitting at a 2-4-hour diner eating terrible hash browns." "I'm sorry, Leo. You shouldn't be caught in the crossfire." "Don't apologize to me," Leo said firmly. "You did what you had to do. I've been telling you to cut them off for years. But, Julian, you need to be careful. They aren't just angry, they are panicked. Without your money, they can't pay the mortgage next month. They can't pay the car leases. Mom tried to log into the joint account, and when she saw it was empty, I thought she was going to have a stroke. They are desperate, and desperate people do insane things." Leo was right. I just didn't realize how fast the insanity would escalate. The next morning, at 6 a.m., I was woken up by a frantic pounding on my door. I dragged myself out of bed, exhausted, assuming Clara had returned for round 2. I grabbed a heavy metal flashlight from my nightstand, walked to the door, and looked through the peephole. It wasn't Clara, it was 2 uniformed police officers. My heart dropped into my stomach. I unchained the door and opened it. "Can I help you, officers?" The taller officer looked at me, then down at his notepad. "Julian, we received a call requesting an emergency wellness check. Your family reported that you were missing, severely depressed, exhibiting erratic behavior, and potentially a danger to yourself. They said you had a psychological break and drained all your bank accounts." I stared at them, a mixture of fury and disbelief washing over me. They were trying to establish a paper trail that I was mentally incompetent so they could somehow gain control of my finances. "Officers, please come in," I said, stepping aside. They walked into my pristine, organized apartment. I pointed to the framed VP promotion plaque sitting on my kitchen island, waiting to be hung. "I am perfectly fine," I said calmly. "I am 35 years old. I just got promoted to vice president at a major logistics firm. 9 days ago, I invited my family to celebrate with me. They all ghosted me. 2 days ago, they demanded I pay $3,200 for a luxury vacation for my parents. I refused, removed my personal funds from a joint account, and blocked their numbers because I am tired of being financially abused. This wellness check is a retaliatory harassment tactic." The officers exchanged a look. The shorter one sighed heavily, clearly annoyed at having his time wasted. "We see this kind of thing a lot, unfortunately. Family disputes over money turning into weaponized police calls. You are clearly not in distress." I am of sound mind, I am employed, and I am choosing to cut contact of my own free will, I stated for the record. They took my ID, ran a quick check, and handed it back. We will note in the file that you are safe and that the callers were attempting to use emergency services for harassment. If they keep this up, you might want to look into a restraining order, sir. Thank you, I plan on it. As soon as the cops left, I got dressed and went straight to my office. I locked myself in and pulled up my personal laptop. I needed to see if they had tried anything else. I logged into my credit monitoring service, and my blood ran ice cold. There were 3 hard inquiries on my credit report from the last 12 hours. Someone had tried to apply for a $50,000 personal loan through an online lender. Someone had tried to open 2 high-limit travel credit cards, all using my social security number, all flagged and denied because of the hard freeze I had initiated the day before. I immediately drove to my bank branch and sat down with the branch manager, a woman named Sarah who I had known for years. I explained the situation. She pulled up the back-end logs. Julian, Sarah said, her face pale. The IP address for the loan application traces back to your parents' home address. But the applicant name, it lists Clara as the primary, using your SSN and income as the cosigner. She tried to forge your digital signature. That's identity theft, I said, my voice shaking with rage. That's federal fraud. Yes, it is, Sarah said gravely. I am printing out all these logs. You need to take this to the police immediately. This isn't just family drama anymore. Julian, your sister just committed a felony. I took the thick stack of papers Sarah gave me and drove straight to the police precinct. I sat down with a detective, handed over the logs, the IP addresses, the denied applications, and a full statement about the financial abuse and the retaliatory wellness check. Family fraud is incredibly common, but it's usually hard to prosecute because the victim always backs down, the detective told me. Are you willing to press charges against your sister? I want her buried under the jail, I said without a microsecond of hesitation. Press every charge you have. He nodded, taking the file. We will open a formal investigation. It might take some time to subpoena the online lenders for the exact device MAC addresses, but we will get it. I left the precinct feeling like a man possessed. My family had tried to steal $50,000 from me because I wouldn't pay for their vacation. They had crossed a line that could never, ever, be uncrossed. It was time to go nuclear. I called Harrison, a ruthless, high-powered real estate and civil litigation attorney I had used a few years ago to review my corporate contracts. I told him I needed an emergency meeting. I sat in his plush office 2 hours later and laid everything out on the table. The history of financial abuse, the joint accounts, the credit cards, the identity theft, and, most importantly, the house. Harrison, my name is on the deed to my parents' house. I am a legal co-owner. I want my name off of it, and I want every single dime I have ever given them back. Harrison steepled his fingers, looking at me analytically. Getting money back that was given as a gift is nearly impossible in civil court. Unless you have meticulous documentation proving these were loans, or proving a pattern of coercive control and fraud. I have everything, I told him. I am a logistics VP. My entire life is spreadsheets. I spent the entire weekend locked in my apartment, fueled by black coffee and pure, unadulterated spite. I went through 10 years of bank statements, Venmo logs, PayPal receipts, text messages, and emails. I documented every single transaction. I documented the $12,000 I paid to stop the foreclosure on their previous home. I documented the $8,000 I paid for Clara's emergency cosmetic dental surgery. I documented the $25,000 I put down as the down payment for the house they currently lived in. I documented the car payments, the utility bills, the luxury vacations they guilted me into funding, the legal fees for Dad's failed business ventures. When I finally hit the sum button at the bottom of the Excel spreadsheet, the number staring back at me made me physically nauseous. 41,500元. Over a decade, I had bled out nearly $500,000 to fund the lifestyle of people who couldn't be bothered to show up to my dinner. That was a mansion. That was an early retirement. Gone. I sent the 60-page spreadsheet to Harrison. He called me 20 minutes later. Julian. This documentation is flawless. It establishes a crystal clear pattern of financial exploitation, culminating in the attempted identity theft by Clara. But the real leverage here is the house. Explain, I said. You are on the deed. That means you legally own a 50% stake in the equity of that property. Right now, the house is worth roughly $650,000. They owe $230,000 on the mortgage. That leaves $420,000 in equity. Your legal share is $210,000. They don't have $210,000 to buy me out, I said. They don't even have $200. Exactly, Harrison said, and I could hear the shark-like grin in his voice. Which means we file a partition action. It is a lawsuit that forces the sale of a jointly owned property, when the owners cannot agree. The court will mandate that the house be put on the market, sold, and the equity split according to ownership. We will force them to sell their home. Do it, I commanded. File it tomorrow morning. But I wasn't done. I wanted them to know exactly what was coming. I wanted them to feel the terror they had subjected me to for years. I created a new email address, julianlegalcontact@gmail.com. I drafted an email and sent it to Mom, Dad, Clara, and every single extended family member who had ever told me I needed to support my parents. Subject: Notice of forced sale and debt collection. Attached is a comprehensive, 60-page financial audit detailing the $415,000 I have provided to Arthur, Elena, and Clara over the last 10 years. Because of the recent attempt by Clara to fraudulently open a $50,000 loan in my name, police report #HIDE8492 attached. All financial support is permanently terminated. Furthermore, my attorney has filed a partition action with the county court to force the immediate sale of the property located at parents' address, of which I am a legal 50% owner. You will not be able to refinance, as my signature is required and will be denied. You have 60 days to vacate the premises before the court orders a public auction. Any further communication must go through my attorney, Harrison Vance. Do not contact me again. I hit send at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday. By 8:15 a.m., the explosion was catastrophic. Harrison's office received 14 frantic phone calls before noon. My parents tried to call him, screaming and crying. Clara called him, and threatened to sue him for harassment. Harrison, being the absolute professional monster that he is, calmly informed them that all calls were being recorded and added to the harassment file. They panicked. They tried to go to a predatory, high-interest lender to take out a second mortgage to buy me out. Denied, because I had frozen the title. They tried to put the house in Clara's name. Denied, because I had to sign off on the deed transfer. They were trapped. The walls were closing in, and I had the only key. I got my updates through Leo, who we would meet for a beer every Friday night. Leo had officially moved out of the house and was crashing on a buddy's couch, completely severing himself from the toxicity. It's a bloodbath, Julian, Leo told me one Friday, shaking his head in sheer disbelief. Mom hasn't gotten out of bed in a week. Dad is furiously calling every lawyer in the city trying to fight the partition, but none of them will take the case because he can't pay the retainer. And Clara is spiraling. What is she doing? I asked, taking a sip of my IPA. She tried to start a GoFundMe. Leo laughed bitterly. She titled it, "Help Save Our Family Home from Our Abusive Brother." She wrote this massive sob story about how you had a mental breakdown and were trying to render them homeless. Let me guess, nobody donated? Worse. Aunt Marie commented on it and said, maybe if you got a job instead of buying Prada bags with Julian's money, you wouldn't be in this mess. Clara deleted the whole campaign an hour later. The extended family has completely turned on them. Everyone saw your spreadsheet. Everyone knows exactly what they did. The court granted the partition order 3 weeks later. The judge took one look at the financial documentation, the police report for the attempted fraud, and my parents' complete lack of defense, and slammed the gavel. The house was ordered to be listed on the market immediately. My parents, out of pure, spiteful desperation, tried to list the house for $900,000 hoping it would sit on the market forever and delay the sale. Harrison immediately filed an emergency injunction, and the judge appointed a neutral, court-mandated real estate agent, who priced the house aggressively at $620,000 for a quick sale. It sold in 4 days. Closing was set for 30 days out. My parents had exactly 1 month to pack up 30 years of accumulated hoarding and get out. The financial reality of their situation hit them like a freight train. Because they had leveraged themselves to the hilt, after paying off the remaining mortgage, the realtor fees, the court costs, and the outstanding property taxes they had been hiding, the total profit from the sale was abysmal. My 50% legal share, mandated by the court, came out to $105,000. It wasn't the $415K they had stolen from me over the years, but getting a 6-figure check while watching them face the consequences of their actions was the best return on investment I had ever received. My parents' share was a pitiful $55,000. $55,000 to start their entire lives over. In today's economy, that is nothing. They couldn't qualify for a new mortgage because their credit was destroyed. They couldn't rent a nice house because no landlord would accept their debt-to-income ratio. They were forced to liquidate everything they owned. Dad's beloved F-150 truck. Sold to CarMax. Mom's jewelry? Pawned. The expensive antique furniture they had bought with my credit cards? Auctioned off for pennies on the dollar. They ended up renting a cramped, 2-bedroom apartment in a rundown, sketchy part of the city, paying 6 months of rent up front just to get the landlord to accept them. And Clara? Oh, Clara got exactly what she deserved. Without my money to subsidize her lifestyle, her world collapsed. Her leased BMW was repossessed in the middle of the night from the driveway of the house before it sold. She was forced to move into the tiny apartment with mom and dad. From what Leo told me, the screaming matches between the three of them were so loud the police had been called by the new neighbors twice in the first month. But the universe, as it turns out, still had one final, brutal plot twist waiting in the wings. 2 months after the house sold, I was sitting in my corner office, reviewing a Q1 logistics report, when my phone rang. It was an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered it. "Julian?" A gruff, exhausted voice said. It was my father, Arthur. I felt a spike of adrenaline, but I kept my voice perfectly flat. "How did you get this number, Arthur?" "I changed it. I got it from David at your office." I begged him. "Julian, please, don't hang up. I need your help. We have an absolute catastrophe." "I am not your ATM," I said, preparing to end the call. "It's Clara," he shouted, his voice cracking with genuine panic. "She's in jail, Julian. She's in county lockup." I froze. "What? Remember that lawsuit she tried to file against you? The one for emotional distress and breach of verbal contract over the house sale?" I did remember. After the house sold, Clara had found some sleazy, ambulance-chasing lawyer who agreed to take a frivolous lawsuit against me on contingency. They had demanded I pay her $100,000 in damages. Harrison had laughed so hard he nearly choked on his coffee when we received the summons. We had immediately filed a motion for discovery, demanding Clara produce her financial records to prove her damages. "Yeah, I remember," I said slowly. "What happened?" Dad was practically hyperventilating. During the discovery phase, her lawyer demanded all her bank records. He found out she had been funneling money out of an escrow account from her old job as a receptionist at a real estate firm. She had been stealing from her boss to keep up her lifestyle after you cut us off. Her own lawyer realized he was looking at grand larceny and reported it. The district attorney picked it up. They arrested her this morning. They set her bail at $100,000. We need $10,000 cash for the bondsman, Julian. We don't have it. We spent the last of the house money on rent and food. Please. She won't survive in jail." I sat in my plush leather chair, looking out over the city. I thought about the lonely night at the Brass Oak. I thought about the $3,200 vow renewal demand. I thought about Clara trying to steal my identity, kicking my door, and calling me a scrawny loser. "Arthur," I said, my voice as cold as absolute zero. "Yes? Yes, Julian, please. I'll do anything. I'll get a job. I'll pay you back every week." "You should have come to my dinner," I whispered. And I hung up the phone. I immediately called my cell provider and had the number changed again. I emailed David and told him under no circumstances was he to ever give out my contact information to my family again, explaining briefly what had happened. David was horrified and apologized profusely. Clara sat in county jail for 3 weeks before she finally managed to get a public defender to negotiate her bail down. She eventually pled guilty to felony wire fraud and embezzlement. She received 3 years of probation, massive restitution fines, and a permanent felony record that guarantees she will never work in a corporate environment or handle money ever again. She currently works the night shift at a fast food drive-thru. My parents are still trapped in that tiny apartment, living off Social Security, and whatever Dad can make doing odd handyman jobs. The $3,200 vow renewal at the luxury resort never happened. Instead, they spent their 40th anniversary sitting in a cramped living room, completely alienated from their extended family, with a felon daughter sleeping on their couch. As for me, I am thriving. The $105,000 I recovered from the house sale went straight into a high-yield investment portfolio. I am excelling in my VP role, traveling the country, and building a life entirely for myself. I started dating a wonderful woman named Sarah, ironically, the same name as my bank manager, who comes from a normal, loving family that actually communicates and supports each other. And the best part? A few weeks ago, I met up with my brother Leo at a coffee shop near my office. Leo looked like a new man. He had lost the stress weight, he was standing taller, and he had a huge smile on his face. "I got in," he told me, sliding an acceptance letter across the table. I looked at it. It was an acceptance letter to the master's program in engineering at MIT. Full scholarship. "Leo, that is incredible." I beamed, pulling him into a hug. "I am so proud of you." "I'm moving to Boston next month," he said, his eyes shining. "I'm finally getting out. I just wanted to say, thank you, Julian. Watching you stand up to them. Watching you take your life back. It gave me the courage to do the same. I haven't spoken to Mom, Dad, or Clara in 2 months. I feel like I can finally breathe. You earned this, Leo, all on your own." "Hey," Leo said, pulling out his wallet. "Coffee is on me today. I insist." I smiled, letting my little brother buy me a $5 latte. It was the best cup of coffee I have ever had in my entire life. So, Reddit. That is the saga. From a lonely dinner at a steakhouse to a $415,000 forensic audit, a forced home sale, and a felony conviction. I lost my parents and my sister, but I gained my freedom, my sanity, and a genuine relationship with my brother. Do I feel guilty? Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, a tiny voice wonders if I went too far. But then I remember the penny. I remember the absolute clarity of that moment. And I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that I did exactly what I had to do. What do you guys think? Did I go too nuclear? Or did they get exactly what they deserved? My wife texted my brother for months. She joked at dinner, maybe I chose the wrong brother. I didn't laugh. Her surprise B-day gift? Divorce papers. During supper, my wife joked that she had selected the wrong brother. Everyone laughed but me. So, for her birthday, she opened a large gift package in front of both families, expecting jewelry. Instead, she discovered divorce papers and stillness, which finally fit my mood. Hello, Reddit. My marriage appeared to be solid on the surface until minor issues began to pile up in a way that I couldn't ignore. I tried to remain calm, preserve the peace, and do everything correctly, but certain people would not stop until the truth is exposed. Before I get to the birthday where everything broke, let me start at the beginning. My name is Connor Carter, I'm 36 and I work in industrial automation. Essentially, making machines do what humans used to do. It isn't glamorous, but it's reliable and pays well. I grew raised with a tight family. My parents, Raphael and Isabella, still live in the house they purchased before I was born. I have an older sister, Natalie, who is more organized, and a younger brother, Lucas, who can talk his way out of a speeding ticket. I met Vanessa Brooks 5 years ago at a trade show. She was working at the registration desk, and I couldn't get my badge to print. She corrected it, grinned, and made a joke about how I looked like someone who hits restart rather than reading directions. We started conversing around lunchtime and didn't stop. 3 years later, we were married. Our early years together were easy. We had a rhythm. Weeknight dinners, leisurely Sundays, and movie nights that left her sleeping halfway through. I enjoyed coming home to her voice in the kitchen, the sound of her humming a pop song. I assumed we had something strong. Before the wedding, I requested a prenup, not because I didn't trust her, but because the place I lived in belonged to me long before we met. I had remodeled it with my father, paid it off early, and didn't want to lose it if anything went wrong. Vanessa did not argue. She described it as smart adulting and chuckled, saying, "You're just practical like that." It made sense to both of us. If there was one thing Vanessa stood out for, it was her desire for attention. Compliments, tiny jokes, and friendly teasing. Everything lighted her up. She'd flirt with waiters and laugh with cashiers, dismissing it as simply being friendly. It was not malevolent. That was her method of engaging with others. I didn't always get it, and I didn't resist it either. Then there came Lucas, our family's Joey Tribani. 31, tall, with a magnetic presence that warms a room upon entering. Jokes come easy. That dumb grin gives him grace, which he does not always deserve. He flirts on the verge of harmless, loyal without measuring space. Sometimes, he comes closer than he understands. People describe him as magnetic. I simply call him my brother. Behind the grin, he wasn't careless with money. Lucas manages regional sales for a specialty AV and lighting shop, high-ticket systems with lumpy but lucrative commissions. After Vanessa and I married, he became a frequent visitor to our home. When he first saw her, he gave her his distinctive grin, inclined his head slightly, and asked, "How are you doing?" She broke out laughing. I prodded him in the waist and shook my head. He occasionally came to borrow tools, and sometimes he just passed by. I did not mind. We were family. Vanessa enjoyed it when he came over. She'd prepare more elaborate dinners, wear the gorgeous outfit she typically reserved for nights out, and laugh harder than usual. Lucas would sit in our kitchen, talking us about work or the girl who ditched him because he was late for her birthday party. Vanessa always thought he was amusing. I noted small details, such as how she would refill his glass before mine, or how she would touch his arm when laughing. It wasn't evident, but it was subtle enough to make me question myself. Lucas, being Lucas, was totally unaware. He joked with her in the same way that I did with everyone. Light teasing, light-hearted comments, and mild flirting. I kept reminding myself that was how he treated everyone. Vanessa would sometimes continue to smile after he left. She'd repeat one of his jokes and giggle to herself while washing up. I once joked, he could read the phone book and you'd laugh. She smiled and added, "He's just funny, that's all." "You're too serious." I told myself it didn't matter. They were family. She was my wife. There was no need to look into it. But, over time, something began to change. When Lucas came around, she'd almost glow. Her voice was brighter, and she had more enthusiasm. When it was just us, she appeared distracted, as if part of her was still somewhere else. I'd tell her about my day, and she'd flick through her phone, murmuring, "That's nice, babe," but without looking up. I began to notice the contrast between the way she looked at Lucas while he spoke and how she looked at me. Her eyes gleamed in his presence. It was usual for me. I don't believe Lucas intended anything by it. He was only being himself. Vanessa probably believed she was having fun. Still, something about it didn't feel right. My mother, Isabella, had planned this supper for weeks. She claimed it was simply family, which often meant a crowded house. My parents, Natalie, Lucas, Vanessa, and a few cousins who refused to turn down free food. The aroma of roasted chicken and garlic rice greeted us as soon as we came in. It was noisy, warm, and familiar. Lucas was already there when we arrived, leaning against the kitchen counter, telling Natalie and one of our cousins about a customer at his workplace who had brought a parrot into the showroom. He was halfway through mimicking the parrot's voice when Vanessa burst out laughing, despite the fact that she had missed half the story. That was Lucas's thing. People laughed simply because he did. Dinner started off usual. My mother fussed over everyone's plates. My father continued asking her to sit down, and the cousins attempted to sneak additional potatoes before they reached the table. Vanessa was in her element, laughing, speaking, and keeping the conversation going. Lucas sat across from her, still entertaining everyone and sucking off their attention. He began performing impressions of my father's former co-worker and then of our high school instructor, who used to mispronounce everyone's names. The table shook with laughter. I smiled a couple times, mainly out of habit. Then he spoke to me. "Connor, remember how you used to sit in class like a statue? Man, you've always been the quiet one. Bet Vanessa goes crazy trying to get you to talk." Everyone chuckled, including my parents. Vanessa gave the loudest chuckle. "Be careful, Lucas," Natalie cautioned. "You're going to start something." Lucas smiled. "I'm just saying, my brother's too serious sometimes." Vanessa leaned closer, smiling. "You're right, Lucas. Maybe I'd be happier with you instead." The room became utterly still. Forks came to a stop in midair. The only sound was a clock ticking on the wall. Lucas's smile faded. He looked at her as if he wasn't sure he'd heard correctly. My mother froze. My father set his fork down. Natalie looked at Vanessa, and one of my cousins said, "What?" Under their breath, I laid my fork down and tapped the rim of my glass once, making sure everyone heard it. "All right," I answered, glancing at Vanessa first. "If you're bored, that's your sentence to say at home, not at my parents' table." I looked to Lucas. "And you, since you're the entertainer, remind her how long your last serious thing lasted." 4 weeks, correct? 3 if we exclude the part where she blocked you. 2 cousins stared at their plates. Natalie stopped breathing. I returned to Vanessa. "You want the pleasure, brother? Cool. But you don't test drive a new automobile while still driving mine." Lucas's grin faded. Vanessa's smile faded into nothing. I pushed back my chair. "Mom, the lunch was excellent. Thank you for cooking." Then I stood up, tucked my chair in, and walked out into the quiet. Vanessa did not say anything at first when she entered. I was sitting on the couch watching the news, but not actually watching. She closed the door a little too firmly. "You really are just walking out like that." "That was a joke, Connor." But I turned the television off and faced her. "No, a joke ends with a punchline. That was a confession before an audience." She scoffed. "You know how Lucas is." I was matching his enthusiasm. "Then match it somewhere other than my parents' table." She folded her arms. "You are really making a huge deal out of nothing." Everybody was laughing. "They stopped when you told them what you really wanted." She stared at me. "So that's it. That is me adjusting to reality." Message was received. "You now have space." That silenced her for a second. Then she responded, "You're being dramatic." I switched off the television and got up. "I am not being anything. I really don't want to dispute." After that, she became quiet. I stayed in the guest room that night. She remained in the main bedroom. Over the next few days, I remained nice. I made coffee, left for work, returned home, ate dinner, and went about my usual business, but I didn't touch her, ask about her day, or try to mend anything. She began to try harder, preparing breakfast, wearing the perfume I preferred, and leaving small notes. I read them and threw them aside. When she finally asked, "Why are you acting like this?" I answered, "You've made it clear where your happiness is, I'm just giving you the freedom to pursue it." She didn't respond. While she spent her evenings looking through her phone or talking with friends, I began discreetly rearranging things. I set up a new savings account in my name exclusively. I closed our joint bank account and left the tiny shared savings for the lawyers to handle. I canceled the streaming subscriptions, the shared credit card, and the delivery services she had signed up for. She didn't notice anything. Perhaps she believed the minor billing emails were unimportant. Maybe she assumed I'd handle it as usual. She tried again during supper one night. "Are you really going to keep a grudge over something that everyone has forgotten about?" "I hadn't forgotten," I said. "I simply don't feel the need to remind anyone." She looked at me as if I were speaking another language. "You aren't even giving me an opportunity to rectify it." I shrugged. "I did not break it." She pushed the plate away. "You can't simply ignore me forever." "I am not ignoring you," I explained quietly. I'm done pretending I didn't hear what I did. After that, she stopped attempting to communicate at meals. The home became quiet. It was strange how quickly the silence returned to normal. There are no debates, laughing, or explanations, just space. The kind of space that makes you realize something is coming to an end, even if no one says so out loud. Vanessa spent more time on her phone, posting photographs with words about self-care and living life day by day. She went out with friends, smiling on photos and tagged restaurants. To anyone else, she undoubtedly appeared fine. At home, she scarcely looked at me. Perhaps she assumed my quiet meant I was over it. Perhaps she thought things would just reset on their own. But I was no longer angry. I was simply watching. And once you see someone for who they truly are, it's difficult to unsee them. That evening did more than simply impact how I looked at her. It transformed the way I saw us. Lucas messaged me the next morning. Lunch is my treat. No emojis and no jokes. That alone indicated he felt guilty. We met in a little cafe near the industrial park. He was already there, sunglasses on the table and pretending to peruse a menu. When I sat down, he looked up suddenly, as if he was waiting for a cue. Connor, he said gently. About last night. I'm sorry, man, it was supposed to be a dumb joke. I gave a wink. He breathed, you and her have a strange sense of humor. Yeah, I know, I messed up. I thought it was harmless. She always laughs at everything I say. I assumed that was just how she is. He paused and drummed his fingers on the table. But things have been weird for a long. I should have said something sooner. That caught my interest. How is this weird? Lucas's gaze shifted toward the window. She's been texting me for several months. I did not move. What kind of messages? At first, nothing awful happened. It was just random. How are you doing today? Congratulations on your new project. That type of thing. Then it became different, flirtatious. She'd think I am funnier than you. Ask whether I've ever thought she was attractive. That type of crap. I stared at him. He did not appear smug. He seemed exhausted. You should have informed me the first time. He nodded, almost grateful that I had said it plainly. I did not think it was serious. I believed she was bored or seeking attention. I told her to speak with you about whatever was bothering her. I assumed she would stop. Did she? He shakes his head. Not really. I stopped responding some weeks ago. I swear I did not flirt back. I didn't want to make things worse. Lucas was not lying. He resembled someone who had discovered too late that his own charm had teeth. I stood up. All right. He blinked. Okay, that's it. Okay, I received what I needed to hear. He leaned forward. Connor, I did not. I know, I replied. You did not intend for it to happen. You simply let it happen. He closed his mouth and nodded. I paid for my portion, walked out, and returned home. Vanessa was in yoga. Her mat and bag were missing from the corner by the entryway. I remained on the couch for a moment, thinking about what Lucas had said. Before going to her office nook, her laptop was set to sleep mode. The password remained the same as always. It's her birthday. We used to share everything. There are no secrets. The screen flashed up. Messages dominated the right side of the screen. Her conversation with Lucas. I scrolled. There are hundreds of them. At first, it seemed harmless. Compliments, jokes, and informal check-ins. Then the tone altered. You always make me laugh. Connor would make me laugh like that. Sometimes I feel like I married too secure. Lucas's comments were brief. Vanessa, that is not cool. You should speak to him. Please stop saying things like that. She did not stop. Do you think things would have gone differently if we had met first? I am going to the gym tomorrow morning. Perhaps you'll be there by mistake as well. He never responded to that one. I took screenshots of everything, dated them, and organized them by month. Then I looked through her folders, partly expecting to discover nothing else. But there it was, a password-protected Word document titled Notes with the same birthday. It wasn't a note, it was her notebook. I read a few lines, paused midway through the first paragraph, and then continued. There's something about Lucas. When he smiles, it seems like the entire world pays notice. I wish Connor have that spark. Another page. I think I chose the wrong brother. Perhaps I just desired steadiness and mistaken it for love. I scrolled. Dozens of entries, all centered around the same theme. Lucas's excitement, my perceived dullness, and her what-if dreams. I did not feel angry. Just finished. I copied the data, took screenshots, and exported the whole chat log. Everything went into a folder on my desktop called Vanessa Communications and Journals. Then I saved it to a drive and placed it in my jacket pocket. By the time she arrived home, I was at my desk, working as if it were any other day. She mentioned the class was running long. I said okay without looking up. That night, she looked through her phone in bed while I lay awake staring up at the ceiling. Not because I was harmed, but because I had planned. The next morning, I called Levine and Parker Family Law. I told the receptionist that I needed to talk with an attorney about initiating divorce proceedings. She inquired if it was urgent. Yeah, I replied. I'd like to get it over with. She scheduled my appointment for the next morning. I shut off my laptop, looked around the home, and realized something basic. Prior to Vanessa, this place had been silent. I had mistook her sounds for life. Now I had confirmation that she desired something else, and she would soon be able to have it without me. Miss Hayes stated at the discussion that she would prepare a draft petition and recommended settlement for me to review within a week. 3 weeks have passed. Vanessa's birthday was on a Saturday, and she made sure everyone knew. Her parents, Richard and Cynthia, had volunteered to host, but she insisted on having it at our place so it seemed more personal. She spent the entire morning decorating, humming along to music, and describing it as a reset for us. I allowed her. By 6:30, the living room was packed. Her family arrived first, all smiling and chatting. My folks followed, silent yet courteous. Lucas arrived with a wrapped package of chocolates and his signature wary grin. Natalie arrived last and assisted my mother in setting down the plates. Vanessa greeted everyone like a wonderful hostess, hopping between guests, complimenting their attire, and laughing too loudly. I remained cool, polite, and collected. Everyone felt I was making up for the dinner incident. Richard even clasped my shoulder and said, "Good to see you making peace, son." I nodded and smiled, as if I had nothing to conceal. On the table was a huge, elegantly wrapped box, silver paper, gold ribbon, and a matching tag that stated, "For you." It was large enough to catch attention while remaining lightweight enough to be readily transported. People continued looking at it and whispering guesses. Vanessa always mentioned smart mirrors, jewelry, and weekend getaways. She could not stop smiling at it. As the evening progressed, I remained close to my parents, speaking quietly with my father about work. Vanessa moved around entertaining like a politician. Every now and then, she'd massage my shoulder or tell someone that Connor usually does something special for my birthday. He is full of surprises. I overheard it more than once. Lucas mainly avoided her. He helped my mother replenish glasses and kept his distance, but Vanessa didn't notice. She was preoccupied with being the center of attention at her own celebration. Everyone sang as the cake was presented, candles flashing. Vanessa closed her eyes, made a wish, and blew them out. People applauded, laughed, and took photographs. Then, as if unable to resist, she pointed her fork at Lucas and remarked, "You know, Lucas is the fun brother. He probably planned half of this just to make me laugh." The room fell silent for a half second, allowing the tension to return. I stood up, brushed my shirt, and remarked, "Speaking of surprises," gesturing toward the large box. "Go ahead, open your gift." Her expression brightened up once more. "You didn't have to, but I knew you would," she added, smiling at the audience as she untied the ribbon. Everyone leaned forward, expecting something sparkling. She lifted the lid, the smile faded. The room went completely silent. The box included a plain folder with my lawyer's logo in the corner, a draft divorce petition and recommended settlement, and a message clipped to the front, "Review and sign." Formal filing would occur later. Her hands froze on the box's edges. For a moment, I assumed she'd laugh it off. Instead, the color faded from her face. "Connor, what is this?" she muttered. I maintained my voice level. "It's exactly what it looks like. You've been saying you'd be happier somewhere else, and I'm just agreeing with you." Her parents stood up quickly. Richard's voice broke through the silence. "You can't do this to her today. Not here, not in front of everyone." I turned to face him. "You might want to read what's in there before defending her." I dug into my briefcase and took out another folder, bigger and heavier. "This one is for clarification." I opened it and spread the pages across the table. Screenshots of her text to Lucas, together with timestamps and printed journal entries. I'd even marked portions in yellow. Gasps were heard around the room. Lucas's face stiffened. He stepped forward. "It's real," he said gently. I told her to stop. I didn't encourage any of it. Richard's lips opened and then closed. Cynthia slumped into her chair. My mother stared at her hands. Vanessa's voice crackled. "This is insane. Those were private messages. You had no right to go through my stuff." Her eyes met my own. "You stopped being private when you brought my brother into it." She stared at Lucas, desperate. "Tell them you didn't think I was serious." He looked down. "You were serious, Vanessa." Her face broke. "It was jokes, just stupid flirting. You know I don't mean half the things I say." I forgot to reply. I gathered the papers, returned them to the folder, and stared at her one more time. "You have until the weekend to move your belongings." She shook her head, tears flowing. "You're ending this for nothing." I adjusted my jacket. "I'm ending it because there's nothing left to fix." No one spoke. I stepped out after nodding to my folks and Natalie. Behind me, I heard Vanessa sobbing and her mother whispering her name. Lucas's voice was low and said something I couldn't understand, but I didn't stop. Outside, the air was frigid. My automobile was parked near the end of the driveway. As I opened the door, I caught a glance through the glass. Everyone stood around Vanessa, startled, silent, and perplexed. I started the motor and drove away, leaving the commotion and scent of cake behind. Inside, Natalie and my mother quietly led everyone out and locked the door behind them. Vanessa departed with her parents. It was still her birthday. She'd sought attention. She received it. The phone began ringing before daylight the day after her birthday. I let it ring. By lunchtime, there had been 14 missed calls and a string of messages beginning with, "We need to talk," and ending with, "You're overreacting." I had not responded to any of them. By the third day, she'd gone from pleading to angry. "You embarrassed me in front of my parents. Do you feel proud?" I turned off the notifications. Her parents called next. Richard, with his low voice, attempting to sound sensible. "Connor, she's emotional. You could have handled this privately." I responded, "So could she?" And we parted ways. On the fourth day, she sent a final message. "Fine, I'll come get my stuff." I didn't answer. I worked from home that afternoon, allowing her to pack without seeing me. She was there for 3 hours. When I walked through the corridor later, her closet was empty, the drawers were partly open, and the shelves lacked books and photos. The house appeared strange, like if it had been wiped clean. She had packed her clothes, laptop, makeup, some furniture, half the dishes, and the coffee machine. I stood in the doorway, looking at the empty space where her belongings used to be. Miss Hayes advised me to call a locksmith that same night. Because I had exclusive ownership under the prenup, I was legally entitled to her belongings once she had left. By Monday, I was back to work. I did not tell anyone what happened. I simply buried myself in schedules and project plans. When asked about Vanessa, I explained that she was staying with family. It was not a falsehood. 3 weeks later, Miss Hayes filed her petition and proposed settlement in court. She scheduled a formal service for Vanessa the following week. It was quick and clean thanks to the prenup. Property remained with me. There was only one thing left to divide, the little joint savings account. We scheduled a hearing for late April. When the day arrived, I put in a black suit and traveled downtown. The courtroom was half empty and quiet, but for the shuffle of papers, Vanessa sat across from her parents. Between them, she appeared smaller in some ways, with her hair tied back and little makeup on, and the sharpness had gone from her voice when she said hello. I nodded but did not speak. The judge took a quick check at the paperwork. "Mr. Carter, the house is solely yours per the agreement." "Yes, Your Honor." He turned to Vanessa's side. "Miss Brooks, you've reviewed and understand the terms." She hesitated and then nodded. "Yes." He smiled. "Then we'll proceed. The marriage of Connor Carter and Vanessa Brooks is hereby dissolved." It lasted 25 minutes. 6 months from start to completion. Not quick enough to forget, not long enough to heal, simply done. Vanessa signed the final form with a shaky hand. She attempted to meet my gaze, perhaps looking for something, wrath, forgiveness, or anything. I looked behind her to the clock on the wall. She muttered something to her mother before leaving. When I arrived home, there was a small white envelope on the doorstep, with my name inscribed in her handwriting. Inside was a folded note. "I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt you." I put it in the drawer with the rest of the documents. Life did not return to normal, but it did stabilize. I kept working, cleaning her closet and replacing the coffee maker. Then one evening, Lucas called. "Hey, man, just a heads up. She's been messaging me again." I reclined back in my chair following the divorce. "Yeah?" "Says she's sorry that she misses me." I told her to stop. I didn't reply after that. "Good," I commented. He exhaled. "She kept trying. Last night she showed up at my apartment crying, saying everyone hates her. Said she just wanted someone to care." "What did you do?" "I didn't open the door. I told her through the intercom to go home. I then blocked her number." I did not say anything for a few seconds. "That's probably the best thing you've done in this whole mess." He didn't object. Over the next few weeks, I began to hear things. Small talk during family gatherings, whispers from common friends. Vanessa's name appeared less and less, but when it did, it was never pleasant. People claimed she had been telling several versions of the story. First, I had overreacted, and then Lucas had let her down. Nobody purchased it. Her friends eventually stopped protecting her. Someone informed Natalie that Vanessa's manager had overheard coworkers discussing about the brother's story. She quickly moved to another workplace. By the end of the summer, she hadn't been invited anywhere. The woman who used to require constant attention had lost it everything. I didn't enjoy that. I didn't feel sad either. It was merely the logical outcome of what she had established. Sometimes I'd walk past a restaurant we used to frequent, see couples laughing inside, and realize I felt nothing. No hatred or nostalgia, just distance. My mother called one night and inquired if I'd heard that Vanessa had moved back home with her folks. I declined, and she replied softly, "It's probably for the best." After we hung up, I walked through my house and remarked how clean it felt. The walls, the stillness, the order, nothing is missing or extra. Vanessa had spent years pursuing attention as if it were breath. Now she was silent, and I was at rest. It had been several months since the divorce was finalized. Life had evened out, work was steady, the home was peaceful. And I finally had control over my weekends. I didn't see Lucas very often, but it wasn't by chance. We kept it courteous. Holiday texts, brief responses, nothing more. Then one afternoon, he arrived at my workplace unannounced. I was walking out of the workshop when I noticed him leaning against my truck, hands in his jacket pockets, looking like a child waiting for detention to begin. "Hey," he said. "Hey." He looked around and nodded toward the curb. "Can we talk for a minute?" We approached and stood by the parking lot, the sound of compressors buzzing behind us. Lucas took a big breath. "I've been meaning to say this for a while. I messed up. I should have told you everything the moment she started messaging me." I was silent. So he continued going. "You're my brother. I was supposed to have your back, not joke about your marriage in front of everyone like an idiot. I didn't think it'd go that far. I thought she was just being her usual self. Flirty, loud, whatever. I was stupid." He scratched the back of his neck and kept his eyes low. "I made it worse. I made you look bad. You didn't deserve that." I crossed my arms and looked at him for a time. "You weren't malicious, Lucas. You were naive. That's different. But yeah, you should have known better." He nodded as if he'd expected it. "Yeah, I know." There was a pause. He appeared older, less polished, and exhausted in a way I hadn't seen before. He kicked a bit of gravel. "I still hate thinking about it, about her showing up at my place crying, begging to come in. I didn't open the door, but it stuck in my head. I don't know what she wanted from me. Validation, was all I responded. Same thing she always wanted." He moaned. "Guess so." We stood there for another minute, then I responded, "You don't owe me anything, Lucas. Just don't make the same mistake twice." He gave a slight sorry smile. "I'm working on it." He then left. A week later, I arrived home from work to discover a car parked in my driveway. Not just any car, but the black Mustang GT Fastback 2022. The kind I'd always wanted to own but never did since it was impractical. There was a bow on the hood that looked like it had come straight from a commercial. Lucas emerged from the side of the house, keys in hand. "Surprise?" I simply stared at it. "What is this?" he said, nervously grinning. "It's yours. Don't freak out. It's used, and I bought it at auction through a dealer friend. My biannual commission check covered most of it, and I negotiated the rest down. Title's clean. First 2 years of insurance are on me." "You bought me a car." He shrugged. "Yeah, you've wanted one since college. You always said when things settled down, you'd get one. Well, things are settled now." I applied pressure on the hood. The paint sparkled. "Lucas, this is too much." "It's not enough," he responded gently. "I can't undo everything, but I can do something. Let me." I studied him. He wasn't joking, wasn't attempting to charm his way out. He intended it. So, I took the keys. "All right," I said. "Thanks." He grinned, relieved. "You should have seen your face, man. You look like someone handed you a winning lottery ticket." "I've had worse surprises lately," I answered. And that truly made him giggle. We sat on the porch steps after that, drinking sodas and talking like people who used to be close but forgot how. The discussion stayed easy. Work, Mom's cooking, Natalie's new house renovation. No mention of Vanessa, no need. When he went, he slapped the roof of the Mustang and said, "Take it for a drive. See if it feels right." It did. The engine groaned like it had been waiting for me. I took it along the highway, windows open, the city lights slipping by. For the first time in a long time, my head was clear. We started communicating again after that. Not every day, but enough. Lunches transformed back into phone calls into visits. We didn't discuss about what happened, but the quiet between us wasn't heavy anymore. Lucas was still Lucas. Goofy, flirty, always chasing the next big idea. But he carried himself differently now. Quieter in a good way. One night after dropping him off, I watched him walk back to his place and realized something simple. He wasn't cruel. He never had been. Just careless. And sometimes carelessness is all it takes to break everything. By the time spring came into summer, life had gone still in the greatest manner conceivable. The house felt different, cleaner, calmer. I repainted the living room, fixed the squeaky door by the laundry room, and turned the spare bedroom into a small office. The kind of things I'd put off for years. Work was good, too. My supervisor had started giving me more independence on projects. I spent most evenings in the garage working on the Mustang Lucas bought me. Sometimes I'd take it out after dinner and drive past the old places Vanessa and I used to go. The memories were there, but they didn't sting anymore. 6 months after the divorce finalized, I got a knock at the door. Saturday morning, no call ahead. When I opened it, Vanessa was standing there. She looked nothing like she used to. Hair pulled back, dark circles under her eyes, clothes too big. She tried to smile, but it came out thin. "Can we talk?" she said. I didn't invite her in, but I didn't close the door either. "About what?" She looked past me into the hallway like she expected to see something familiar. "I've been thinking a lot. I made mistakes, I know that. But I was confused, Connor. I didn't know what I wanted." "Seems like you figured it out," I said. "You just picked the wrong place to find it." She winced, but didn't leave. "I wasn't trying to hurt you. I thought it was harmless. You and Lucas were always close, and I wanted to feel close, too. I thought maybe." I cut her off. "You thought maybe it would make you feel special. You were right. Just not in the way you wanted." Her voice cracked. "I miss you. I miss us. Please, can't we just start over? We don't even have to tell anyone right away. I'll do anything to fix it. No, I said flatly. She blinked like she hadn't heard me right. No, not a chance. Her eyes filled with tears. You can't just throw away everything we had. You loved me once. I did, I said. And I loved the version of you that didn't measure me against everyone else. That version's gone. She stepped closer, desperate now. I've changed. I'm in therapy. I'm not talking to Lucas. I held up a hand. Stop. This isn't a speech that gets you your old life back. You made your choice and I made mine. I'm not angry anymore, but I'm done. She stared at me for a long second, then looked down at her shoes. You really mean that? Completely. Vanessa nodded slowly, then turned and walked to her car. She sat there for a minute before driving off. I closed the door, locked it, and didn't look out the window. That was the last time I saw her. A week later, Natalie dropped by for dinner. She sat on the counter eating takeout while I cleaned tools off the table. By the way, she said casually, Vanessa is seeing someone new. Some guy she met at work. Good for her. Natalie smirked. Apparently, she's already comparing him to you. Told her coworker he's not as stable, but more exciting. I shrugged. Sounds familiar. You don't care? Nope. She nodded, satisfied. Then I'd say you're officially over it. Guess I am. We finished eating, then she left. I sat for a while after she was gone, thinking how strange it was to feel nothing where a storm used to be. Lucas started coming around again after that. Not often, but enough. He'd bring lunch on weekends or call when he was passing through town. It wasn't like before, but it was good. Steady, uncomplicated. One Sunday, my parents hosted dinner for the first time since everything happened. Same table, same dishes, same laughter, but no tension. Lucas cracked a few jokes, kept them safe. My dad told him he was finally learning restraint, and everyone laughed. When we finished eating, my mom brought out coffee and said, "Feels nice to have everyone back together." She looked at me when she said it, and I nodded. It did feel nice. Lucas and I ended up sitting on the porch after everyone left. He looked over at me and said, "You're really okay, huh?" "Yeah," I said. "For the first time, I think I actually am." He smiled. "Told you peace suits you better than drama. Peace doesn't ask for attention," I said. "That's why it lasts." He laughed quietly and stood up. "You're starting to sound like Dad. Then maybe I'm finally learning something." That night, I sat in the living room with the windows open. The air smelled like rain. The clock ticked softly against the wall. I thought about everything that had happened. How Vanessa had mistaken attention for love. How I traded noise for silence and found peace. Mine held. Hers turned into noise again. The phone buzzed on the table. Lucas sending a photo of the Mustang after he borrowed it for the weekend. "Runs like a dream," the message said. I smiled and set the phone down. The house was mine. The quiet was mine. And for once, that was enough. I leaned back, listening to the rain start to fall, and thought she mistook attention for love. I chose silence and it became peace. Turns out I was right about mine, and I wasn't lonely. Not anymore. My mom booked a beach house under my name without inviting me, so I canceled it in 24 hours. They trashed my apartment. I showed cops the ring cam. "Hello, Reddit, ever been treated like a walking wallet by your own family?" Yes, same. I was the only guy in a house full of ladies who referred to everything as girls, except when payments were due. They excluded me from dinners, excursions, and birthdays, but always remembered me when the rent was late or something needed fixing. I remained silent for years, helping and showing up until they crossed the line one too many times. So, I pulled the plug, and their entire world fell apart. Here's how things went down. So, I'm Asher, a 30-year-old male, and my entire family, at least the part that communicates with me, is all female. My mother, 3 older sisters, Silas and Cooper, aged 34 and 36 respectively. I have 4 aunts, 3 of which are my mother's sisters, and 1 who married. Basically, I grew up in a girl cult, and not the fun type where people like you. My father dipped after a horrific divorce when I was a kid, and I haven't heard from his side of the family since. So, yep, I grew up in a house where I was the only guy and was regularly subjected to the "you're just like your father" passive digs whenever I disagreed with something. Mom has always had this switch. If you didn't fall in line, it would be sweet one minute and freezing the next. Anyway, several years ago, my mother and her sisters began doing these girls-only weekends. It started with a movie, The Avengers or something, and I assume it was a hit because they started going out every 3 weeks after that like clockwork. I didn't care at first. I'm not the sort to get in anyone's way or cause a fuss. I live alone, have a good job, my own place, and hobbies. If they want to have brunch and gossip, go for it. But then things started snowballing. What began as a girls' movie night evolved into a trip to the zoo, supper, a spa day, bowling, and, at one point, a baseball game. Not kidding. Half of those things aren't even girly to begin with, yet there's still no invitation for me. And every time somebody uploaded pictures in the group chat or shouted about how much fun they had, I'd simply drop a thumbs up emoji and scroll on. I tried to appear like nothing bothered me. The thing is, I am not a distant cousin or a random family friend. I am their son and brother, and I am the one who helps them the most. For years, I've been giving my mother money every month to assist her pay her bills. My younger aunt needs assistance with a car payment. I spotted her. One of my sisters was laid off for 4 months. And guess who covered her rent? Me. I have never flung it in their face, either. I was raised to support family members, even if they can be unpleasant at times, but they certainly do not treat me as if I matter. My sisters, however, had a completely different tale. My mother acts as if they're nobility. Every time one of them does something simple, like get a job or make lasagna, the entire group text explodes with, "Proud of you girl," or "You're amazing babe." I purchased my mother a new fridge 2 years ago after her old one died, and she said it was lovely, as if I were a random neighbor helping her out. And, while I realize I sound bitter, wouldn't you be? Imagine being the only guy in a family full of women, doing everything you can to help them because you know you're the man, and still being treated as a backup plan. For example, if I disappeared, the only thing they would miss was the money. The strangest thing is that they appear to be so kind and caring. That's their entire mood. Sisterhood, women helping women, ride or die energy. However, they have essentially created a small circle in which I am not welcome unless it is Thanksgiving or someone needs a lift to the airport. Around year 3, it became clear that the girls only did one thing. They would plan things right in front of me. I'd be sitting in my mom's living room, discussing brunch arrangements or an upcoming trip. And not once would they turn to me and say, "Hey, wanna come?" Not even with a false invitation. Just pretending I'm invisible. I once tried to joke about it. I thought to myself, damn, guess I need to grow my hair out and change my name to be part of the club. Crickets are cute. One of my aunts gave a false laugh. My mother did not even look up from her phone. It's as if the moment I mention being excluded, I'm either ignored or told I'm making things up about myself, which is exactly what they said to my father before he left. So, yeah, maybe I'm like him. I believe what messed me up was that I kept giving them the benefit of doubt. I kept thinking that maybe they don't understand how it feels. Perhaps it isn't intended. Perhaps I am reading too much into it. But after 3 years of the same bullshit, no invites, no recognition, and simply acting like a second-class member, I stopped making excuses for them. It's more than just being left out. It's the attitude, the entitlement, the way they treat me as if I were a walking wallet and background character. Despite this, they go above and beyond for one another. When one of my sisters asked for help remodeling her living room, 4 of them dropped everything and arrived with paint swatches. I offered to assist fix my mother's dryer and was told, maybe let the professionals handle it. Cool, I get it. So, yes. At this moment, the girls' main focus was no longer on a cute motif. It was an excuse. It became a method of reminding me I didn't belong, that I'm not one of them and never will be, which would be okay if they didn't rely on me for everything when things went wrong. I did not speak up right away. I kept it all inside. But deep down, I understood that something had to give. I was either going to put up with it for the rest of my life or admit what it was. Favoritism, entitlement, and disrespect. And I might have been raised to be the good person in the family, but even I have limits. I haven't reached that limit yet, not then, but it was near. Anyway, as early February arrives and I'm winding up work on a Saturday, I realize I haven't heard anything about Aunt Rebecca's birthday. Normally, by now, I'd have received one of those reservations with 9 messages, followed by some pricey menu screenshots, but the radio is silent. Weird. I text my sister, nothing. I text my mom, and she responds 6 hours later, we already did something last weekend. Rebecca's going out of town. No heads up, no invite, nothing. I question, wait, you all already did her birthday dinner? She adds, yeah, just a little girl's night. Here's the deal, I don't care about dinner. It is not the food. It is not the aunt. It's a pattern. I'm being told again that I don't have to be there. They headed to the steakhouse downtown, which I introduced them to in 2021. It's funny how it only happens to girls when they're enjoying the perks I've given them. And this time, I did not sit there wondering what I had done wrong. I just filed it under. You truly believe I'm disposable, huh? What made things worse? I had previously bought her a gift. I took time out of my week to go get her the specialty herbal tea set she mentioned casually during a random conversation in the fall. I remembered it, got it, wrapped it up, and included the card. I don't do half-assed crap like this. I simply believe in doing the right thing by people, even if they are scarcely aware of your existence. Dropped it off at her house like it was an Amazon delivery. No call, no hug, just a thank you text 2 days later. That's when it changed for me. Not because of the supper or the present. It was discovering I was an afterthought. I'm the man who is remembered after the fun is over. And only because I may bring a gift. I did not vent. I did not argue. I did not guilt trip anyone since I knew what earned respect in this household. No, it is not an effort. It's not a sacrifice. It's being a part of their clique, female club, or inner circle. If you don't fit the mold, you won't receive credit, no matter what you do for them behind the scenes. That is not publicized, that doesn't result in thank you messages, that is overlooked. So, when people wonder why I didn't say something earlier, it's because I didn't want to appear petty. I let them to have their girls' evenings, spa days, and inside jokes. I was not attempting to disrupt their party. However, it is no longer just girl time. It's family time, minus the guy they don't want to include. That week, I reached a choice. No more unnecessary effort. I wasn't going to chase inclusion or work so hard to earn something they wouldn't give me. Respect should not be a reward for remaining silent and contributing more. So I pulled back little, not radically, and began saying no a little more. My aunt asked if I could assist her repair her broken screen door. I told her I was tied up. My mother needs assistance resolving an issue with the insurance portal. I told her to phone the firm. My sister wanted to borrow money for the 4th time this year. I told her not just now. You'd think I had burned down their house. Some people get passive-aggressive after receiving a money text from my mother 3 days later, did not even respond. I understood they don't only expect me to help, they count on it. They feel entitled to my time, money, and attention, but not to my presence, voice, or seat at the table. I'm good enough to support the family, but not enough to keep up with it. So, no, I didn't care about the steak supper. I was concerned that I was the only one who was consistently excluded. I concerned that they didn't even think it was wrong. And believe me, I was already noticing them preparing for something else. Talk of a summer getaway had already begun to circulate in the chat. They referred to it as a small beach getaway. Nothing big, but I understood where it was going. So, usually around March, the women in my family start talking about their annual beach trip. It is a tradition. Weekly rental. Everybody provides food. Some people just take selfies of themselves pretending to cook. And, of course, I do the most of the heavy lifting, literally. And monetarily, I've been covering the house deposit and sometimes more because, being the responsible guy in the family evidently includes serving as the official ATM. This year, however, there was no word. The group conversation seemed oddly quiet. At first, I assumed they were scaling back, but then I started seeing problems. Instagram pictures with captions like "Son's calling," shopping bags filled with beach items, and vacation body countdowns from my sisters, as if they were preparing for a photo shoot. Even my aunt casually asked if I still had that large cooler. There is no mention of the actual journey, just a few subtle cues. I didn't need Sherlock Holmes to put everything together. They were arranging a beach excursion. The same one that I normally bankroll. The same one we all decided on last year was a wonderful tradition. There's only one change now. Apparently, I did not make the cut. Here's where things get wild. Back in December, we had a throwaway conversation after Thanksgiving where I joked, "Guess I'll cover the beach house again so you guys don't end up in a shack with no AC." They laughed like I was doing stand-up and said things like, "You're the best and we'll owe you one." That's it, that was the entirety of the planning meeting. And evidently it was enough for them to proceed forward, as if I was totally committed as the unpaid sponsor, arranging the trip, selecting the property, and even putting my name down for the booking, but never bothering to inform me that they were changing it into a girls-only event. I learned the final tidbit via a remark one of my aunts left on my sister's page. "I'm quite eager for our beach week. Thank you again for reserving it for Asher." I swear you could hear a record scratch in my brain, so let me get this straight. They're taking a vacation without me, using my name, and have no intention of informing me until the deposit is received. That is not family. That is organized stealing and flip-flops. At this time, I was not even irritated. It was actually very hilarious. Like watching toddlers attempt a bank heist with crayons and a phony ID. Just foolish enough to be bold. Now I could have blown up the group conversation. I could have confronted everyone and gone nuclear. So, why bother? They don't listen when I speak. They only respond when I act. So I did what any sensible person would do. I got onto the reservation page, canceled the pending reservation, and deleted my credit card from the account. No warning, just a poof. The repercussions came quickly. Within 24 hours, I received the first wave of SMS messages. They started light and disoriented. "Hey, something is wrong with the payment." Then came the passive-aggressive wave. "I thought you said you could manage it." My personal favorite comes next. "We'd already told the kids we were going. This is not fair." Fair. You're arranging a vacation without my knowledge, using my credit card, and refusing to invite me because I wasn't born with the proper plumbing. And you were talking about fairness, but I did not answer. Not because I was upset or trying to be dramatic, but because silence is a complete sentence. They wanted to pretend that I did not exist. Fine. I returned the favor quietly and professionally. Then, just to emphasize the point, I reserved a mountain cottage for the same week. I went with a handful of buddies. There are no announcements or revenge posts. Just a photo of us grilling on the deck, laughing over something stupid, with a fire pit in the backdrop, calm in the air, and that genuine vacation vibe. One in which no one expects you to pay the bill while still waiting outside the gate. Apparently, the sight alone sparked a meltdown. I didn't witness the group chat fallout in real time since I had it muted, but one of my cousins texted me a screenshot later. Full panic mode. They had no rental or backup plan. It turns out that if you burn bridges with the guy who schedules everything and pays for it, the vacation ferry will not appear to save you. Nonetheless, I kept it classy. No digs, and I told you so. They scrambled like a broke reality show cast attempting to manufacture a holiday out of vibes and borrowed beach towels, leaving me with nothing but stillness and s'mores in my cabin. Here's the sickest part. Neither of them apologized. Not one. They tried to make it appear as if I had lied, as if it was my responsibility for failing to remind them that using my name and card needed my explicit permission. At this moment, the entitlement has reached Olympic level. They don't respect me, but they expect me to appear as the unnoticed sponsor of their festivities. And when I don't, I suddenly find myself producing problems. No, they wanted a girls' getaway. They received one, but not the deluxe edition they were used to because that version required me. So, despite the entire trip catastrophe, I did not make a scene. I didn't send long messages justifying myself or use dramatic one-liners in group chat. I simply stopped replying. There was no last straw speech or storming out. I severed the cord in the same way that a contractor would disconnect power to a condemned building. Quiet, final, and unconcerned with what's still happening inside. And for a while, I was nearly persuaded they had received the message. The group talk was dry. There were no "can you help" with texts or false invitations, just pure silence, which my family compared to hearing a dog not yelp when someone knocked on the door. It did not feel serene, it seemed weighty, as if they were regrouping. Next came the couch test. My older sister emailed a one-liner Monday morning. "Can you help me take my new couch upstairs? The delivery men will not do stairs." There was no greeting or check-in, just the same entitled tone as if I had clicked pause rather than stop. I didn't respond. I read it while eating a morning burrito and continued browsing. Aunt Rebecca texted on Tuesday, "Hey, sweetie fluff," and a request to help dispute a credit card charge. She said the website was difficult, and she didn't want to call anyone. I sent her back. The number on the reverse of the card is still active. Nothing happened after that. Wednesday morning, I received the call. Now, for perspective, my mother only calls when someone dies or when she needs something complicated that she can't text about. So, when I saw her name come up, I picked it up out of interest rather than anxiety. She did not waste a second. "Your sister's automobile was totaled this morning." She blurted out. "She is in the hospital. It is awful. They are suggesting she needs surgery. Her legs were really messed up. We're trying to get the money together, but it's tight. There is no hello, no building, only a direct route to panic." I paused. Something didn't sit well. For starters, she did not specify which sister. Not their name, not the hospital, not even the customary dramatic voice she uses when she is shaken. So I asked simply, "Where is she?" "St. Thomas," she said, hurriedly. "They won't let anyone in right now because of all the scans. They're being strict about access." He still didn't say his name. I informed her that I'd call the hospital directly. Her tone shifted sharply. No, don't do that. She's in and out, they won't be able to verify anything." "It's too early." I didn't protest. I simply said, "All right," and hung up. I then opened Instagram. I checked both of my sister's pages. My older one hadn't posted in a day, which was not uncommon. But my younger sister just posted a photo of a cappuccino with her name misspelled on the cup and the message, "Barista's never going to get it right." Big smile, full makeup, warm sweater. Not exactly the vibe of someone just out of surgery. I double-checked the timing. 9 minutes ago, if she was at a hospital, they must have started serving artisan coffee with Fauchart recently. I slumped back in my chair, phone still in hand, and simply stared at the screen. My own mother had staged a car accident, surgery, and an emergency in order to defraud me, and what really struck me was that she made no effort. There were no artificial tears, no build-up, or emotional manipulative finesse, simply an automatic, emotionless lie, like if she were ordering delivery. That's how casual things had become. Weaponizing misfortunes to squeeze me like a bank account that won't close. I did not call anyone. I did not respond to his text. I just let it sit. The next morning, the group chat erupted with ambiguous babble. My mom sent a passive message. "Thank you to everyone who got together yesterday. I'm reminded why family is important." Translation: "I didn't get what I wanted from him, but I'm going to pretend the scam was successful." Then Rebecca wrote, "Some of us just do more, and that's okay." I closed the app. I wasn't shocked anymore. I was finished. This was not a misunderstanding. This wasn't an overreaction. This was a calculated emotional fraud. This was my own mother fabricating an accident because my silence threatened their funding source. I spent the following hour organizing screenshots. Every time they asked for money, every last-minute panic favor, and every guilt text I ignored until now, I saved everything in a folder on my phone labeled memory. Not to embarrass them later, or to send it to anyone, but to ensure that I never forgot how far they came after I stopped being their scapegoat. That silence, that calm, wasn't just satisfying, It was liberating. Then the final blow came. Saturday night, my mother texted again. There will be no dramatic opening this time. There is no fake emergency. Simply, can you help with rent this month? Things have been hard. Everyone's doing their best. I stared at it, then typed, everyone's best looks a lot like my worst. I sent it. Mute. Did not even wait for her response. I blocked her phone number for the weekend so I could enjoy 72 hours of uninterrupted time. I wasn't angry. I was just being clear. The thing about cutting people off is that the silence doesn't hit them right away. Consequences do. And when I finished helping, I didn't leave a note. There's no final warning. Simply unplug the power and walk away. The cracks took about 3 weeks to show, then everything started crashing quickly. First one within the blast radius. My older sister, Silas, had been driving a car that I had technically co-signed for 3 years ago. Long story short, she was unable to qualify for a loan, begged me to simply put your name on it. She said she would take care of everything, and she did for a while, until I quietly removed my name following the vacation stunt. I completed the legal paperwork about a month ago. I gave her a heads up that she ignored. I did not push it, I just got out. It turns out she was behind on payments, 4 to be exact. The dealership repossessed the automobile in broad daylight, right outside her workplace. A coworker taped the entire affair. She called my mom, crying like a grounded teenager. Mom texted me, how could you do this to her? Do this to her? I did not contact the repo guy. I simply stopped babysitting her mess. That following weekend, I received a call from the power provider. My name remained on the account at mom's residence. I assumed I had already turned it over to her. Guess not. She hadn't paid for 3 billing periods. Balance was approaching $840. They were about to turn it off, so I paid. Nah. I phoned them, removed my name instantly, and let the system handle it. That Monday, they were without power for 48 hours. Mom texted me, wow, you really don't care anymore, huh? She was correct. I did not. Then came the bounced rent. My younger sister, Cooper, had been paying rent on a 2-bedroom apartment she shared with a roommate, but she had been relying on money from the family pool to get by. What about the family pool? Yeah, that was essentially me. When I stopped wiring her anything, she fell behind quickly. Her roommate launched a passive-aggressive rant on Facebook. Some persons are not equipped to handle adult duties. Very subtle. Cooper was back at his mother's house in 4 days, sleeping on the couch and blaming the hazardous living conditions. I'm thinking the landlord did not purchase that one either. By week 3, Aunt Rebecca was selling furniture on Facebook Marketplace. That alone did not surprise me. What surprised me was the description she gave for a $90 used coffee table. A family is experiencing difficulties as a result of betrayal. Please help if you can. Betrayal. I practically spewed up my coffee after reading that. For years, these folks were so used to feeding off of me that stopping the gravy train felt like a betrayal. This is the portion that got twisted. Someone tried to open a new credit card in my name, but I'm not sure who it was. They still had some older mail, perhaps adequate for a week application. I received a fraud alert email, flagged it, refused it, and shut everything down. I did not even confront anyone, allow them to experiment with nasty play. All they did was expose themselves more. The next thing I know, Mom's bank account is frozen due to an overdraft. She called my aunt, wailing over having to cancel an upcoming dental surgery, because we are not all fortunate enough to be able to neglect family. The same woman who staged a car accident 3 weeks ago was now using cavities as moral leverage. By mid-month, my cousin had messaged me on the side. Just so you know, they're currently attempting to enlist Uncle Marcus's help. I told him you shut everyone off without justification. That day, Uncle Marcus called to make me chuckle about UT. He isn't really family. He's an old acquaintance of my father's who came over every now and then but had his own life and family. He's a solid dude, man. He remarked, they really painted you as the villain. I said, I don't care. Let them. Because here's the kicker. When I stopped supporting the show, the entire set collapsed. No vacations, no rides, no bill assistance, no insurance paperwork, and no support. They were not upset that I changed. They were angry that they had to. One day, Cooper called me personally. This was her first call in months. I let it ring directly to voicemail. She texted afterwards. Can we at least discuss why you're acting like this? You used to help. Yes, I used to, when there was mutual respect. Or at least the appearance of it. But after the lies, frauds, and entitlement, the silence was not retaliation. It was sanity. Then came the hospital stunt. Not the bogus one. This one was real. Aunt Rebecca tripped at work, breaking her wrist. There was a need for outpatient surgery. It was a little issue, but the deductible appeared to be high. She texted me an essay about how no one else can help right now. And I understand you do not want to hear from us, but this is different. And different. When I injured my wrist 5 years ago, I paid out of pocket and received no calls or support. They sent me a humorous meme about how men are awful at resting. I left her text and read. And that must have been the final straw for them. because they went completely insane afterward. Mom wrote a message in the group chat, which is still muted on my end, saying, "We don't need anyone's help. Some people just want to see others fail when they stop being useful." Aunt Rebecca wrote under it, "That's what happens when someone thinks money equals morals." They were attempting to change the story, as if they were the victims of some cruel tyrant who took away their free lunch. As if they hadn't spent years on autopilot, handing me cash and expecting me to grin and swipe. Finally, the cherry on top. They tried contacting my boss. I am not kidding you. Someone, most likely Silas, posted an email to my workplace's general inbox claiming that I had abandoned my sick mother, which was impacting his mental health and ability to focus at work. The communication was so bizarre that HR emailed it to me and inquired whether I was all right. I laughed, said family drama, and they dropped it. That was the day I changed my phone number. No huge speech, no dramatic farewell, just done. Same city, job, and apartment. But I cut everything they used to entice me back. This time, there would be no more chances. It wasn't the "I'm simply going to ignore them. They don't exist for me anymore." I didn't announce it. Let them continue texting into the emptiness. Allow them to find it out when their calls stopped getting through and their group chat rants were never received. For the first time in years, I was not on standby. There are no midnight emergencies, no demands for bill assistance, no faux birthday guilt, simply a clean, silent line where there was once pandemonium. Uncle Marcus was the only person I still kept in touch with. He would contact me on occasion with updates, such as a sports review of a team I had quit rooting for. Silas appears to be suffering with her commute. Cooper is eating through Mom's pantry like locusts, and Rebecca has been pawning furniture so quickly that the living room resembles a murder scene. He inquired if I was okay. I told him I was as good as I'd ever been. But deep down, I knew the silence would not endure. This was not over. I knew it was not over. You don't remove yourself from a whole system of exploitation and then expect them to let you go. Parasites don't give up their hosts easily. It was Saturday morning. I had the windows open, coffee on the counter, and some jazz playing quietly on my Bluetooth speaker. Given the year I'd had, it felt almost artificially peaceful. The air even smelt fresh. That strange stillness you get when everything is absolutely right. Then came a knock. It wasn't a nice or neighborly knock, like, "Hey, you got a sec?" This was fist on wood. Aggression at its most extreme. Someone seeking to disrupt rhythm rather than create touch. I opened the door, and there she was, my mother. Not the version of her who used to bake cookies and give forced embraces. It was a different version. Hair wild, eyes fixed on me as if I had thrown her down a precipice. Her mouth was already moving before I could say anything. "You really think this is how you treat family?" she exclaimed. "You think you can just throw us all in the street and pretend like we don't exist?" I hadn't noticed. "No. Hi. No, can we speak?" Just an immediate charge, like if I had burned down the house and left a letter saying, "Figure it out." I did not respond immediately. I simply gazed at her. Really stared at her. She seemed exhausted. Not exhausted from work or aging. Tired like someone who had spent weeks lying, scrambling, and blaming and couldn't figure out why nothing was working anymore. Then I just said, "You chose this." Calm, steady, no yelling, and that's what got her going. "You're just like your father," she muttered, as if it were the final insult. "Cold, selfish, and resentful. He abandoned this family, and you're following suit." I remained at the doorway, arms crossed, not giving her an inch. "Dad departed because you treated him poorly. I just figured it out faster." She slapped my cheek with an open fist, not hard enough to knock me back, but enough that the music inside no longer felt suitable. I did not flinch. I only nodded slowly, like if a math equation had finally resolved itself. "That's all you had left, huh?" I responded. "When the guilt and falsehoods no longer worked, you went back to basics." She started pacing and rambling. Something about Cooper having nowhere to go. Silas is in debt due of me. Rebecca is unable to organize her life since she is overly anxious. She continued by saying, "Point to the sidewalk. You're sitting here in your little apartment, living your little life while your family is drowning." "You mean the family that used me like a checkbook and left me out of everything unless something needed fixing?" I asked her. She didn't respond. Instead, she snatched the potted plant beside my door, an ugly porcelain cactus that someone from work had given me, and threw it down the stairs. Ceramic exploded. Soil is everywhere. Did not even blink. "You think this makes you strong?" she exclaimed. "You think cutting everyone off makes you better? You're a coward. A spoiled little coward just like your father." Then she began removing items from the small patio table, tossing my ashtray, knocking over the folding chair, taking her keys, and damaging the paint on the railing. I took a step back and pulled my phone out of my pocket. She remained calm, shouting, "You'll regret this. You'll die alone, just like him." Then she kicked the panel beside my AC unit. It cracked. Not even a large crack, but enough to be dumb. That was when I dialed. Not to threaten or warn her. I phoned the cops, explaining that my mother was trespassing and vandalizing my property. I said it flatly, as if I were ordering lunch. She heard what I said. "You're calling the police on your own mother? On the woman who faked a hospital emergency, tried to steal from me, and just damaged my place? Yeah, that's what I'm doing." "You're disgusting," she said. I learned from the experts. I did not raise my voice, did not match her insanity. I just let her know I wasn't the same kid who said yes to every guilt trip. I wasn't the same man who helped them out when they failed to pay their water bill or mistakenly filled up their data plan by streaming Netflix all month. I was finished. The dispatcher remained on the line and inquired if she was still on the premises. I said yes. My mother stood there shaking, not crying, but screaming, as if she couldn't understand how someone like me, who was always bent, could suddenly not shatter. I saw her collapse a little when she realized I wasn't joking and that cops were actually on their way. She backed off the porch, took one more glance at me, then turned and stomped toward her car. "Before getting in," she said, "don't come crawling back when no one wants you." I looked at her and answered, "I'd rather be unwanted than used." She sped away. Tires screeched. Nothing spectacular, just the sound of someone out of control who wants to feel powerful again. 18 minutes later, 2 officers arrived and took a fast statement. I showed them the broken pot, the damaged panel, and the scratch on the rail. I also had everything on camera. My doorbell cam had recorded the entire spectacle in high definition. They offered to submit an official report. I answered yes, not because I wanted her arrested, but because I wanted a record. The following day, Uncle Marcus called. He had heard. When someone, such as my mother, has a public meltdown, the news spreads quickly. He was not surprised. Just asked if I was all right. "Yeah," I replied. She finally revealed who she truly is. He breathed deeply and responded, "Sometimes people aren't mad that you stopped helping. They're mad you stopped believing they needed help in the first place." I hung up and stood in the center of my living room, letting the silence settle in. She was gone. Not physically. She still existed and lived 20 minutes away, but the illusion was gone. The expectation that she would change, comprehend, or just back down when I asked her to. All of that ended when she flung a flower pot and scraped my porch rail like an adolescent keying an ex's car. This was the final break. There will be no more texts, second chances, or excuses based on shared blood. Just me standing in the ruins of a family that expected me to keep things together and despised me the moment I stopped. A week later, and everything still feels silent. Not phony silence, but true quiet, with no phone noise, no fake emergencies, and no guilt bombs wrapped in checking texts. It's as if someone turned off a sitcom that had lasted too long. After the cops arrived that day, I did not try to twist anything. I told the truth. She smacked me, keyed my porch rail, flung a pot on the steps, and shouted as if I were the devil. The officer typed everything down and asked if I wanted to seek charges. I replied, "No, just document it. I needed something on paper in case she did this again." He nodded and departed, but the harm had already been done. That news destroyed her fantasy that I was usually quiet. She was not arrested, but she was issued an official warning, which she despised. Uncle Marcus informed me that she has been telling her family that I ruined her life by siding with the law over blood. I believe in her perspective, blood represents immunity from consequences. Meanwhile, her tantrum was the last straw for everyone else. Rebecca stopped communicating with her 3 days later. Apparently, they didn't want to be linked with someone unstable enough to draw police attention. Silas moved out temporarily, claiming she needed space, but she's actually couch surfing now. Cooper is still confined there, but he rarely speaks to Mom. The house is like a powder keg, with no one to absorb the heat. And me? I'm simply watching it unfold from a distance. I changed my number and blocked everyone except Uncle Marcus. He's the only one who speaks to me as if I'm human. Not a debit card on legs. He updates me, but never informs me how to repair it. It just states that they are adjusting to life without you. Silas attempted texting me from a burner number. Said I was cruel. Mom's depression worsened. Cooper claimed he had to take out a payday loan. I read it and deleted it. I've saved enough. It is their turn now. The funny thing is that when you finally set boundaries, people believe you've changed, that you're bitter, and that you've become the villain. Nah, I'm the same man that helped fix the fridge, paid for birthdays, reserved rental properties, handled payments, and listened to their messes. The only thing that changed was that I stopped playing dumb. I started spending money on myself. Nothing showy, just regular items like replacing worn-out footwear, fixing the AC in my car, and ordering takeout without considering whether I'd need to give cash to someone else that week. I eventually reserved a cabin up north. Solo travel, no group conversation, no drama. Can you drive us? I now spend most of my evenings sitting outside. It feels strange not checking my phone every 5 minutes for another favor. It is almost 2, still. But then I remembered the scratch on the porch rail, the one she left. I left it there. I could have sanded it off by now, but I didn't. It reminds me how close I was to losing my tranquility again. Mom hasn't responded since. No apologies, only quiet. Probably still telling the story her way. Probably still believes I'll break eventually. I will not. I'm not mad anymore. Not even sad, just finished. Some people believe that silence signifies failure. For me, it signifies finally. Lost $250,000. To brothers AI scam and parents still called me a failure. Feds raided him. So I told my homeless mom to have him code a new house. I am a man who is 29 years old, and I have been working in the city of Chicago as a professional pipe fitter and plumber for the past 10 seasons. Not only does it seem gorgeous, but it actually is. My summers are spent suffocating in boiler rooms that are around 110 degrees, while my winters are spent crawling through basements that are frigid and plagued with rats. When I get home, I smell like copper, sweat, and sometimes even things that are much worse. However, that is how I am able to pay my bills and maintain a roof over my head. This is a textbook example of a tragic family dynamic. Julian, who is my younger brother, is 26 years old and stands out as the indisputable golden child. At all times, he has been. My parents absolutely adore him because he has an air of tech visionary, charisma, possesses a jawline that is reminiscent of a movie star, and this effortless charisma. Those individuals believe that the sun shines from behind him. After that, there is me, Marcus. Our contingency plan. This is the grunt, that which comes after. When I was 11 years old and Julian was 8 years old, I had this memory that is immaculately clear. The brand new mountain bike was something that we both desired. Over the course of 6 months, I had been performing tasks for the entire neighborhood, including shoveling snow, raking leaves, and putting every single dime in a shoebox that I kept under my bed. One afternoon, Julian walks into the kitchen, puts on the waterworks, and informs my mother that the children at school are making fun of him because he does not have a cool bike. He makes this statement while putting on the waterworks. During the very next afternoon, there is a mountain bike that is a shining example of the highest quality that is sitting in the garage with a bow on it. In response to my inquiry about mine, my father gave me a pat on the shoulder and advised me to keep saving, buddy. It builds character. 10 minutes later, Julian rode by me and gave me a knowing, smug grin. Even at the age of 8, he was already completely proficient in playing them. The situation only deteriorated when I was in high school. For a required field trip in biology, I needed $75. In order to earn it, my father forced me clean the gutters for 3 consecutive weekends in order to earn it. He then sat me down for a rigorous hour-long lecture about the importance of being financially responsible and the value of a dollar. In that very same week, Julian made a passing comment about how he was interested in getting into programming and how he required a satisfactory computer. During that evening, they went out and purchased a gaming and coding gear for him that cost $1,500. Nobody asked any questions. Guttering was not cleaned. My mother didn't even bat an eye when I pointed out the obvious favoritism that was going on. Julian is investing in his future. Marcus, your little field trip is just looking at frogs. At work, my friend Dave has a perfect understanding of it. When Dave and I went out for lunch a few weeks ago, we had just finished dealing with an assignment that was nothing short of a nightmare at a corporate legal firm. We spent 9 hours diagnosing a large blockage in their luxury high-rise, only to arrive at the conclusion that some genius had been flushing paper towels of industrial grade down the executive toilet for a period of 6 months. The attorneys were yelling at us because the odor emanating from their extremely expensive marble bathroom was reminiscent of a swamp. The alarm on my phone rang just as Dave was demonstrating to me a picture of the awful obstruction that we had removed. My mother had sent me a text message. In addition to a link to an obscure technology blog that lauds Julian's most recent AI integration, the message also includes 3 heart emojis and the following text. Look what your brother is currently accomplishing. Dave just stared at my screen, shoved a half slice of pizza into his mouth, and remarked, "Bro, your family is more toxic than that grease trap we cleaned out at the diner last month." He was not off in his assessment of the situation. Getting back to the topic of jobs, the sheer amount of ignorance that I have to deal with on a daily basis is mind-boggling. Just the week before last, I received a call to come to this enormous suburban mansion. Because another employee from our company had installed the luxury radiant floor heating system, the homeowner was incensed and demanded that I fix it for free. She claimed that the system was malfunctioning completely. The boiler, the manifolds, and the thermostats were all put through their paces during the course of my 2-hour test. Each and everything was perfect. When I eventually make it to her master bathroom, I immediately notice that she has purchased 3 enormous memory foam rugs that are really thick and have covered the entire floor with them. Although there was 3 inches of solid foam, the heat was not able to physically radiate through it. I took care of her by charging her our highest possible diagnostic cost, in addition to what Dave fondly refers to as the idiot tax. But nothing is more draining to my spirit than having supper with my family. The sessions are essentially torture sessions from the Middle Ages. The only reason I go is because ignoring them results in my mother leaving me voicemails that are passive-aggressive for an entire month. While Julian is in the courtroom, I am seated there. It is impossible to get him to stop talking about his most recent seed fundraising rounds, his revolutionary algorithms, and his forthcoming business trips to Silicon Valley. As if he were a drug that could cure a disease, my mother actually clings on his every word. My father is just sitting there, nodding his head with a glazed, happy smile on his face, and he is probably already mentally spending the millions of dollars that Julian has imagined he has. Then, at some point in time, the focus will inevitably move to me. The best I can do is tell about my day. For your information, Dave and I have successfully completed our advanced backflow certification. Almost quickly, my father interrupts me. So, Marcus, graduated to unclogging bigger toilets yet? Please play the laugh track. The sound of my mother's high-pitched chuckle fills the room. Julian lets out a smug chuckle, which is his signature. As if he were a stand-up comedian, my father lets out a hearty chuckle that reaches his stomach. The message has been received, and it is crystal clear. The family joke is about Marcus the pipe monkey. Since I was a teenager, things have always been like this. At the career day that I attended during my senior year, I informed my parents that I was considering attending a trade school to learn plumbing and pipe fitting technique. It is a sure career, the pay grades are quick, and the union benefits are above anything you could ever imagine. My father laughed so hard that he choked on his beer. He physically choked. But when Julian was a freshman and declared that he wanted to be an entrepreneur, my father quickly purchased a stack of business books for him, as well as a new desk, and began telling his golf mates that his son was the next Elon Musk. Well, someone's got to clean up the crap, right? Julian always adds, must be extremely satisfying, Marcus, while swirling his pricey craft beer throughout these dinners. After that, Dad nonchalantly shifts his attention to talking his stock options, and my mother literally hyperventilates with pride. Spending your days knee-deep in sewage. Really pushing humanity forward, bro. I do nothing but sit there, grit my teeth, push the roast beef around my plate, and count the torturous seconds until I am finally able to leave. I am not one to put up a fuss. It's not my type of thing. What I do is simply take everything in, year after year, a punching bag that has been designated. Having a life apart from them is actually quite satisfying. Not only is my flat not a penthouse, but it is also a walk-up apartment with one bedroom. The radiator makes a clanking sound during the winter, and my couch is a hand-me-down. As for me, I own it. I am able to pay for it with money that I've earned via my own efforts. There are no investors, no leverage, and no debt. Simply put, Julian made a single visit to my residence. As soon as he went in, he smirked and looked around as if he were doing an inspection of a prison cell. Wow, Marcus. Super. Cozy. This is what union money gets you, huh? Guess I'll stick to the technology sector. He then proceeded to boast for the next 45 minutes about his apartment in the downtown area, which included windows that reached from floor to ceiling. I had the desire to suffocate him. Recent events, however, have been showing signs of improvement, as a result of Sarah. We have been dating for around half a year now, and she is 27 years old, and teaches 3rd grade. We first became acquainted with one another when I was summoned to her elementary school for an urgent matter. Water was pouring down into her classroom as a result of a pipe that had burst in the staff bathroom located on the 2nd floor. Chaos ensued, the principal was in a state of fear, and the children were yelling. The kids are taking bets on whether the ceiling is going to collapse, she informed me with a laugh when I was up in the ceiling tiles, fighting with a high-pressure water line, and getting fully saturated. She kept poking her head in to check on me. The ceiling is going to collapse, she said. Now that I had finally succeeded in turning off the valve, she offered me a towel. Despite the fact that I was standing in a puddle of water and smelling like damp drywall, I asked for her phone number. From that point on, we have been together. She is very remarkable. My job is so crazy that she finds the stories I tell about it to be very humorous. The time I had to extract a woman's diamond ring from a P-trap, only to discover that it was not a diamond but rather cubic zirconia, and that her husband was standing right there when I handed it back to her is her favorite memory. A few months ago, Sarah was introduced to my family. What a catastrophe it was. Mansplaining fundamental technological concepts to her took up the entirety of Julian's evening. See, Sarah, the blockchain is essentially a decentralized ledger. She simply gazed at him when he explained the concept. Due to the fact that she is a teacher of 8-year-olds, she has an extremely high tolerance for juvenile conduct. Yet, even she has experienced her limit. I knew that I was going to marry her right then, and then when she looked at me and asked, "Does your brother ever stop aggressively loving the sound of his own voice?" I was driving home when she asked me this question. Recently, however, I have been aware of a number of particularly peculiar aspects pertaining to Julian's startup. Little discrepancies at initially, but nothing that could be considered explosive. While he is making a big deal about his team, he will occasionally make a mistake and gripe about the fact that he is responsible for all of the back-end code himself. But whenever my parents ask for a tour of his enormous office in the downtown area, there is always a security protocol that prevents guests from entering the building. He boasts about his office. Then I started looking around on the internet. I discovered a few specialized tech sites and subreddits that were calling his company's user metrics into question. A number of former workers were leaving evaluations on Glassdoor, in which they referred to the organization as a cult of personality and a financial black hole. Dave is under the impression that I am simply looking for a cause to loathe him. During the time when we were threading a steel pipe, Dave made the following observation. All those tech bros fake it until they make it, man. It's literally their business model. But I had a feeling that it was even more serious than that. On the previous Thanksgiving, Julian presented us with swag from the corporation as our gifts. T-shirts that were scratchy and inexpensive, as well as thermoses made of plastic, with the logo of his firm printed on them. My father wore the shirt to the hardware shop the following day, and he made it clear to the cashier that his son was the CEO of the company. The company's bumper sticker was affixed to my mother's Lexus by my mother. A job site was where I put the thermos to use. My initial attempt to drop it from a stepladder that was 2 feet tall resulted in it breaking. It had a poetic quality. It was about a few weeks ago when the cracks first became noticeable. While working at a boutique investment firm in the downtown area, I was performing a huge repiping operation. In the conference room of their establishment, I was working above the drop ceiling. Either the executives were unaware that I was in that position or they had forgotten about it. I was able to overhear them having a direct conversation about Julian's business. One of the partners laughed and said, "It's vaporware. The kid is running a glorified Ponzi scheme with AI buzzwords. Their burn rate is catastrophic. Do not touch that Series B funding." The other partner added, "Do not touch that funding." The only thing I did was lie there in the dust, gripping my wrench and stared at the joists in the ceiling. No words were spoken by me. I just returned to the soldering process. Karma was at last putting on her boots and lacing them. The point at which my family reached its breaking point occurred a week ago. It was the climax of a severe cold snap that had come to Chicago. All around the city, pipes were bursting at the seams. During that time, I was working 70-hour weeks, surviving on black coffee and sheer perseverance. As of Friday evening, I had completely lost my physical health. I wanted to sleep for a week, my hands were broken and bleeding, and my back was screaming. I simply wanted to sleep because I was exhausted. But my mother had been sending me texts non-stop throughout the entire day. Julian has enormous news to share. The obligatory dinner for the family tonight. Be sure not to be late. My body was so weary that I had to drag it to their residence. My shirt was simply changed in the truck because I didn't even have time to shower before I left. As soon as I go through the front door, I'm greeted by Julian, who is lying on the luxurious leather sofa. When he walks around, he is wearing a designer jacket that most likely costs more than the transmission on my truck. When I go in, he doesn't even bother to look up from watching his phone. "Hey, Marcus," he mutters in a low voice. "Finally get promoted to head plunger yet?" In the kitchen, my mother makes her nervous, prompting giggles to come from the room. From his armchair, my father lets out a snort. Because of the fact that this dynamic is so deeply established in them, they are completely unaware of how harmful it is. I go to the refrigerator and get a beer. An enormous buffet of Julian's favorite dishes has been prepared by my mother. Asparagus that has been roasted, filet mignon, and garlic mash. Nothing that I enjoy about it at all. My mother says, "You look awful, Marcus," but she is not truly looking at me. Julian has incredible news today. Try to be supportive for once. At the moment when dinner is being served, Julian instantly takes the floor. While he is flapping his hands around, he is discussing a large new value, a profile in a major business magazine, and the fact that he is considering purchasing a vacation home in Tahoe. My mom is so happy that she is on the verge of crying. "That is so incredible, sweetie. We are so proud of you." The glass is raised by my father. "To the smartest guy in the room. Always knew you were destined for greatness, son." The discourse has reached a pause for a moment. I make the foolish decision to attempt to share a portion of my life with others. Actually, I got some good news too. I'm officially taking over the lead foreman position for the new downtown hospital project. It's a massive contract. Lack of any sound. All of the clinking of silverware has stopped. My father brings his fork down cautiously. "Wow, Marcus. You get to supervise the toilet installations for a whole hospital. What a milestone." Everyone is laughing. The chuckle is not merely a chuckle, rather, it is a harsh and contemptuous laugh. It is as if Julian is putting on a performance of sympathy when he stares at me. "Hey, man, society needs ditch diggers, right? Someone's gotta do the literal dirty work. But seriously, bro, you smell like a sewer. Have you ever heard of cologne?" Suddenly, something within me just click here. There was no outburst of wrath that occurred. It was a chilly clarity that was unwavering. I was thinking of the 14-hour shift that I had just finished working in a basement that was very cold to ensure that a whole apartment building got hot water. I pondered the fact that the management of his company referred to it as vaporware. My mind wandered to my 2012 Chevrolet Silverado, which was parked outside, with rust on the fenders, but it was completely paid off and was operating like a dream. Because I noticed a collection letter sitting on his counter the last time I dropped off a box for him, I was able to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that Julian was leasing his Tesla and was currently 3 months overdue on his rent payments. My fork was placed on my dish in a composed manner. I got to my feet. The annoying grin that Julian was wearing remained on his face as I glanced down at him. "Enjoy the fantasy, Julian," I whispered, trying to keep my voice very silent. "Gravity always wins eventually. And for the record, Dad, my truck is paid for. My apartment is paid for. I don't owe a dime to anyone." I wonder how much of Julian's life is actually his, and how much is just borrowed time. The subsequent stillness was so loud that it was deafening. An instantaneous flash of true dread replaced Julian's sneer, which had evaporated in an instant. My father's face turned a violet color. I made a U-turn, and exited the building through the front door. I did not criticize it, I simply shut it, in a stealthy manner behind me. In the course of my 29 years of existence, I had never before taken a stand against them. After turning the key, I climbed inside my truck and listened to the engine make a purring sound. The vibrations on my phone started almost instantly. Getting a call from my mother. After that, Dad. Then there is Julian. In order to get to Sarah's apartment, I placed the truck in drive, put the phone on quiet, and then drove there. At the moment when she opened the door, she inquired, "How was dinner?" "I walked out," I said. "I left." The expression on her face changed into a huge smile. "It's about damn time. Come inside. I'll order Thai food, and you can tell me every single detail." When it came to ignoring my family, the subsequent 3 weeks were a lesson in mastery. I buried myself in my job. I, along with Dave, took on every available overtime shift possible. Considering that Dave's wife is 7 months pregnant, he is attempting to save as much money as possible before winter arrives. During the course of a week, we were responsible for renovating the plumbing in a big warehouse that was being converted into luxury apartments. The stillness of my phone was beautiful, despite the fact that the labor was exhausting and damaging to my back. 12 voicemails were left by my mother. "I am sorry, Marcus, but your behavior was not reasonable. You have embarrassment for your sibling. Jealousy is the driving force behind your actions. Send us a call right away to express your regret. Eliminate, eliminate, eliminate." My father sent me a lengthy and irrational text message in which he referred to me as an ungrateful failure who was unable of coping with being in the company of genuine success. It's not even that I responded. During this time, my life was progressing on its own. We were getting serious about our relationship. The moment she brought me home to meet her parents, we immediately became close. Her father is a union electrician, so we connected with each other immediately. We were in his garage for 3 hours, sipping beers and talking about the local building codes and the awful contractors we had to deal with. It was the first time in my life that I experienced the feeling of being respected by an older man. I felt like an adult man. It was shocking, yet I couldn't believe it. After that, on a Tuesday morning that was completely at random, the house of cards ultimately fell apart. While Dave and I were waiting for a supply house to open, we were sitting in the work van and drinking the horrible coffee that was sold at the gas station. I was using my mobile device to read through the news when I came across a headline on a prominent financial news website that drew my attention. AI startup revealed to be a massive fraud scheme, and the CEO of the company was arrested. The link was clicked by me. There was a photograph of Julian that was displayed in high quality. The 2 FBI agents were escorting him out of his luxurious office building in the downtown area while he was wearing a gray sweatshirt and had his hands chained in front of him simultaneously. After a little pause, I started breathing again. The article was read aloud to Dave on my behalf. There was no proprietary artificial intelligence technology at Julian's company. To obtain venture finance, they were utilizing software that was already available on the market, adding a new user interface to it, and fabricating its user metrics by millions of dollars. To make matters even worse, Julian had been transferring funds from investors into personal cryptocurrency accounts located offshore in order to finance his extravagant lifestyle, which included the designer clothes, the Tesla, and the penthouse. It was a classic Ponzi scheme, and the federal government had been putting together evidence for such a long time. On his coffee, Dave choked to death. "Holy crap, bro. You called it. Vaporware." On some level, I experienced a rush of triumph that was dark and cruel. During all of those years, I was referred to as a ditch shoveler. Every single one of those years spent being compared to the brilliant golden boy. A con artist was the genius in question. Spray painted with lead, The golden boy was created. On the other hand, the triumph was swiftly overshadowed as my phone began to ring. This was my mother. The call was left on my voicemail. A call came from my father. Sending a voicemail. My aunt came next. Next, my mother once more. Before midday, I had already missed 20 calls. During my lunch break, I was finally able to respond. At that moment, my mother yelled into the phone, "Marcus." Her breathing was rapid, and she was crying so hard that I could not comprehend what she was saying. "You have to come over. Right now. It's an emergency. Julian is in jail." "I saw the news, Mom," I remarked in a composed manner. "Sounds like he needs a lawyer, not a plumber." My father roared at her. "You don't understand." As he grabbed the phone from her mouth, he was trembling in his voice. A complete absence of the haughty boom was observed. "Marcus, we invested in the company." I became numb. "What do you mean you invested?" For a very long time, there was a painful pause. My father said, "We took out a second mortgage on the house," and I listened intently. $250,000. We gave it to Julian for his Series B funding. He promised us a 400% return in a year. We thought we were securing our retirement. It was a prolonged period of silence. At that moment, I was overcome by the sheer extent of their idiocy. They had complete ownership of their home. A decent pension was provided for them. It was because they were unable to stop adoring their golden child that they decided to throw everything away. All of his assets were frozen by the federal government, my father said, his voice breaking. "The bank is calling in the loan. We don't have the cash. We're going to lose the house, Marcus. We have nothing." The side of my work van was where I was leaning against. It was my scarred and calloused hands that I glanced at. I recalled the time when I begged them for $2,000 to assist in paying for my union apprenticeship supplies, and they informed me that money was tight. A week later, I discovered that they had paid $6,500 for Julian to attend a exclusive coding masterclass in California, but he ended up dropping out after only 3 days of attending the session. "That sounds like a massive problem, Dad," I responded. "But it doesn't sound like my problem." She yelled in the background, "How can you say that?" My mother was exclaiming. "We are your family. You have savings. We know you do. You live in a dump and you drive that old truck. You have to bail us out. We need $6,000 just to cover this month's mortgage payment so they don't foreclose." In all honesty, I laughed. I had no control over my actions. At that moment, it erupted from the depths of my chest. "You want the ditch digger to bail you out?" I questioned. "You want the family joke to hand over his life savings to fix the genius's mistakes? No, absolutely not." My father spoke out in a resounding voice. "If you do not assist us, we will be forced to live on the streets. I have a heart condition, Marcus. The stress is going to kill me." Oh, the ailment known as the phantom heart. In spite of the fact that he has been in wonderful health throughout his whole life and has played 18 holes of golf every weekend, the moment he is confronted with repercussions, he is suddenly on his deathbed. "Call Julian," I instructed. "Perhaps he could write some code to prevent the foreclosure," I said before hanging up the phone. I prevented them from calling me. I went back to my desk job. After spending the rest of the afternoon replacing an industrial water heater, I noticed that I was feeling lighter than I ever had before in my entire life. In spite of this, toxic families do not simply give up. They surprised me 3 days later with an ambush. In the early hours of the morning, about 5:30, I was leaving my apartment building, while carrying my lunch cooler, and making my way to my truck. Illegally parked across 2 spaces was the Lexus that belonged to my dad. They rushed out of the building as soon as they noticed me. I was surprised to see that my father had aged 10 years in just 3 days. He was dressed in sweats, his hair was scrambled, and he appeared to be in a bad situation. I could almost feel my mother's fury and panic pulsating through her body. Unconcerned about the fact that the sun had not yet risen and that my neighbors were still asleep, she yelled out, "You blocked us." I yelled out, "Get out of my way," while holding my cooler tightly. The moment my father stepped into my path, he yelled, "You self-centered, ungrateful brat. We raised you. We put a roof over your head. You owe us." In response, I yelled out, "I owe you nothing," as my voice reverberated through the chilly morning air. "You treated me like garbage for 29 years. You threw everything you had at a con artist because he told you what you wanted to hear, and you mocked me for actually working for a living. You made your bed. Now sleep in it." I was wearing my jacket when my mother grabbed it, her nails digging into the fabric. "Julian made a mistake. He was under so much pressure. You've always been jealous of him, and now you're punishing us because of your petty, pathetic jealousy." Next, I looked up at her face, and then I looked down at her hands. "Jealous? Mom. He's facing federal wire fraud charges. I'm going to work." Let go of my jacket. The sudden gasp that came from my father, who was clutching his chest and leaning against my truck, was my heart. "Marcus, please." The stress. I need my medication. I need help. The acting was nothing short of the worst I've ever seen. Taking out my phone, I did so. I'm dialing 911 right now. The paramedics will be here in 4 minutes. Instantaneously, my father pulled himself up to his full height, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Put the phone away. That's what I thought, I said. I concur. I climbed into my truck after unlocking it, putting my cooler in the passenger seat, and then climbing in. Don't ever show up here again. If you do, I'm calling the cops for trespassing. Leaving them standing in the freezing cold parking lot, staring after me, I backed out of the space and left them there. A period of 6 months has passed since the ambush in the parking lot. A biblical fallout has resulted from this. Julian's startup is no longer operational in any way. The Securities and Exchange Commission and the Federal Bureau of Investigation took it down to the studs. Julian was able to avoid serving actual prison time by entering into a plea bargain and turning his back on his co-founders. However, he was still subject to a significant amount of fines, 5 years of probation, and a permanent ban from serving as an officer in any public company under any circumstances. His financial situation was hopeless. They were unable to save the house. As a result of the bank's foreclosure, they were forced to file for bankruptcy. After 3 weeks of living with my aunt, who is my mother's sister, they were kicked out of the house because my mother continued to try to organize a smear campaign against me. They had attempted to move in with my aunt. Oh, did they make an attempt to incriminate me? The front office of my plumbing company was actually called by my father, who attempted to inform the dispatcher that I was stealing copper pipes from construction sites around the country. A gruff union lifer named Frank, who is 60 years old and has known me for 8 years, just laughed at him and said, "Marcus is my best foreman. If he's stealing copper, he's hiding it in his ass. Don't call here again. My boss is a union lifer." My mother made an attempt to contact Sarah's school principal, claiming that I had anger issues and that I posed a threat to the education of the students. The principal, who is familiar with Sarah, just hung up the phone and informed the school security staff that my mother should not be allowed to enter the premises. Psychotic desperation was exhibited by them. Then, about 2 months ago, I was awakened by a knock at the door of my apartment. When I opened it, I was so surprised to see the man standing there that I almost fell for him. Julian was the one. There were no longer any designer haircuts. The pricey garments were no longer available. He wore a t-shirt that had faded, metal-toed boots that were heavy, and jeans that were inexpensive and stained. Grease, calluses, and fresh blisters were all over his hands, which were the delicate and well-manicured hands of a CEO in the technology industry. He appeared to be completely worn out, broken, and extremely humble. He mumbled, "Hey, Marcus," while staring at his boots. "Hey, Marcus." The only thing I did was lean against the doorframe. "What do you want, Julian?" The sound of his sigh was one of defeat and rattling. "I'm living in a motel out by the airport. I got a job, doing pipeline maintenance, digging trenches, hauling steel." It was impossible for me to suppress the grin that slowly appeared on my face. The severity of the irony was so great that it could be cut with a hacksaw. The tech visionary, the same individual who made fun of me for doing the dirty work, was now actually digging ditches. I confronted him with his own words and said, "Must be extremely satisfying, Julian." I was referring to his own words. Really pushing humanity forward. His body jerked. Indeed, he made a grimace. He looked up at me, and for the very first time in his life, there was no sign of arrogance in his eyes. "I deserve that. I know I do. It's nothing but shame. I was always jealous of you, man." I laughed it off. "Bullcrap. I'm serious," he said, his voice breaking slightly. "You had real skills. You knew exactly who you were. You built a life that was solid. Everything I did was smoke and mirrors. I was terrified every single day that someone would figure out I was faking it, so I just kept talking bigger, and Mom and Dad kept feeding into it, and I couldn't stop. I destroyed their lives because I was too weak to admit I was a fraud. I was attracted to him. In his entire life, he had never said anything more sincere than what he had just made known. "Marcus, they are residing in a shelter," he murmured beneath his breath. "Dad's health actually is failing now. The stress broke him. I send them every dollar I make digging trenches, but it's not enough. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm not asking you to ever speak to me again. But please, they're old. Don't let them die in a shelter." After turning around, he proceeded to walk down the hallway, the sound of his heavy boots reverberating on the inexpensive linoleum. Cash was not requested by him. There was no demand made by him. It appeared as though he was completely broken. As I sat on my couch in the dark for a considerable amount of time, I shut the door behind me. Later on that evening, Sarah made her way over. Everything was revealed to her. She sat down next to me, took my hand, and remained silent until I had finished up what I was doing. The question was posed in a low voice, "What do you want to do?" I don't want them in my life, I responded. I can't ever let them back in. But Julian is right. I don't want them dying on the street. Consequently, I reached a compromise with my moral compass. It was not me who called my parents. They did not receive a single penny of cash from me directly. My alternative was to employ a social worker. Not only did I pay her retainer, but I also gave her the instruction to locate a modest apartment in a quiet suburb that was affordable for my parents. In order to maintain my anonymity, I made an upfront payment to the landlord for 1 year's worth of rent. I decided to establish a grocery delivery service that would send them essential items on a weekly basis. It was reported to them by the social worker that a local charity had taken action. They have no idea that it was for me. They will never be aware that it was me. I have a clean conscience, and I have not crossed any boundaries to anyone. You will need to burn some bridges in order to illuminate the path forward. While this is going on, my life has taken off. It had been a month since my boss Frank had invited me into his office. He has decided to retire and move to Florida, where he will spend the rest of his life fishing. The plumbing company was offered to me as a potential purchase. Specifically, the trucks, the client list, and the equipment. Due to the fact that he has faith in me to carry on his legacy, he made me an offer of a seller finance transaction. It was a week ago when I signed the papers. My status as a business owner is now official. Currently, Dave is my lead foreman, and ever since the birth of his daughter, he has been working more diligently than he ever has before. In the course of his stroll through the store, he displays photographs of his infant daughter, as if she were the very first human being ever created. It is a source of pure joy, despite the fact that it is annoying. Sarah and I have made our engagement official. I popped the question to her in the restroom of the elementary school where we had that first encounter, right after I pretended that I needed to check on a dripping faucet. She laughed so hard that she cried, and she expressed her agreement. An enormous bear hug was given to me by her father, and as a gift for the engagement, he presented me with a set of antique pipe wrenches. When I went to a massive commercial site yesterday to submit a bid for a contract, I was driving my brand new company truck, which was a brand new Ford F-250 with the words Marcus & Co. Plumbing painted on the side of the vehicle. In the vicinity of an industrial park, I came to a stop at a red light. As I peered out the window, I noticed that a road crew was hard at work, despite the extremely heavy rain. In a massive trench, they were laying down concrete pipes that were quite heavy. The mud was wiped off the face of one of the guys who were working in the trench. Julian was the one. Attempting to secure a chain around a concrete culvert, he was drenched to the bone, covered in sludge, and struggling to keep the chain in place. From the street level, a foreman was yelling at him to hurry up and get something done. Julian simply clenched his teeth, gave a slight nod, and then returned to the task of wrestling the pipe through the mud. It turned green at that moment. In my truck, I stepped on the gas, turned on the heater, and then I drove in the direction of my future. There are scenarios in which the universe does not require you to exact revenge. At times, it is necessary to take a step back, safeguard your tranquility, and allow gravity to carry out its duties. My sister faked a dead twin for 10 years to manipulate her husband. I exposed her sick scam and watched her get arrested at our dad's funeral. There is something that took place today that has left me feeling tremendously confused, exhausted, and honestly questioning my own reality. I am currently experiencing these feelings. When I am not actively participating in these message boards, I simply lurk about and read about the family dramas of other people as I drink my morning coffee. Now, however, I am experiencing these feelings as a result of something that occurred tonight. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize in advance for the length of this message. Nevertheless, in order to fully grasp the significance of the events that have just taken place in the backyard of my parents, it is necessary for you to know the full background. Before we begin, I would like to take you on a tour of the history. When it comes to my 4 sisters, I am the oldest of the bunch. Our time apart is precisely 2 years. We have been apart for exactly 2 years. Hello, my name is Sarah, and I am 43 years old. Jenna, who is 33 years old, Chloe, who is 37 years old, and Emily, who is 35 years old, are the 3 individuals in question. As we were growing up, our parents would tell us a running joke about how they had been trying so hard to have a boy carry on the family name, but after having 4 girls, they had finally just given up and thrown their hands up. This story would be told to us on a regular basis. To tell you the truth, when we were younger, it was a little bit harmful to our feelings, especially to Emily. I'm not going to lie about that. Our parents quickly saw the harm that was being caused by that foolish joke, and they immediately stopped telling it. They also made sure to remind us on a regular basis that they would not alter our family for anything in the world. Despite the fact that our parents eventually ceased making it, she never stopped having this deep-seated dread that she was incapable of being enough. Individuals who are very live and let live, tranquil, and avoid conflict are the epitome of hippies. They are the epitome of hippies. I can say without a doubt that every single one of us girls has reached adulthood, been married, and had at least one child at this point in our lives. It is only me, out of all the sisters in the entire family, who comes with a boy. I am the only one. Leo is his name, and he stands at the age of 17. In spite of the fact that he is the oldest grandchild, I am absolutely certain that he is the person who my father enjoys spending the most time with in the entire wider world. The two of them are the best of friends with each other. This interaction is the only one that could possibly be more endearing and encouraging than any other interaction that may possibly exist. They spend a considerable lot of time in the garage, where they are engaged in activities such as fiddling with vintage radios and talking about vintage watches. The path that Leo has traveled has been a challenging one. Over the course of the last few years, he has been diagnosed with autism, which was originally referred to as Asperger's syndrome. Over the course of some time, he had a tremendous deal of mental suffering as a result of this diagnosis. He has never been good at interacting with other people, and he has always had trouble reading the atmosphere in a room. He had a really difficult time getting out and making friends when he was in middle school and early high school. He had a lot of trouble starting new relationships. He always made sure that his loud and rowdy female cousins were the ones who received the majority of the attention from the family whenever they were together. The reason for this was that he was extremely reserved and kept his mouth shut. Leo, on the other hand, devoted his entire being to his academic endeavors and pursued them with devotion. It wasn't until just recently that he got the official letter of acceptance to a highly prestigious university that offered him a scholarship that covered all of his expenses. He is exceptionally bright, and he achieved a grade point average of 4.2 inches high school, which is an indication of his complete dominance. We are filled with an overwhelming sense of pride for him, and it is really breathtaking. My expectation was that he would have a single evening in which he would be the undeniable star of the show. I hoped that he would have that opportunity. Tonight was able to meet all of our tight schedules, which is actually quite an accomplishment. This was a wonderful turn of events that took place. When it came time to celebrate his birthday, my parents had the idea of throwing him a small party outside. For the purpose of bringing together 4 different families, each of which has 11 children between them, it is necessary to make use of logistics that are conducted at the military level. Therefore, in order to commemorate this significant occasion, we all gathered to my parents' house to celebrate with a large pizza spread and a personalized cake that was painted in the colors that he had chosen for his new college. The evening was going incredibly well in terms of performance. During the time that the adults were drinking a few beers, the youngsters were excitedly running about chasing fireflies, and Leo was beaming with glee due to his excitement. One of the siblings, Jenna, who is the youngest of the siblings, remarked that there was a period when it was National Sibling Appreciation Day. Being the sentimental hippie that she is, my mother slapped her hands together and declared that she wanted all of her daughters to sit in a circle and explain what they admire about their sisters. She then proceeded to say that she wanted all of her daughters to share their thoughts. She communicated her intention for us to carry out this activity. Due to the fact that I was extremely parentified as a child, and that I acted as a second mother to all of them during the time that our parents were working full-time, the majority of the compliments naturally flowed toward me. Beginning with the youngest and working our way up to the oldest, I was the one who garnered the majority of the compliments offered. When it was finally my moment to speak, I shifted my focus to my 3 sisters that were waiting for me to speak. It was then that I finished my little speech by making a joke, saying, and, honestly, looking back, I really appreciate that we didn't have any gross, sweaty boys stinking up our house growing up. I then went on to remind each of them how much I loved them, and then I shared a little hilarious memory for each of them. After that, I was finished with my little speech. Every single one of us, including my parents, participated in the laughs. On the other hand, Emily and Mark, her husband, are the only ones who are not included in this group. Immediately after that, Emily's eyes became as large as dinner plates. This continued till the very end. The sudden appearance of her face was completely devoid of any pigment at all. Mark, who is a massive burly firefighter and is generally a total gentle giant, looked at me as if I were a piece of decaying garbage that he had just scraped from the bottom of his work boot. He gazed at me as if I were a piece of garbage that had just been scraped out of his work boot. There was a horrible silence that descended upon everyone else on their side of the patio. On their side of the patio, Mark immediately leans forward, his jaw beginning to clench, and he screams, "That's pretty effed up, Sarah." This happens all of a sudden. In spite of the fact that I was completely caught aback by what he said, I had assumed that he was merely making a joke about it. The two of us, Mark and I, are constantly making fun of each other. I then proceeded to make a comment that went something like this. "I don't know, Mark. I've smelled your gym bag after your shifts. It's pretty lethal." This statement came after the nervous chuckle that I let out. He didn't even make a single cringe. When he became even more upset, his face turned crimson, and he cried out, "How could you possibly talk about Tyler in such a manner?" His anger was growing by the second. When I looked at him, I did nothing else. Who? Exactly at the moment that Mark was ready to react, Emily completely lost her mind. As she began to frantically grab Mark by the arm, her claws began to sink into his flannel shirt. Waves of worry began to flow from her until she was utterly gripped with fear. She was hyperventilating and pleading with him to be quiet at the same time as she was making a loud proclamation that she had a sudden migraine and that they wanted to go home right this second. She was also pleading with him to be quiet. It was only natural for me to refuse to let go of that expectation. I was only able to look at Mark, and I questioned him. Seriously, who the hell is Tyler? Mark was the only person I could look at. It would appear that Tyler is Emily's identical twin brother, to put it in the simplest terms possible, a tragic twin brother who passed tragically suddenly as he was in the process of giving birth to his child. A death that is supposed to have caused my parents and me to feel such great despair and trauma that no one in the family is allowed to ever again talk about him, look at old photographs of him, or make any reference of his presence. This is because the death is said to have caused us to experience such extreme depression and trauma. Because Emily was concerned about protecting our fragile mental health, she had given Mark a strict order to desist from ever revealing Tyler's name to any member of the family. Mark had been instructed to maintain this stance. It was Mark who, in a furious manner, informed us of this awful history, but after that, nobody said anything else. Throughout the entirety of the backyard, there was complete silence. The buzzing of the bug zapper and the sound of crickets chirping were both audible to the utmost extent that was possible. The appearance of my parents was like they had been slapped in the face. They appeared to be in terrible shape. Finally, I broke the silence and said, "Mark, I have absolutely no idea why she told you that, but Emily lied to you. There is no Tyler. There has never been a Tyler. I think you guys seriously need to go home and talk about this, but I don't want to hear another word about it tonight. We are here to celebrate my son, and I'm not letting this ruin his night." As soon as I finished speaking, Emily let out a tearful and stomach-wrenching sob when she heard what I had to say. After that, she burst into tears and fled into the house, where she immediately went to the bedroom that she had used when she was a child. Mark, who appeared to be completely shell-shocked and disoriented, was pursuing her. He appeared to be completely confused. Following their arrival, Chloe and my mother did not waste any time and went straight inside. The party was never able to fully recover from the debacle. Everything has been completely taken over by the atmosphere. There was a clear indication that Leo was experiencing a great deal of agony as he retreated to the corner in order to pet the dog. Following that, Emily and Mark went without greeting anybody else and exited through the front door. They did not say farewell to anyone else. Immediately after that, they departed in a hurry. In order to provide my father and Leo with the opportunity to spend some additional time together and help salvage the evening, I stayed behind to assist in cleaning up the backyard. This was done in order to give them the opportunity to. During the time that I was standing at the kitchen sink and frantically wiping pizza sauce off of plates, my mother walked in and admonished me in a tone that was really harsh. Emily screamed at me, and I was extremely out of line for calling her a liar in front of her husband. It was completely wrong of me to talk about Emily in that manner. Suddenly, with suds on my hands, I spun around and cried out to my mother, "If the baby shoe fits, mother." She made up a dead child. "If the baby shoe fits, mother." A long sigh came out of my father's mouth as he entered the room. Despite the fact that I was technically correct, he indicated that I lacked tact and that I had profoundly embarrassed Emily. He also stated that I had made Emily feel very uncomfortable. "Are you lacking in tact?" To be more specific, what exactly was it that was expected of me there? You seem to be acting as if you are grieving the loss of a sister who never existed, but you are actually only nodding your head. My refusal to take part in a delusional falsehood resulted in me obtaining reprimands. I was the one who refused to participate. Indeed, not in the slightest. As soon as I got at my residence, my phone had already begun to crash and explode. Emily wrote me a lengthy article and sent it to me via text message. In the essay, she claimed that I had effed her over and caused her marriage to suffer any consequences. A minute later, I was astonished to discover that a text message had been sent to me from Mark's phone. The message said, "You are the actual liar, Sarah. Everyone knows you're just jealous of Emily. Stay away from our family." I was surprised to see that the message had been sent to me. Jenna, a friend of mine, reached out to me and informed me that she is on team with me. This, however, should not come as a surprise given that Jenna and Emily have always had differences with one another regarding many topics. Not only does Chloe claim that she is maintaining her neutral stance, but she also sent me a text message in which she expresses her belief that I should not have called her out so viciously and that I should have taken Mark aside in private. In addition to that, what the hell was it that I was supposed to actually do? My brother-in-law is going to give you a beating in front of my autistic son on the night that is so important to him. Just take it and move on with your life. What would be the reason for my entire family to act in the same manner as I do, if I were to call out what I consider to be a very frightening and heavy deception? Is it even feasible that the lie itself is more damaging than the fallacy that it is based on? We are in a difficult situation. What are our options for getting out of it? My sisters are the most wonderful people in the world to me. The fact that they are my closest friends does not change the reality that it is so odd, so twisted, and so terribly wrong to put this duty on my shoulders. I feel that we have at long last arrived at some answers that are concrete in relation to the insane occurrences that took place the night before. Okay, I believe that we have arrived at some solutions. To begin, I would want to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to each and every individual who took the time to share feedback or kind thoughts in the comments section. To tell you the truth, I was unable to read everything since I was and still am completely emotionally exhausted. Yet, because to you folks, I was able to gain a clear idea of how I wanted to approach everything. I am grateful to you. After a night of tossing and turning, barely getting a wink of sleep, and with the impression that my blood pressure was sitting at a level that was dangerously high, I called my mother at precisely 8 o'clock in the morning. I was concerned about my health since I had been experiencing elevated blood pressure. I was ready to give an emotionally charged diatribe about how deeply hurt I was by the fact that she and Dad had unfairly thrown me under the bus and taken Emily's side when she had objectively done the most ridiculous thing. Possible. I had everything I needed, and I was prepared to give it. The time has come for me to utter my rant. My mother went ahead and answered the phone, despite the fact that she was crying. She started apologizing very immediately, and all she asked was for me to pay attention to what she had to explain. Throughout the course of the previous evening, she went into detail about the events that took place when she and Chloe followed Emily and Mark into the bedroom. As soon as the door was shut, Mom quickly turned to Mark and told him in a manner that was unambiguous that Tyler was not someone who existed in the real world. She gave him the assurance that there were never any instances of multiple births, tragic childbirths, or concealed traumas during the course of their chat. She added that there was a huge disagreement between him and his wife, and she demanded that they leave Leo's graduation party, because she was emphatic that she would not allow Emily's unusual behavior to continue to ruin the celebration. She also stated that she was adamant that she would not allow Emily to attend the party. Within the confines of the kitchen, Mom disclosed that the sole reason she punished me was due to the fact that she was consuming nothing but adrenaline and experiencing an odd mixture of sympathy and panic for Emily. The fact that Emily's marriage was most likely falling apart at that particular moment was not lost on her understanding. In addition to expressing her profound regret for the fact that she had given me the impression that I was not supported, she admitted that her response to me was incredibly unfair and that she was terribly sorry for it. In addition to that, she shared with me that she participated in a brief talk with Mark this morning. Emily, who, by the way, was the one who actually wrote that nasty text from Mark's phone last night while he was driving them home, eventually revealed the truth in the wee hours of the morning, after she had fiercely denied the lie to his face for a number of hours. Mark was driving them home,